Alright folks, welcome back. I play Balatro almost every day, and today, let's talk about game balance. In brief, I think 5-card hands should be worth more points. I want to achieve this by buffing some specific game pieces, and today, I'm fully prepared to elaborate. If you don't already know, I've played the game for over 4,500 hours, about 2/3 of it in just the first year. One time I got the Completionist Plus achievement without any losses, requiring us to win about 70 consecutive gold stake runs. 400 of these hours were during a private beta before the game launched, which I got invited to because I had already played the demo for 800 hours, which is to say, I was in the room where it happened. The current balance of the game was heavily influenced by my 51 essays delivered directly to Thunk and the other beta testers. But none of this is meant to compel you to agree with me. If this is a topic you care about, maybe you hear me out and then draw your own conclusions. Anyone who uses in my experience to try to shut down a conversation is either too ignorant or too lazy to properly back up their claims. Of course, I give content creators a bit of a pass. When Raffle's streaming, he's literally working. He doesn't have time to explain all of how wrong you are. But from a scientific perspective with an interest in constantly learning and constantly improving, it is important that we continue to question our biases, all of us. Maybe Raffle just hates Fortune Teller for no reason. I saw it get up to +20 one time. For a personal example, go back 18 months. I would have told you pairs sometimes don't score enough points. Some bosses just end the run on the spot. Sometimes playing these higher ranking hands is necessary to score these higher amounts of points. At this point I had already played the game for over 1,500 hours, but now we have the data to suggest this is all wrong. And when I say we have the data, I mean the runs are recorded. You could, in theory, go back and watch it all. I want to give a shout out to Card Game Andy as the person who opened my eyes. He showed me how easily you can force pairs, how consistently you can win with just pairs. He'll tell you he learned it from Vespa. I learned it secondhand from Andy. Alright, let's talk about game pieces.
I'm watching this to fill time right now. But while you all just take your collective time in finding your way into the room, I was up earlier than 4 o'clock. So what I ended up doing is I just made myself lay down again, but then I was being bothered, so I was immediately prepared. Thank my mother for that.
Supernova gives you increasing amounts of mult when you repeat the same poker hand. In theory, this could benefit any build, whatever your favorite poker hand, just keep playing that one. The problem is, lower ranking hands like high card and pair are more easily repeatable than the higher ranking hands, let's say straights and flushes. On average, you can play about twice as many pairs compared to flushes, which means your supernova is going to grow twice as fast initially and get twice as big by the end. And you are using this mult every time you play a hand, so the pair player is using this mult twice as often. In contrast, Green Joker gains mult no matter what hand you play, and you can use that mult no matter what hand you play. The problem is, you can't discard. It's not strictly forbidden, but it is heavily discouraged. Without discards, you aren't drawing those 5-card hands. You are heavily incentivized to stick with those spammable lower ranking hands. The bus lets you use your discards, but a lot of the time you're using those discards to discard face cards anyway. If you've ever drawn a hand like this, you know you can play straights with the bus. In theory, you can play flushes with the bus, but it's way more risky. Once you have a face card stuck in hand, you are essentially playing with -1 hand size. Which brings us to balance problem number 1. No matter what poker hand you like, you want these jokers. And once you have one of these, they all push you towards playing pairs. By the way, this is not necessarily mission critical on its own. It's okay that there are some jokers that push you towards playing pairs, just like there's some jokers that support flushes, some jokers that support straights. But without going into the details, Mystic Summit, Raise Fist, Shoot the Moon, there are all these other examples of jokers which are easier to use with pairs or high card. And even that might be okay. Maybe straights score so many points already, the pair player needs all of this in order to make up that difference. Another important piece of the puzzle is value generation. Jokers like Delayed Gratification, Faceless Joker, Mail-in Rebate, these give you money for your discards instead of using your discards to set up poker hands. So you're going to get the most money when you play poker hands which don't need the discards, which don't have to sacrifice anything. When you open a standard pack, you might not take a gold ace of spades if your plan is to play hearts flushes, for example, but the pair player can take every value generator, no matter what suit, no matter what rank. Powerful jokers like Certificate and Hologram have virtually no drawback if your plan is to just play pairs. And every gold card in hand is like -1 hand size. In this example, if you only discard 3 cards, you might not draw your flush. Or, if you've already drawn your flush, if you want to try to draw your gold cards, you can only discard 3 at a time, because you have to hold on to the winning hand. The pair player gets to discard more cards at a time, gets to touch more cards per round. To reiterate, the pair player can add more valuable cards more easily, they can draw those valuable cards more frequently and hold on to them more safely. The problem is the same as before. Everyone wants money, but the pair player earns the most. On top of all this, because pairs are so easy to draw and easy to play, the pair player can basically...
Now the links are posted up, so in case somehow you've forgotten how to use your computer, the link is directly pinned in chat. Click the button, join the voice comms, join the gaming. We will be beginning the festivities as soon as we're done watching this Balatra video. Oh my god.
Ignore all the bosses too. Any bosses that might try to interrupt your ability to assemble hands, you can ignore face down cards, you can ignore debuffed cards, you can ignore the water and the mouth. Any bosses that might be difficult are kind of difficult for everybody, so you aren't especially punished if you're playing pairs. The one glimmer of hope comes from looking at the actual scores. At level 1, a flush is about 300 points, and a pair of face cards is only 60 points, which begs the question, how do you actually win with pairs? What game pieces allow you to make up this difference? Here, I want to make a distinction between incentives and enablers. Superposition and the order, for example, reward you for playing straights in different ways. Superposition rewards you with more value, the order rewards you with more points. In contrast, things like juggler and shortcut enable you to play more straights. So the question is, what is the enabler for the pair build? You don't need something to help you play more pairs. Pairs are already easy to play. The question is, what is going to enhance my pairs so that they start to score a real amount of points? Going back to our level 1 hands, if we add a Molt Joker like Mystic Summit or Abstract Joker, now 19 Molt is not that much different from 17 Molt. Still, the flush is worth more, but it's not as much more. Now it's 2.5 times as much instead of 4.5 times as much. Going one step further, if we add a Chips Joker, any Chips Joker, even just a foil Joker, the flush is still worth more than the pair, but it's less than twice as much. Or another way of saying the same thing, the pair is more than half as much. Repeating these hands, 2 flushes, about 4,500. 3 pairs, a little bit under, but 4 pairs, solidly over. The difference is you can always play 4 pairs. You can't always play 2 flushes. Even though each individual pair is worth fewer points, the total for the round is higher. And that's true with just these 2 jokers, 2 weak generic jokers. The more Molt you have, the more chips you have, the smaller this difference. If this were, let's say, 620 chips versus 580, you would say maybe those are not that different.
But then the factor becomes hand level, which becomes much easier to get when you're looking at pairs, because you can find multiple means of accessing and just creating pair power. Since having pairs beat the baseline number faster means you save more money, meaning you generate more value, which then equivocates to having the economy to continue playing the pairs as the pairs continue building their strength with hand level and with joker power, while still giving you value because of the quintessential fact that every time you choose to play pairs that are pairing themselves off of everything else, you're playing a 2-card hand out of a 5-card pull that pulls 3 extra cards out of socket if those cards have no actual value, which could then be re-enabled with a 4-card 2-pair, which rotates 4 to 5 cards out of your deck, swapping back in with an 8, or playing any number of cards that pulls more for the deck for a 9 or 10 pull, allowing you to then get more value immediately, assuming it's not Turtle Beam, which then gives you the ability to continue getting more value, not just from the power of blue, but from the power of purple and gold. And even steel card red.
So the problem is, These pair builds are too easily enabled by these chips jokers. Even small amounts of...
Is this what we're watching in AfroPig or somewhere else? No, this came directly from my feed. This came directly from my feed, Buster. But I can put in an AfroPig if you want it.
Hi, Carl.
Quack. Hello.
What is everyone playing tonight?
We're going to start with golf with your friends. And then move around.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice.
Their chips. You can get all the malt in the world, 100 times nothing is still nothing. But these chips jokers allow you to create something from nothing. These chips jokers erase the advantage that 5-card hands would otherwise have. Luckily, we already knew this was going to be a problem 2 years ago, so we already have a solution designed into the game. Chips are a controlled substance. There are half as many chips jokers as there are plus malt jokers, and the jokers that give you chips don't necessarily give you a lot of chips. Of the chips jokers, there's only 5 stealing jokers, leaving room for the planet cards to shine as the de facto, more reliable, long-term source of chips. So this is what I propose. Pairs, I think, don't actually need to be nerfed. Let's not make the game any more difficult than it already is. So what if one guy solved the game and figured out how to never lose? I don't care about that. What I want is, give me other ways of winning the game, focusing on both rewards and enablers. Reward me for doing something interesting, rather than rewarding me for making some sacrifice, because the pair player sacrifices nothing. Enhanced cards could be a reason to play bigger hands with more cards at a time. Empress, for example, creates malt cards. I would buff it from 4 malt to 5 malt, and that's about it. The enhancements themselves are fine, they don't really need to be buffed. I just want more enhanced cards. Maybe change the probabilities a little bit so standard packs give more enhanced cards. Magic Trick as a voucher is a little bit disappointing because it creates cards that can't have any enhancements. So I would just throw away Magic Trick, replace it with Illusion. I think Illusion is actually pretty fun to get these random cards in the shop with random enhancements. Could be seals, could be additions also. And then for the tier 2 voucher, make it something else interesting. By the way, as part of the extra credit mod, we created the Echo deck. The effect, re-trigger all cards, with the drawback higher scoring requirements similar to the Plasma deck.
But unfortunately, it just doesn't matter. The thing that I found with playing the Echo deck multiple times all the way through Ghost Stake, because I gold staked every single deck that is available to me in the mods I currently have loaded into my Belatro Love calculator. Once you get access to some form of re-triggering Molt, or re-triggering score power, or re-triggering gold, you exponentially fly out of the window. Re-triggering is one of the many ways in which to actually multiply your score by an exponential factor. And with the exception of the very obviously broken mods, what ends up happening is that your build has to scale somehow. Linear scaling, or exponential scaling, is good enough to get you through to Anti-8. But if you have dreams of Nan-Inf, you have to learn how to pull the levers of power to get access to that content. In the particular mod pack that I have cards that enable that with both vouchers as well as legendaries, but legendaries are not that common. So, doing something like a pair build is probably good enough to get you through the first 4 antes, and then by then you'll have found enough deck fixing that you will immediately be on scale with a 4-card, 5-card hand, as you will be slowly working yourself towards that optimization, depending on how much copies of purple seals and or tarots you're pulling from your particular jokers, of which there's a lot, especially in the extra credit mod.
In practice, this sucked, actually. it ended up being more difficult on average than the black deck because of how inconsistent, how difficult it was to get enhanced cards, how difficult it was to get effects worth retriggering. So in the future, I do want to see more retriggering jokers. I think those are exciting, those are fun, but let's not forget, give me more effects worth retriggering. If you're going to give me more jokers, give me a joker that creates enhanced cards directly. Or at the very least, give me new ways of getting tarot cards. Give me something like Hiker, but for Molt. Shout out
You brought up exactly what I was about to say.
to this cutie, also from the extra credit mod, turns all of your enhanced cards into wild cards. Going back to this topic of re-triggerable effects, I would say the Sinful Jokers ended up being not that strong in practice. Abstract Joker gives you plus 15 molt to every hand. With these, you're lucky to get plus 15 molt to even just one hand. Though I do like...
But when you have re-triggering effects, this is what makes the Sinfuls better. Because even between the Sinfuls, the gems, especially with a weight on club cards, you're able to achieve a score line that at least is good enough to carry through if you somehow find a way to consistently play a single card type hand, which requires dex fixing, which is why they're not strong. They're just good enough to get you through. Two Sin Jokers bouncing between two different card types allow you to card fix for those card types, which then put you capable to use any of the gem types. Using red and using yellow, for example, between Diamond and Hearts, sets you up for Bloodstone and for the Pyrite. So that when you have Rough Gem in your hand, you're getting money, and eventually you swap over to Hearts to gain the guaranteed 2 out of 2 scoring once you get a Bloodstone in hand alongside the use of some 6 dice. All it takes is 1 copy of 6 dice and 1 copy of Bloodstone, and you already have a form of 1.5 that is always consistent. It's not the same as using Ancient Joker, which is going to flip between your types until you get wild cards online, and there's not enough efficiency in the game, in the base game, that enables wild cards to act like that. You can obviously put everything under levers, but Werewolf is something that was brought from the extra credit mod that gave you opportunity so you can do it. Motherfucker, we gathering together for the games right now, Fancy Pants. Where are you at? You want your salty run back? Get in this room.
I don't know anything about Balatro.
You'll learn slowly over time when you buy and own the game. But learning things like this is the actual mental science. It at least is a physical explainer of the knowledge that you're learning as you're playing it. Even with never having played Balatro, you can actually learn a lot from watching somebody play it.
Well, yeah.
It's the definition of optimizing over time.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, there's not a lot of support for a lot of builds in the game that properly support them all the way through. Because a lot of re-triggering copy and card effects ultimately weigh themselves towards the larger hands rather than smaller hands. With the exception of 1-card hands in the form of high card. Baron comes to mind as one of the many ways to get Nanymph, but it is also one of the many ways that is inconsistent that just doesn't compare up to what is actually possible with one of the legendary jokers. For something like that, you'd need a particle accelerator. But then, in general, for legendary cards, as well as for rare cards that just enable these builds better, a lot of them weigh around 5-card hands and retrigger. This requires immense dex fixing. Perfect examples being utilizing things like Idle, utilizing things like a stacking form of straight or 2-pair to use Pants and or the Runner to create stacking molt that then gives you enough molt for the run all the way till ante-8 so that you can pivot into using something such as the hand X molt cards Or, if you trust your build and you know that you have enough hands to get there based on your card power, utilizing something such as the Monolith, and by utilizing Monolith, using all of those extra hands of the type that you've already played to get yourself to pivoting out of it, so you can then pivot to another card hand to then gain the power of using Monolith to your advantage. Wild cards don't have a lot of proper support, and something that a lot of these extra mods do, if you were to start using mod loaders, is that they actually do apply them. Not just the power of the Jokers, but also power of Taros and also power of card power. My most favorite version is that with a combination of the mods that I have, I like the power of Spectrum cards, where as long as you have enough cards colored wild, you can create a Spectrum hand that is basically one card of every card colored an additional card type extra, with the inclusion of the Sun and the Moon cards colored from the fucking, whatchamacallit colors, which then give you the ability to make use of card hands that are one step better than Flush 5, with various different effects.
Like this idea, being able to play 2-pair with 2 hearts, or being able to play a straight with 3 or 4 hearts. I like this potential for synergy with glass cards and steel cards. Maybe if you give me easier access to glass cards and steel cards, then these end up being better. But at the very least, these could be buffed from 3 molt to 4 molt. I think all of the Jokers on page 1 in the collection could probably get a little bit of a buff. Not that they need it, but they could. By the way, it's okay for some rares to be better than other rares. It's okay for some commons to be better than other commons. One thing that might make a Joker powerful is how versatile it is. It fits into a lot of builds. The thing you have to look out for is you don't want all of the most powerful Jokers to all fit into the same build. You want these different powerful pieces to pull you in different directions. Flower Pot has no excuse. It makes me mad. It makes me mad how similar it is to Seeing Double. Why do we have these 2 different Jokers that both give X-Molt, both care about how many suits we play, and Seeing Double is just way more user-friendly. Blackboard is way more user-friendly.
Blackboard only cares about the cards in your hands remaining as black and blue, whereas Seeing Double wants you to use a club card with any other card in your deck. And Flower Pot is a minimum 4-card hand, because you need a card of every type to be colored. Which means at best where it's going to start coming in is either with a 4 of a kind or Flush House coloring it as wild. Because even with Smeared Joker, Flower Pot just becomes harder to use, because you now have to go from 4 cards of 4 different types to 2 cards of 2 different types. And even then, it's still bad, because the 4X just does not come through, because I could do better with any other type of 2X or 3X or 4X. I could do better with any type of scaling. It's probably Constellation is a good wear. Hologram is a good wear. Slucky Cat would be a better wear. Honestly, Flower Pot just feels like a punishment.
Flower Pot, if you wanted to, you could rework it to something like 1 additional X-Molt for each suit beyond the second, which is just a convoluted way of saying when you have 2 suits, it's neutral. When you have 3 suits, it's a ×2. 4 suits is a ×3. So same as what we have now, you still have the ×3, but you have this additional middle ground. ×3 when you have 3 suits. Or if you don't want to get too convoluted, you could just change it. Instead of X-Molt, make it chips instead. Or instead of chips, make it you get some large amount of money. Something to make it mechanically distinct, different identity from Seeing Double. Loyalty card is also kind of cursed.
Because you're never going to be in a situation where you're winning a game hand with multiple miniature card hands that you're then going to specifically line up your hand so that you can have the X cash out with Loyalty card. Loyalty card is something that happens. It's not something that you set yourself up around, because this requires you skipping through antes, and being forced to skip to preserve the power of a card's effect is not good. Especially when we're talking about trying to survive rounds. I go inside the needle and I don't have the card active and I don't have Burglar, I'm fucked.
because it doesn't activate every round, you need to have some game plan for surviving the rounds when it's turned off. And if you can survive with the loyalty card turned off, then why have the loyalty card at all? If loyalty card was buffed to be a times 10, it would be just as dubious. So maybe we rework it to something like every 10 cards scored, add a random enhancement, seal, or addition. This would give you some incentive to play more cards per round or score more cards per round. Again, if you want to add new jokers, I think it'd be pretty easy to have some reward explicitly for playing more than one rank. So it could be 2 pair, but it can't be a single pair. As an uncommon joker, maybe your played cards give molt equal to the rank. Maybe for balance reasons it doesn't include face cards. It's very similar to Fibonacci, where you could use it with a pair, but you get a much bigger benefit when you play more cards. Or if you're feeling spicy, maybe molt equal to the chips of the cards. So now you have this extra synergy with bonus cards, the enhanced cards. I think that could be cool.
And all of these are effects that come from mod decks that have already done this with cards that exist.
More from the extra credit mod. If your hand
For example, Lucky 7
cards count as lucky cards. What I like about this is you get
Lucky 7 Double Rainbow. If a played hand contains a scoring 7, all played cards count as lucky cards. Flood your deck with 7s. Color them as wild cards. An entire 3-card, 4-card, 5-card hand, but preferably flush for 5-card hand, becomes a set of 5 lucky cards. Meaning you have a chance to hit the 20 mult and you have a chance to hit the $20. Double Rainbow means that any card that is considered as a lucky card gets played twice. If you combined that with the effect that he just discussed before, with the proposed idea change to loyalty, which, again, there's a card that actually does this. There's several cards that actually do this. One of them being Jimbo's Jolly Jamboree, which works with minor arcana. If you place the cards in such a way that they then gain power based on the amount of times they've been re-triggered, then the amount of times that those cards get re-triggered produce value card generators in the form of tarots to be expended. It's both a way to get points, it's a way to get money, it's a way to get control, and more importantly, it actually pushes you towards playing lucky cards, because if the only way to get it is by playing it as a 7, then you have to fucking do the thing. Quick question, Carl. Are you going to be testing out the new stealth mission in Helldivers? Probably not tonight. I don't feel up for it. Probably not tonight, because I don't feel up for it. And I would not know how many people have the game available. It almost wants you to do them solo and the new Warbond. That's definitely not great then.
Get the most value when you play separate hands with 1 7 each, rather than putting all the 7s in the same hand. That's redundant. Average Alice gives you X mult when you have both an odd and an even card.
This card is so fucking hard to use on extra credit, I cannot begin to tell you why. And the reason why is because deck fixing. You want to play the same card if you're playing a multi-hand card. The likelihood of playing an odd and an even card, if you're not necessarily playing 2-pair, means that you must be playing a flush house or a full house build. Naturally, you're going to gravitate towards the spectrum house and flush house because that's easier for you to hit. Amongst odd and even means you also eliminate the face cards. So, you need to find a card that you like. You need to find 2 cards that you like that have effects that are going to multiplicatively scale with odd and even hits. First of which you could probably get away with using something like Jestrica for scaling molt round after round with hitting 8s. But even with just an 8-ball, and maybe any of the modifiers that work around 7s, you could get a card to work alongside this so that you get the final 2.5 that gives you some level of equal happiness. But it's really hard to use otherwise.
So you have to play at least 2 ranks, 1 odd, 1 even. Another group of jokers I really like are what I call the minigame jokers. The runner and the pants, for example, give you increasing amounts of chips and mult when you play straights and two pair respectively. What I
Exactly.
like about this is straights and two pair don't have to be your end game. You can take the chips from the runner and you can use that to empower some other hand. And even if your end game is to play some boring hand, use the chips to empower your pairs in the end, at least you still get to play this mini game along the way. You still get to do something interesting along the way. The handbook stacks chips when you play hands which haven't already been played. So you get rewarded for playing a variety of hands each round. I think this is fun. Mechanically, I think it would fit better if it were mult instead of chips. That way we have another scaling plus mult joker as an alternative to bus, green joker, and supernova. Next, we could talk about stakes. Gold stake used to be -1 hand size. This sucked. This made it way too difficult to get any reasonable poker hands with any amount of consistency. So,
Which is why people started gravitating to pairs and three of a kind in general, or as we call it, Venus.
you were forced to play just high card, or maybe sometimes you get to play pairs. So we change it. Now we have the new gold stake. Now we have the rental jokers. Even back then, we knew blue stake is not great. It's not as bad as the -1 hand size, but it still has this similar flavor of the -1 discard really hurts your ability to get multiple flushes in a round if you need to get multiple flushes in a round. The -1 discard sometimes prevents you from getting any straights at all. Whereas the person who's just trying to play high card or just trying to play pairs, they don't care about the -1 discard, just like they didn't care about the -1 hand size before. So
Getting a lobby for Heroes of Might and Magic 3 will first require them to buy the game on GOG, and then us do the complex means of setting up the internet connection so that we may do head-to-head. Now, I think there's a older game that you'd probably consider the Ultimate Unk game. I think the older Ultimate Unk game would be Quake. And to achieve that, that'd be just as simple as taking you guys to Mega Man 8-bit Deathmatch. But that is another onboarding process on which we would have to get everybody on board with. It's not impossible, it just has to be done.
So, in the interest of build diversity,
But obviously, something that is free is something easier than something that costs money. Yes, the HD launcher does make that trivial.
interest of being able to win in all of these other different ways, it would be nice to have some kind of rework where you have a different drawback, you have a different stake which affects the different builds more evenly, just like the rental jokers. What exactly? I don't know off the top of my head. I should emphasize here, we're not trying to make the game easier or harder, just differently difficult. A related conversation I think worth having is whether or not 4 hands and 3 discards is the correct default, or maybe something else makes more sense. Maybe something like 3 hands and 4 discards, where the emphasis is on playing more interesting hands, using those discards to set it up.
I think 4-3 is actually fine, whereas having 3-4 is going to make people want to tear the fucking hairs out. Because the question you now have to ask yourself is, are we going to then apply the same punishments across the decks as normal? So are you going to take black deck down to 2 hands? Just like in the Balatro challenge? Because if we do, certainly, if they can get through the challenges and complete all 20 challenges, even including Jokerless, to the point that it becomes trivial, that the argument there is that they are truly ready to be a, quote, Balatro player. But I think the problem that you're really going to face there, especially with the 3 to 4 card hand situation, is that 4 cards are easier to go down to 3 cards for, to trade off an opportunity, especially if you need to go back in time early with archaeology. Because then when you get to Paleon, you are then giving up an extra negative discard. On a gold stake run, that goes from 3 to 2 to 1. So 3 cards and 1 discard. Assuming you do not get a voucher for hand size, hand power, or discard power. That's a lot of weight to be putting onto somebody by basis and default. They could probably find a way to work around it on white stake. But it's going to be a pain to basically have to relearn of your levels of power for a 3-card start that then punishes you further unless we are going to talk the same level of differently difficult choices that then enable all the other decks, and not just all of the base decks, but all of the additional decks that exist. Like, for example, the Archaeology deck, or the Bazaar deck, of different mods that I currently have installed.
Obviously, there's some economic implications. Having fewer hands per round means less money per round. So I would also do something like $2 per unused hand instead of $1 per unused hand. These things combined, one consequence is that Ride the Bus and Green Joker kind of get doubly nerfed, where you have fewer hands per round, so you're getting less scaling per round. Also, it's more expensive. Now it's $2 per molt instead of $1 per molt. I think that's actually fine. I think Ride the Bus and Green Joker are already right now so powerful that they deserve the nerf. Supernova, if you are playing high card and pairs, you get nerfed in the same way, where instead of playing 4 pairs per round, now you're playing only 3 pairs per round. But if you were playing flushes, you were only playing 2 flushes per round anyway. If you were playing straights, you were only playing 1 straight per round anyway. Either way, it would be nice to have more jokers which enable more interesting hands. The Bobby from the extra credit mod is the opposite of the burglar. When you select a blind, you lose 2 hands, but you gain twice that many discards. So lose 2 hands, gain 4 discards. Use those discards to set up the one interesting hand. And finally, let's talk about planet cards. If you want a specific hand to score more points, you can have the planet cards just give more points. Specifically, I think flushes, full houses, 5 of a kind, these could get a buff, but these changes only matter if the planet cards actually show up. What I mean by that, for context, when you go into a shop, you aren't guaranteed to get a Celestial Pack. On average, less than 1 Celestial Pack every 2 shops. And when you open a Celestial Pack, you aren't guaranteed to find the one planet that you're looking for. About 1 in 3 chance to get the one planet that you're looking for. In total, that's about 1 level every 6 rounds, or about 4 levels total for the whole run.
Me personally, I just view planet card picks, unless you're getting a planet card generator that helps you get this online with getting Blue Seal into your deck, to be the type of direction that tells you what you're going to have to build in order to get yourself out of the beginning state of the game. Just like being gifted even a dog shit version of Riffraff, it is a way to find immediate direction and to put yourself in a strong direction with whatever item card builds you have to enable your ability to get to a better place and doing well to its inclusion because of it. Most people don't see it that way. They see planet cards as, I need the card that I asked for, which is where Telescope comes in. Telescope itself is actually a very interesting question. Do you take a Telescope, take the 10 hit, and guarantee that your highest played hand will always generate the planet card, thus foregoing the problem that you must get with planet cards, where you're going to try to do the same as you do with tarots? Shuffle and reset the hands until you find a card in hand. Hold that non-desired planet card or tarot in hand. Then open Arcana and Planet Pack with the intention of being able to immediately pick up the power that you want in the terms of the more guaranteed likelihood of cards that you could find because of this choice. Up to 3 cards held in hand, because extra credit will add a Joker system that will give you a card that gives you extra to begin with. I find it very interesting when I do that, but one of the things that's a problem is that the game never tells you or explains what I just said. The game doesn't tell you that if you hold planet cards and tarot cards in hand, that you will not be able to spawn a different kind. You don't really learn that until you read the effect of Showman, which tells you that you can search for different cards, for different spectrals, for different blah blah blah, for different blah blah blah. Which in and of itself is what enables you to do some very interesting things where you're finding copies of other copies to use for later. But to get there, you need money. Because it's not really a deck builder, it's a strategy game. Because through money, all things are possible. But without money, you couldn't even do something like play red card, which then scales through the shop rather than scaling through gameplay hands. So the stacking molt played from card power loses power in systems like this because it's putting more weight onto the value of everything else that you're getting from inside the shop directly by buying power directly. Both by buying it, resetting for it, and sliding and lucking into it or producing it from Joker value.
Technically, you can get additional planet cards from shopping. On average, it's 1 Jupiter card every 31 rerolls. This sucks. It doesn't matter how much you buff Jupiter if you can't get any planet cards in the first place. So, here's what I do. Celestial packs, 2 levels at a time. Whatever the difference between a flush level and a pair level, now the difference is twice as big because we're getting 2 levels at a time. Black hole, currently you get about 1 in every 100 packs. I would change that to something like 1 in every 5 packs. Instead of making black hole stronger, just make it show up more often. Give me the option, I can level up my main hand and at the same time level up some other hand that I can pivot into later. In general, when we have access to more hand levels, the poker hands with the more powerful planet cards are going to profit more. That said, I do think the Blue Seal needs a nerf. Whenever I mention the Blue Seal nerf, there's people in the comments losing their minds. One person wrote, I've been following you for 2 years, but this is where I draw the line. I can't support you any longer. So I'm going to do a whole video on just the Blue Seal. If you feel you have a compelling argument for why the Blue Seal shouldn't be nerfed, tell us in the comments so we can make fun of you next time.
Me personally, I don't see the value of a Blue Seal nerf, mainly because the problem that I have with Blue Seal is that it doesn't get in my hand enough often. I'm not often getting copy effects. Blueprint does not find its way to you through that many gameplays. You remember when you get those seeds, because those seeds are dream seeds. In those seeds, should you get something like Certificate, and you then have the ability to copy its effect with either Blueprint or Brainstorm, or you somehow get a secondary copy with Onk. Certificate creates card value by flooding your deck with multiple random cards that are attached to a seal. Those seal-based cards go immediately in hand, and then you can be able to discard to flush your deck to find additional power. For builds like that, especially with DNA, that is where you get access to scaling molt through the form of something like hologram, and obviously pairs. But to ask for a nerf for Blue Seal, I would need to know what the nerf is before I could support it. Because the object logic of Blue Seal is very easy to understand. I think I broke the camera. Yes, I did. The optional logic of Blue Seal is very, very simple. What you're doing is you're trading a card in your hand for a potential planet card in your inventory. With a starting inventory of 2, that means 2 Blue Seals is equal to 2 levels. With this proposed change to planets, that goes from 2 levels to 4 levels, because it's 2 levels per card. It's always a copy of the card that you won with, of a card hand that you won with. In some decks, you only have 1 space, so you lose value there. This doubly gets affected if you have Mime, because Mime is going to re-trigger the effect of this in hand, meaning 1 Blue Seal can produce 2, 2 seals can reveal 4, and so on and so on and so on. Having something like a Blue Seal nerf, where the card becomes expiry, for example, that would be something that would be interesting, but I probably wouldn't want to be along with it. And by that I mean it becomes temporary. You have to use it before the start of the next round, in between, from the start of a button press that takes you from the shop into a new round. So, produce generated card effect in either the last round or in the shop from that last completed round. If not consumed, card disappears. Something like that would be a Blue Seal nerf that'd be pretty funny and interesting, because then it means that if you're going to actually percolate your cards, rather than just holding the card value and allowing the card to go poof in your hand, you're going to either use it or you're going to sell it. If you're getting it while you're in play, you're probably optimizing through your backhanded selection and you're trying to optimize for what you're trying to hold. Besides that, I wouldn't know what he would particularly want to base it around. That's up to relation.
Take care, everyone.
All right, golf with your friends time. Bing bing bong ba bing. Bing bing bong ba bing. Bing bing bong ba bing. Bing 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 bong ba bing. What's the name of the golf name? Golf with your friends. Ah, here's that choice. Allow the host of the lobby to select which hole all players are playing on. If it's enabled, the game will not end until the host press the button from the pause menu. All right. You're having a huge discount. Grabbing it when I'm back from work. Is it still on discount? Well, the one discount that it had already ended, but I guess it has a discount from where you are. Crazy. No one's here, so I guess I'm just going to be playing this hand by myself. Because he's even deafened his microphone. I'm out. Kappa. Corrupted Forest is so crazy. He is getting on, he says. Bing, 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 bing. Hello, fancy pants. Bing, bong.
Hola.
Smokes hasn't come back yet. His microphone is still deafened. different setups and different settings on here. Yes, you can join the call. I have different settings up here, so I'm going to see if it works the way I think that it does. It's going to be an experiment here. Change hole from pause menu to select hole course to play. Even hole's been completed. End game with end game button. Blah 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 blah. Ah, yes, I see. So I have the ability to change which holes they are. And here I am flabbergasted how you were able to do that in one slap.
Oh, damn it. And I proceed to get let go.
This way it's able to replay holes once we get there, or I can change them so that we can go to the last hole, and then I can press end game this way. So this is actually better for if the game gets stuck. Kappa.
Oh, this one's made out of spite. I see it. I see now. Yes, I'm free from this torment, thank God.
It's such a hateful hole.
Hateful. Always apt.
I'm free. I'm free, and I have hands. Now watch me fumble all this.
I watched this drive. Shit.
Corrupted Forest is one of the many ones I was telling you all was made of spite. The worst part is you haven't seen shit yet. This holds nothing compared to everything else.
Oh, by just looking at it, yeah, I'll tend to agree. Oh,
That's not as big of a lead as I thought.
so everybody has his own turn, or everybody's just shooting at the same time?
Everyone shoots at the same time.
I guess that makes it for a better pace.
Okay, I tried to be special there.
Oh shit.
Wait.
This one looks like a little bit almost impossible.
No, it's just annoying.
It's- Oh, damn. Nice.
Oh no, no, no.
I told you there are worse things. This is
Oh,
one of
yeah.
them. This is one of them.
Please, please, please. Okay, thank God. Oh.
you Hill Mountain. Gentle like a wind. Oh, damn. It's getting closer. Attaboy.
The merciful part is that this is only a 9-hole course.
Oh. What the fuck is this?
The boards are blocking the shot towards the center. The center rotates. It has 2 different openings on the end to go towards the sides that have the hole. If you get dumpstered out on the side and end up getting cloistered on the edges, you need to ramp your ball over and up into the hole.
Ah. Would have said something clever, but unfortunately I got nothing. This is just pain. It's only gonna get worse. That'll be a random thought, but this reminds me when I used to have Xbox
that's
360.
disgusting. Oh, that's actually disgusting.
Sure is, but it reminds me of that golf from the Kinect game. Boy, that was like fucking centuries ago almost.
I was about to be gentle on them, just throw it right out of bounds. Oh no.
I told you some of these holes are sinister.
Also sinister.
Part that's really fucked up. There's a bigger plank on the right side to stop you from going into the water than on the left.
I know. I was about to do it. I was about to soften it up and such until I saw that. I was like, oh hell no, this is evil.
Oh, hell to the hole now.
Wait, I'm gonna be a jump. Where did that go?
Wait, can you control your ball when you are in water, or is it just the current?
It's the current.
All right.
Wait, I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Oh. Wait, actually, yes, yes.
Basically, the way that you can understand this hole works, the entire thing is a lagoon. You can float all the way through the edge of the lagoon, and your goal is to not get stuck on any of the rudders. You could then sail all the way towards the end, where after your first stroke, you get down to the plank. You can birdie into the edge because it's a curved hole at the end.
Ah, I see.
Hole 6 is more forgivable than the rest of every hole in this course.
Surprisingly,
I'm surprised I got popped out of that.
we have entered the forbidden zone. Jesus. Bless you. Really? Logs?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, video game. It's like hiding in the trenches.
Yes, actually. I had learned the first time we played this hole. From the launch pad, the barrels are the positions that will dump your ball where you preferably would like it to go. Furthest barrel goes to the right side. Nearest barrel goes to the left. The tipped barrel goes directly to the center, but the center does not have an actual protection zone for the log roll. So more than likely, your ball is going to end up getting hit by a log. And then you'll go into one of the divots. So then you have to aim for a divot so that the ball does not get pushed off its course. Which is easier said than done. Because more than likely your ball's not going to settle in time for you to be able to have control of the shot again before the next log goes rolling through.
I see. Nice.
And holes like these, you have to actually get the benefit of having free camera. 15 seconds of free camera doesn't give you all the information necessary to make informed, intelligent choices. Because fortunately, there is a zone where if you were to roll out from the barrel, you would be able to be in the safe zone, but it pushes you further close.
No! Please no!
It pushes you further close to the edge.
No!
You panicked. You panicked.
It'll be cold as ice methodical, you see. Remember, fear is the mind killer.
And now here comes the choke.
All you really got to do is put it in the corner.
Timing. Ooh, nope. Whoa.
I'm not sure where you're sending the ball now.
Almost there.
10 seconds.
Tick tock on the clock.
Okay.
Excellent. This was basically that all the way from the Friday event horizon.
This hole is a course killer. The barrel has divot holes that exit. They exit too. Can either set you up for an easy ride to the end, or a hard player on the side.
Okay, see an idea here.
Ooh.
Damn it.
Because the barrels are not fully connected.
Yeah, additional layer of difficulty. I don't like how the level deteriorates into this hellish landscape the further you go in.
Well, it is called Corrupted Forest.
The game's trying to kill you by giving you a curse of the cough. Like a real life debuff.
That's my real life debuff making it harder to play.
Mm. Oh, shit. Yeah, I can see why is it called a killer, but I guess we are in the good. Almost there. All right. Of all the marbles, baby. There we go.
That is one of the unintended angles. I should not have been able to get that to bounce that way.
Lady Luck sometimes gives you a good rub. Diggity. What kind of fresh shell is gonna be in level number 9?
Some bullshit. I can tell you that.
Yeah. Oh, fuck me. I think there is no bilateral clown just completely mocking you every single time you fail at this stage.
I would only be so lucky.
Where did you learn to swing? At the farmhouse?
Okay.
How the wooden plank is conspiring against you. Oh, okay. This thing decided to be a fair sport. Ah, shit. I cannot tell if that floor over there is even or a little bit tilted, excuse me.
It's even. The problem is that it has...
Even.
The problem is that it bounces, and these were meant to catch the bounce, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
And the person which he's at, he has a better shot to the hole than I do. But
He's trying.
But it's this course. It bounces your shots way too fucking much.
Yeah, I was going to say it. I don't think that's supposed to be like that. Well, that was just unfortunate.
No, it's programming of the physics engine.
Physics engine. Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay. Not too shabby. Okay, for all the marbles, baby. Shit. Oh. Damn. That was shit.
Yeah, I told you. This is the most bullshit hole.
Sure is. Well, damn. Oh, hole's complete.
Wait.
I have it.
back here again.
I have it on the setting that lets me choose it, so I can just press the button to end the whole game. So this way, in case something gets fucked, I can end it directly. Otherwise, you'd have to drop lobby.
I thought that was actual purgatory for a second.
It sure looked like a purgatory.
Yeah, Corrupted Forest and anything that is labeled as a 9-hole is hell. Corrupted Forest is hell.
Let us relax with something, more refreshing like Oasis.
Oasis is not refreshing. I can tell you that right now. It is not refreshing.
I think it's just mirages. God damn, I would love to play. Oh well. Only 40 minutes to go until midnight, so I can finally do the worst part of my job, and then I can try to get some sleep. We'll see. Thanks! The resort! It's fine. Hey, nice.
It takes some finesse to get through that center hole, but it gets harder from here.
Excuse me. Merry-go-round.
Yes.
Oh, damn. Okay, I can see this one being a little bit of an asshole. Not too bad.
It shouldn't be a 2-par hole. It should be a 3-par hole.
Ooh. Nice. Might as well do a little bit of an apathy check. Are you guys excited for a new Darth Maul show?
Kathleen Kennedy is not associated with Lucasfilms.
Yeah,
That's what I'm excited for.
Yeah.
Been watching on Disney Plus for a long time, nor do I want to.
They explicitly made sure to release this after her resignation/firing was tenured, meaning they know exactly what people want, and it's not her.
So it's not total apathy. Okay.
People want to see something new and inventive. They're getting a Dark Maul show with a character that has been rumored alongside characters like Ezra to be mainstays that people want to see from. What happens next is up to them.
Well, to be honest, I'll be very, very, very surprised if you somehow get to witness some sort of resurgence in popularity of Star Wars, in the sense that we will be getting decent shows. We're not talking great shows, but at least decent shows.
If it's better than Starfleet Academy, you're already there.
I guess so. Jesus Christ, the bar is so goddamn low now. Oh, there you go. Let's give it a chance, shall we? I guess that's all we can do.
That's all you can do. The chances have been burned away multiple times by the fan bases. Now the content that is being offered to them is just going to continue to be an exercise in besmirchment and insult of the lore, or actually giving people something new and different that does not follow the pattern of modern day messaging. For example, inside of Starfleet Academy, there is a female Jem'Hadar. This is impossible. The Jem'Hadar of the Dominion of Starfleet Deep Space Nine were people that were genetically modified by the founders to be a warlike male species, only male species, that needed drugs in order to live. By having a female Jem'Hadar, you are besmirching canon, and not just any regular canon, the canon of some of the best content from one of the best Starfleet captains, the Black One, the one that's the war criminal.
Oh yeah, Cisco the badass.
Alongside all the other things that are the quirks that make up the quirk chungus of Starfleet Academy, that is just one of many failures of that content. I was told explicitly by leftists doesn't ruin feminism, gaming, or development.
Yes.
So the question then becomes, how much bullshit are people willing to tolerate before they say no fucking more? And the answer is you don't want the answer to that. Because whatever the answer to that equation is, the patience that you're burning from the audience is the goodwill that they have to offer for the show. The only reason most of these people watch these shows, as it was confirmed by actors like Matt Damon going on to the Joe Rogan Experience, they literally write shows in such a way where you can learn what's going on by not paying attention to them. So that's what they do on Netflix. So imagine the kind of content they're doing on Paramount Plus, or Roku, or Tubi.
Because they will explain why, for instance, we have 2 seasons of Lord of the Rings. And I'm asking myself, how come this show, who's costing a ludicrous amount of money, still getting greenlit for next seasons, even though people absolutely despise it? I cannot fathom this. Is this like a money laundering scheme operation we're witnessing or something? I don't know if I want to know the answer even. I'll just get more sad.
The answer is usually something like almost money laundering.
Yeah. Honestly, I refuse any other answer because it's just simply not fact. It just blows my mind. Whoa.
It's the first time you start encountering floor launch pads. These launch you in a general direction. I can tell you from experience of doing this supposed third pillar here does not actually go to anything. The launch point is for these 2 pillars only.
I see.
I could try to believe it anyways.
Believe it. I do like the noise that it's just like a bullet. This game came out in 2020, right? So, were there any more updates for this game? Are they actively developing it, or is it just a done deal?
It has DLC for cosmetics and for outfits. So,
but no new
maps.
And
a level editor.
Oh, level editor.
So even if the game is a done deal since 2020, you can design your own maps and continue having fun, or use any of the additional maps that are included as Uno Simulator.
Huh.
Okay, then I'll take that part. Robert.
Well, I guess that's a fair deal. Like almost a guaranteed preservation if you attach some sort of way to modify the game or just add more stuff by the community.
That's the general answer. You don't need to have developers supposedly, quote, being slaves to produce content forever. All people really need is a level editor and actual mod support, and let the creative people lead.
Amen to that.
This is unfortunately not how most developers actually see the equation. So they start complaining and yapping. By saying, oh, I'm being forced to make more content for a game I'm supposed to care about,
Why I cannot just simply kill that fucking game so I can create a new game so you can guys play that one instead? More or less.
I mean, it's part of the problem of keeping up for industry standards of creativity. Why make a game like Golf with Your Friends when you could make a game like The First Descendant? Then the content cycle for shipping, alongside base content that eventually will get power creeped, is to keep putting extra and new shit into it, so you can justify your entertainment value without actually having to make real work. It's not even close to the kind of production style as what you'd expect of something like Exile.
Oh, that was way too hard. Oh no.
Because with Exile, you actually have to produce things of certain value. You have to put time together for that content. It has to be entertaining for the content. But ultimately what you end up dealing with is that you're talking about a lot of effort spent on trying to get people on the same page. And getting them on the same page with what the consumer wants is an investment in their, that's sad, is an investment in their desire to give people the value through the content rather through NFTs. There have actually been people who have disagreed with me on this idea, that actually cosmetic value, like what was being offered by this game's choice, is just something that is a non-standard. You don't need it. But it's the factor of why is it even charged, and why are you even costing me money for it, when you should just be giving it to me for free for playing the game.
This reminds me of, hold on.
Last thing I want to be reminded of too is the first Ascendant. Oh.
See, the problem with the First Ascent is that it's not a bad game. It's that it's ran by Nexon.
Right.
It really is.
This reminds me. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, you just go ahead.
All right. I was going to say, it reminds me of Rob Scott, one of his episodes of not Stop Killing Games, but that was before Stop Killing Games was like Date Game News, and he supposedly was contacted by some developer of undisclosed studio, who said that it was surprising to him an idea. I'm overgeneralizing, but the idea of making a game that's lasting and it's not made in a thought of being then sunset or being just shut down was so alien to him. Basically, the new generation of the developers are making games with the thought that this product would just be inevitably shut down the line, and not being meant to be built to last. That's crazy to me.
It's all about that product dividend. Is it better to be on a team that's making and developing more games like Riot Games, or is it better to be a designer that creates a private server like that for Toontown Online? You choose the first option, you get to be a part of a company that's Fortune 500 value, but you're also a victim of the industry. You're owned lock, stock, and barrel by Tencent.
Yep.
Alternatively, the other option, your entire viewpoint, I fucking hate the fact that I forgot that was open. You take the other viewpoint, you are a part of an industry that values turnover, but at the cost of a customer and consumer's value, based on what you delivered in the original product. So, if you're willing to take the time to develop an Expedition 33, you get an Expedition 33. But the industry doesn't see the value in an Expedition 33 because they're being managed by Guillemot, which is to be managed by Ubisoft. Which is the reason why I said they're being produced by Nexon Games with the First Ascendant. That requires extra caveats. And as we all love to say, Carl yaps too much. Those extra caveats are the reason why the business does this. The caveats there is, of course, well, Carl, why does it matter that it's Nexon of America? Well, little shitter that has no idea about politics and gaming, when you monetize for a live service platform and you nickel and dime people for the content that you're selling to them, you are creating an inherent tie to that person's investment into the game. The sunken cost fallacy is very real. If sunken cost fallacy becomes the means, that didn't roll against the wall. If the sunken cost fallacy becomes the means by which a person invests their interest into the business, then it is just 5 separations away from being a failure, because now What invests a person to play the game isn't fun, it's value.
Yeah.
First value boxes, new player value, a monetary amount that is $5 to $10 closer to paying extra money to get even greater issue, top up bonuses for buying things. All of these things lead to an inevitability that you have to create some level of explicit creative value through content that you're actually making for the games, not content that you're making with the content of the games. It's very different. It's very, very different. Because the value of the game is what a person puts onto it. That's why something like SSF could exist for Path of Exile. Because what is SFF? What is SSF? It's all self-found. If I have two versions of a game, one which is the market, the other which is not the market, what I do in not the market fully builds towards everything else that happens in the market. So, if my game features ways for people to earn with power, wow, that's sad. There's an invisible zone on top of the fucking arrow that actually launches you. It's not a full Spyro arrow. That is crazy. If the market is valued by a part of the marketplace that then decides and dictates whether or not my money actually has weight in your economy, something like paying people to get access to a piece of... Stop bouncing me off of it. If the content...
Really gross.
If the content of the game's value is based in your monetary investment, then a private server game will always beat out the value of a retail, because retail is not able to actually give you the profit margin that gives you the satisfaction you want and need. At the same time, you then have to ask yourself what type of game you're developing, and if that game is going to be developed to be asynchronous from a marketplace. That's why most mobile games are phone-based, and those mobile games being phone-based are based around the time spent playing. Because the more time you spend playing, the likely you are to make a influential purchase. But at the same time that you make an influential purchase, you're also going to have the caveat of how you're choosing to invest that cash with the people that you're spending your time with. And all the same factors that would get you playing the game with your friends and family, as would have been the case if you had been playing it alone. Most people look at these games as things to be played alone. You enjoy the value of them alone, even though you're supposed to be playing with other people who metaphorically and technically play the game too. But look at the Kumi Squad. They play Blue Archive not because they play the game for its fun, but because they like looking at the NFTs of their favorite characters in various forms of undress. Same thing to be elaborated about the First Descendant. It's just pretty booby lady, and also hot guy. Extrapolate this down to its primary core. You're talking about value, not based on your actual interest, but based on, ooh, this character is something I can mod and look at often while playing with its mechanics. If
That was a fake pot? Okay.
So, using NetEase as an example, because NetEase is a full example for all of this. All of the female characters in Marvel Rivals. All of the Marvel blondes. All of the Snow Bunny mind control memes. All of the jokes about characters and their desires of being entertained by how sexy and attractive and likable the characters are, both men and women. All of that shit comes from the same Coomer energy. It's just that some people have made it an exception versus others. It's a reflection of the same discussion we were having when we were looking at that video. Now it's going to go over the SIDS I've been doing the studios. When we were talking about the difference of the long man bad. A person could use it as an excuse to say, my horny is safer than your horny. Therefore, my horny can't be criticized, because my horny does a better thing than your horny. It's more ethically sourced. It's not Coomer-based. All of which is cope at the end of the fucking day. No matter how you go about it, the value of the First Descendant isn't playing the game. It's collecting the characters. Because every character that you have, every descendant you own, is another way to engage with what is effectively a zone-locked open world. Because the content is sprinkled around the zone. You do quests in the zone to progress yourself through the content. But then, when you get to the hard mode of that area, especially if you're talking about a character for, like, Sharon, Sharon's content and how she plays it is different than the content of how, I forget what the guy's name is, but it's probably something like Scion or Eon, the one who opens the treasure chests and gets a heightened, guaranteed chance of opening those. Enzo, thank you. That opens up those additional special concurrent doors that must be opened with those drop-only keys that will have a higher chance of being successful on hard mode versus normal mode. All so that you can find the necessary time-locked craftable materials that, while a person can be able to make copies of this and spam them, as all of the building in the game is time-locked based off resource, you're talking about a person's investment being entirely based around this level of investment and playing it frequently enough that they can get value from said investment. Every time you're playing Enzo, you're not playing Sharon. Every time you're not farming on Sharon, you're not farming the necessary shit that makes it possible for you and all your friends to be able to find all those extra pieces and parts that make your build more effective and more viable. Because some characters are just better than others for certain things, obviously. If you start with the tank guy, whose name I can't remember right now, that starts with the ability to make projector shields and bubble shields. You have a character class that is very capable of not only dealing with damage in melee, but also being able to deal with characters and deal with farming and deal with story mode without ever really having to buy and use another descendant in the first place. But you still have to reset the descendant level in order to get your slots correct, so you can get your modifiers correct, so that you can farm for the mods that you need, so you can then farm for the actual material that puts you in the position that you can actually succeed at making not just only that descendant better, but all descendants better. So, a build for Sharon, a build for Freya, a build for the Ice Bitch, a build for Bunny, which Bunny's not really a character. That is a stand-in for Goonerism, but there have been other characters, such as the girl that does water and has the helmet. And then all the other characters that... Yeah, all of the other characters that have included over time. And then, of course, the skins for the character. Thanks, Paul Tassi. Yes, Viea definitely does have big booby lady energy when you put her in her summer swimsuit outfit, and then you put her in the fucking frozen tulps of the recent Kalpa region, all the way towards the back end of the game. This is all that it is. It's just a big-breasted booby lady. No, it's a big-breasted booby lady turning people into fucking icicles. Forehead. But at the same time, that's the level of enjoyment. You find the character you like, or build up the characters over time until you have all of them, metaphorically speaking, and then you create the builds for them in the design in which you plan them. And then that becomes the backbone upon which everything else sets foot. That type of design is no different than something from the Korean MMO grinder days of Dragon's Nest. The difference there, however, if it's a fatigue-based game, like DFO, like Dungeon Fighters Online, like Dungeon and Fighters, you're talking about a person's investment being based around how many hours they're willing to invest to drain the fatigue points off of all their main characters. This doesn't sound that bad when you only have 5 characters. Maybe it takes you an hour and 30 minutes each to play them through their zones until you get them towards what is considered the peak of the endgame at that time period. What it's considered now is much different based on the days when it was under the hands of Nexon Entertainment. But then when it went back to the hands of Neopol, it then continued to increase its raid. And I'd say a good breaking point for what a person would consider the endgame now would probably be Anton. So, First Awakening, Second Awakening, understanding your class pieces, being leveled enough to be able to play the higher tier dungeons solo rather than playing them with other people, going through the Tower of Death, going to the Tower of Hell, and then doing all of the extra little pieces of side content, and maybe having some skill inside of PvP. These kinds of things are different because the investment of your character is based around your monetary investment. Because for people who have more time than money, they can just buy those crystals. They can just buy those crystals and just spend that way. Which is the reason why the development cycle of something like Helldivers 2 was novel. Double unlocks. The same concept as something like The Binding of Isaac, but actually, you have to unlock medals to unlock the currency, even if you buy the war bond in question to have access to the material. There's no skipping the game. You actually have to be invested. This makes a better playing field. Certainly you can have all the equipment, but that doesn't mean you're going to have all the equipment all at once. Got to get the credits from somewhere. Got to get the requisition slips from somewhere. Where in the First Descendant, this person can go into the game. They can buy all of the Descendants they want. They can get the legendary versions of them, which are 2 different characters. Literally. Dumb. That's dumb, by the way. The legendary version of them, with the skins and extra shit, which doesn't really make that difference with their skills. And then they can buy as many reset crystals as they want. They can buy the reset crystals for the weapons. They can buy the reset crystals for the Descendant slots. Even though you have to level them to 40 to then use the crystallization catalyst to then change the mod slot to get the mods the way that you want them, they could literally just do that because it's not that hard to go into a special zone like the defense mission. The special defense missions that you're going to have to do to get the specific code boxes to unlock certain things that you need, especially if it's based on the code of a Descendant if you're doing it the grind way, or a code of a weapon should you also be doing it the grinding way, for you to get access to that content in first place. So it's multiple levers of double unguaranteed locks that then base themselves around at least 3 different types of gameplay that a player is playing. Playing through copies of missions and boss arenas, playing through Sharon's content, because her content is entirely separate, and certainly you can make an argument for, if you cheese it just the right way, you don't have to use Sharon, but actually, 4 Sharons in a zone doing that content completely simplify it, because they just each take their positions, they jump up, they turn off the consoles, and then you fight the fucking enemy, instead of having to be spotted and then reset everything, or you try to do it the lazy way and break all the things, because then you lose your double drops. And when you're talking about a game that's a true traditional farmer, what's better? Getting double the equipment and thus increasing the amount of time, or increasing the value of the time that you spend, thus decreasing the time that you're farming, or spending more time farming because I can't be bothered with the mechanics and bricking it so you only have 1 drop for everybody who's in the instance. Obviously, double drops would be better. Put this into the context of a game that is then opposite of that design, like Once Human. Certainly, it wasn't all that great at the beginning, and I can only speak about how fucking dog shit SCP Deviation was, especially with the Pal World crossover. But that game, you are playing something that is much more like a, not PvP instance server of Rust, but much more like a actual instance of content that rewards you for actually getting to know other people in a server world. Everyone's going to be farming resources. Some are going to be veterans. Some are going to be newbies. Even if the veterans have access to advanced drills that have all of the special mods on them to make them the best version possible, you're not actually going to have that much of an advantage on top of a new player because you're going to get the same loot at the same time because everything's time-locked, which is a design philosophy that they introduced with the idea of classic servers. Time-locked content or slow drip content that gives you access to everything else everybody else would have had with burning leveling or additional drops because you're a newer player. You get rewarded for playing. Give me my hole-in-one. Fuck you, I wanted my hole-in-one.
Damn it.
You get rewarded. You get rewarded for playing in a more optimal, casual way where eventually, you could play for 6 to 16 hours a day, and then slowly reduce your time down to 4 hours, maybe even 2 hours, because everything that you're doing inside of Once Human, especially once you understand water economy, you understand water production, you understand resource production, resource gathering, the special deviations that will actively collect free loot for you. Once you understand all of it, hold on, baby. Once you understand all of it, Yeah, how that feel, Fancy Pants? Once you understand all of it, the game opens up immediately. And then it does something that most games never do, with the exception of Korean versions, which is why it's good, because it's a Korean company. Or I should say, Staria Labs is the Korean company on Jeju, right next to the development house of DFO that is doing it, while being managed by NetEase to give access to all the regions, which is that they are putting value on the player, and they are not punishing you for the crime of having fun the particular way in which you're having fun. So you're not being punished for having played the game in such a way where you might want to invest in money because, hey, I want to make my house look better. I want to buy some of the housing skins. The money doesn't change and doesn't give you an advantage. It's all cosmetic. Of course, you still have the argument of, do I want to play this game with people because, I'm doing all this extra bullshit and it may or may not be in my interest. Unfortunate. That could have been a hole in one too. But the point that I'm rationalizing here is that the money is not an immediate resolving answer. If I have more time than I have money, I get value by getting to know people and not worrying about the extra that comes with the dividend of its cash flow. But if I have more money than I have time, my ability to play the video game will not be ruined if I at least take in the regard of treating the game like what I should and trying to be nicer. See, I'm missing shots because I'm talking. Of being nicer for your investment and your entertainment, because what you would have done with money instead gets put towards immediate value. This is the reason why people say that Path of Exile, for example, is a game that you can buy money into and that you can be set for life. Because when you buy stash tabs in one game, you're buying stash tabs in another. Your inherent value comes from what you're able to do with the time that you have allotted, not from what the game expresses to you that you could do with your time allotted. He got lucky.
It's a nice looking boot. Sorry.
It's okay. At the end of the day, the problem the industry has, especially when it comes to the equivocation of how much they care about the actual marketplace on cash and flow and money, a lot of they just put money over everything. They don't care about the actual value of their content, because content is relative.
Mm-hmm.
With content being relative, and access to content being relative, the only thing that's left is to judge the people who pay monetarily into a system that doesn't respect them.
Ain't that the truth? I'm just looking, not to change the topic, but speaking about the gaming companies, looking at Ubisoft is almost cathartic. Especially with the recent news about the cancellation of the remake of The Prince of Persia, and apparently 6 other titles, which they didn't even disclose, I don't think. I tried to look it up, but I couldn't find anything. More of a news on what particular titles did they just simply yeet it off into the space.
I think I retweeted some of these things that answered that question on my timeline.
I guess I can say goodbye to Beyond Good and Evil 2, officially now. Still a little bit hurt when it was about to happen, actually.
Did they actually announce that it was never going to come through?
Here's the funny thing about that game. They never said anything, at least to my knowledge, anything concrete. It's like, yeah, it's coming, we have problems or what have you. But I can just say with the utmost confidence that this game is never going to come out. Especially after this whole debacle with, we're also canceling other games and we are postponing the releases of some other products. So they are better made, quote unquote. Yeah. I'm surprised Ubisoft still exists. But not for long, I guess. Unless something is happening that we simply do not know. That's also a possibility. As the one of the tweets said, I don't recall who was it that said that, hey, the branding is kind of pointless. You should be looking at the people who made the stuff that you used to love from the past, not because the product has a name attached to it, so automatically it has to be good, okay? I think we learned that the hard way.
Well, this goes alongside the thread that I had to actually give kudos to the Rakokage for, that he wrote about the basis of why people still did this concerning the brands of something like E3. E3 as a brand did exist to do information for consumers and gamers, but they ultimately were something that was a detriment to the gamers. Because ever since it has gone away, all of the same information that would have been supplied by the trade show is provided to the player through actual investment, but they have to take the time to actually learn it. And as was the point of the PIP and also that debate, there are people who don't want to do that work. They don't want to do looking into the content to find out if a game is deserving of their time and energy, because that is difficult and hard. Oh my god. Carl, stop it. It's about whether or not the game is worth their energy and time, and if it's going to give them the production of the type of particular outcome that they'd like. Because the problem with those games, I'm trying to find the thread, but I have the original video game article here. It doesn't say the names of them directly, it just speculates on the IPs. But for these titles and for game shows like E3, a lot of their purposes was to exist to do the thing, and to do it with some level of autistic freedom for the market-based companion, but only by so much. For the Electronic Arts Show, I'm pretty sure that's what spawned all of the additional trade show initiatives of why there'd be so many showcases during a year that you are asked to tune into.
Well, to be fair, I only recall E3, at least the later part of the E3s, out of just cringiness that they would have had. Okay, just look up Cropcat videos, but you will give the highlight of the cringy shit that they would have done during E3. Not for like objective gaming news and what have you, because you would just simply watch the trailers. At least that's how I recall. You would just watch the trailers from the E3, and that's it.
Watch the trailers and go into the trade show.
Yeah.
Which most of the people cannot do. Which gives more energy for the video game journalists to be the single point contact for actual content about the games. Which means they can withhold things, if they so choose to. Which is bad. Because it means your opinion and your viewpoint about the game is covered by what the person has chosen to actually talk about. The replacement that has been made for it, which is things like Summer Games Fest featuring the Game Awards as a proxy, actually means that the developers, the companies, and their showcasers and the publishing companies have to actually present a likable product, and they are not able to compete against certain ones that blow them out of the water, such as Devolver Digital, because Devolver Digital demonstrated that they have the skill to get it done in such a way that nobody can contest. This, however, is a dual-edged sword. Sometimes it's good, and then sometimes you get high guard, which they didn't even pay for that slot during the Game Awards. It's just because the Dorito Pope thought that it was good. It's because Keighley thought it was going to be nice. And it could have been a type of game, as many games do, a quiet death that it died, rather than being put forward and being a slow-motion train wreck. Because isn't it possible that they just made a bad game? And it's like, yes, it is possible, but what's the reason why? For a lot of the media answers for the business of the industry, especially now that we've gotten a full interview about Metroid Prime 4, it's the case that it could be decisions that come from the entire company. Every bad decision in Metroid Prime 4 came from Nintendo, and Retro was just doing what they were told. All spurning for the modern audience. But then you have case examples of what's about to happen with Life is Strange and this new saga that they're about to make with this final game to bring Chloe and Max together. Did you need to make a version of Life is Strange that was a spin-off in its own way with basically the colors version with the Asian? Did you need to make double exposure? Did you need to do Life is Strange 2? Did you have to do Life is Strange? Certainly make original content, but ultimately make different content and do something different for the future. Same argument you can make about Borderlands, same argument you can make about any fucking business. But ultimately the problem itself comes down to the actual content being discussed. And unfortunately we live in a current time of culture wars. So, any information that a person receives could be good, but it also could be poisoned by people who really do not like, want to, and cannot respect other people's time and medium, and want to ignore them as a demographic. That could have been a hole-in-one. No matter how you place it, the answer still comes back to quality time and actual investigation. Because you have to hear about these games somehow. And unless you're putting your head to the ground and hearing them the same way people like myself are, you are not going to be fully engaged in the material. It's just not possible. There's too much shit.
I know, it's true. It's just too much of a noise as well.
The only way that you'd be able to hear about all of it and do so without doing absolutely all of finesse work yourself is you would need to be listening to a YouTuber.
Okay.
You'd have to be listening to a YouTuber. So that means more than likely, especially based on the conversation proxy from this morning, that means that you're listening to the content creators' content and using them as the proxy for information, because they are physically consuming the content and you are a part of the people who paid financially for the investigation of the content to happen. For example, if Jay and I are both people that in this timeline did Dustborn, but only I completed Dustborn, I have information on that game that can be gleaned from my run of it. Especially if I did everything possible. Same thing with South of Midnight. As with Hogwarts Legacy and blah 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 blah. All of it comes down to the same energy. Which is putting the energy into the hands. Get in there! Yeah! It comes to the same energy of being a part of the informed generation, and if you're not a part of the informed generation, you're just going to have to find someone's word and take someone's word for it. And unfortunately, all of these games that we're discussing in the medium and genre of, they're all games that, quote, get better after X amount of hours.
Yeah, sure.
Some of the few exceptions are the single-player ones that you can learn as you're doing them, but unfortunately, you still are at the mercy of what the game is giving you. So even if you could say, well, the game gets better after 200 hours, and somebody says, well, I ain't got 200 hours to play the game, it's like, well, bro, it really does open up after about, like, 60, bro. It's not that big a deal. Well, this is a nasty place to be. This is technically not in bounds. Oh, no. 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 Okay, I'm out of this position. Oh my god.
Temporary averted. Meaning you said that, yeah, single-player games are kind of an exception for that. Either you have a patience for that or you don't, but As for the don't worry, man. Don't worry. This game may be shit, is incomplete, and what have you. It's basically not finished. They had to shit it out as the early access. But just give it 2 years. It will be fixed. There'll be all those updates, and what have you. All the content, additional content. Then you can get into it. But like that was the case like in last decade, like I want to say 2019, 2020. Like okay, I would wait for like 2 years for multiplayer to be finished, and then I could get into it. But nowadays, you have a game that may have like a 6 months of a support, and then it's just completely dropping the support. So even then, that's like not even a guarantee anymore.
The
You
real
may actually purchase a game that may be literally unfinished forever, and then been shut down the line.
the real problem is that you have companies that abuse early access that are actually a part of the failure of a lot of this content. The problem, ultimately, the real issue, is games that are released as supposedly feature complete that then get post day patches, like our creators, or games that are in early access that get abused by the marketplace of people who are using them that already have precognitive information because they come from a genre or come from a group very well known for trying to brick the game because that's what their fun is, which is the RPG players, or games that are put into early access that then become ransomware, abandonware, vaporware, or have very intermittent, interspersed updates because the actual release process and release cycle for its material content is based around the life of the people who are running it because it's a 1 to 2 man team, or they don't get enough information to make proper updates and balances and patches, as well as balance changes, because the people that they're getting information from are people who they're trying to not necessarily cater the game for. You make a game that's meant to be for an audience of people who are supposed to enjoy it, but it's only ever being asked and catered for people who basically make the game into a boring system of optimization choices. You end up with a marketplace with people whose opinions about the genre actually filter the accessibility to its material. So, without using and saying the name Path of Exile, the Helldivers players and the Hell whining about Grunt Fantasy. We can't balance the game around somebody who is unwilling to take an upside downside. Because if you can't take an upside downside, why complain about the game and its value? You're not able to play the game on a meaningful standard. You don't have the ability to tell me about what is good and what is bad because you don't know what's good and what's bad. Your opinions come from another content creator. Your opinions are not formed from your own taste about the game. It's based on what you have as a point of power in that patch state, in that patch cycle. So if the game doesn't get balanced the way that you want, you're going to call the developers pieces of shit and harass them about their decisions and choices? That's not going to help them make better choices towards giving you what you want at the end. Because you're going to end up harassing them to the point that they don't want to fucking make the update. Because you and other people like you are the ones responsible for that choice and that decision. But does it matter? Yeah, it does. Especially if people don't see eye to eye with you. But of course, how can a person speak towards that energy if they basically don't actually have that level of talent and skill? Or, worse, they don't play those kinds of games, so they wouldn't know. They're ultimately still taking somebody else's word for it at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, no matter what you fucking do, the customer's always right with matters of taste, but not matters of style. Because some people lack style. They lack grace. Then, look at things like Ball Pit, or Ball X Pit, or Ball Slash Pit, or Loop Hero. Both games made by, published by Devolver Digital. As an exemplification, of the best kind of content that you could expect out of them. Same thing with something like Enter the Gungeon, or I guess Risk of Rain 2 if you want to get technical. Although people keep telling me that supposedly the game hasn't recovered yet. I don't know. But you have games of this quality and capacity. Come on, Carl. You have games of this quality and capacity that ultimately speak to an internal level of design that require a little bit more than just, well, my build is perfect and this is the best and most powerful you can get. It's about playing multiple runs. They obviously have succeeded in doing this in Hades, but Hades is an exception, not a rule. And mainly, it's an exception because half the thing that got these people invested, guess what? It's the same shit as what got people invested inside of First Descendant. Horny characters. Except this time, the horny people are the queers. So now it's a case of not my circus, not my monkeys, but also my horny is better than your horny. That's annoying, no matter who fucking writes it. So, no matter what way you end up going about it, the problem still remains the same at the end of the day. Because all of these things have to exist inside of a state of early access development so that they can get hype going, and then they can have a feature of the game going, if not a demo, which then becomes the marketer for their risk assessment of whether or not this game deserves its money and deserves the attention. And from there, it's just pretty much a matter of opinion. Some opinions being less valuable than others. Especially if they're not actually playing the game serious like that. It started with Isaac, to be technical. It started with the browser version of Isaac. Then when it moved to Steam, Steam had to specialize in this. And many of these games were made suitable for this. Isaac, Hades 1 and 2, Darkest Dungeon 1 and 2, Peglin, Recoin, Balling Air. But the problem really was done by companies like Playsaurus, with the things like Clicker Heroes 1 and 2. One of these things just monetized you for the wallet, the other one became abandonware when they abandoned the game and never updated it after nearly 4 fucking years. No matter how you end up looking at the problem, especially with the kind of ransomware and abandonware that has been done that caused an actual pull of money from Steam, the problem continues all the same. It just depends on whether or not you're a part of the generation of people who care about it or not. And in most cases, most people don't fucking care about it. It's not real to them.
Or they're just simply gonna say, bro, what are you yapping about? Go back to your own games.
Oh, well, as you can see from the debate, that's not the answer the, quote, normies supposedly give. Apparently the answer they give is, but the games are just good or bad, bro. There's so many of them, and it's like, no. 50 games out of 500 released in a fiscal year is not good. What's the bigger number? 10 or 90? The obvious bigger number is 90. If 90% of the games are bad, and the other 10% that you heard about, that you then use to say, nuh-uh, is good, that tells you that you have something quantitatively missing. But if the only way you give a shit is if you personally heard about it, you personally invested in the drama about it, you might as well break your own neck. Because your opinion's useless. Of course, if you have big events. If you have very, very big events that happen. So, let's use the example of NetEase again, with Marvel Rivals and Once Human and all the other content that they make. With the exception of Where Winds Meet. I think Where Winds Meet is probably the worst kind of video game you could ever make. Because you should never have it possible that a person can monetize their wallet directly for in-game benefits for everybody that is around them. Because it inherently pays up in energy where you get goodwill by being a whale, which then allows content creators way too much ability and power to ruin their own content. You've got a lot of energy that you'd effectively have to put into the entire cycle and investment of the content, where a person can play hours and hours of Marvel Rivals, but Marvel Rivals didn't make you pay for that content value. The content value came from being, I don't know, fucking one-trick pony, Emma Stone main, if you want to go there. Or Gambit, or Rogue, or whatever fucking character that interests you. Certainly you can pay for skins, but they're close enough and good enough that the game is free. You can play quick play all you want, but if you want to become an actual competitive player and become, quote, one of the best players in the world, there's a level of expectation there you're going to have to put energy into to achieve that. Some people, they don't have the patience for that. That's why they don't play competitive games unless they're doing so with their friends. That was at least the ideal appeal of something like League of Legends. Then, you put in the factor of things like Eternal Return, for example, and you're talking about an entire marketplace of games that is different and similar, but actually benefits in a way that other people would not be immediately able to put their finger on, for the most part. Wow, I rounded a corner. Ain't that some bullshit? Go down the hole, please. Thank you. I hate this hole.
Sorry.
Fucking pachinko ass drop hole. All the problems that we're discussing, they all come from the quantitative problem of multiple genres effectively being pushed through a form of sudden cantankerous evolution from the way that the industry chooses to respect the player in question. Where's my hole and way, you asshole? I gave myself a bogey. It comes from the way that the marketplace and the consumers choose to value the actual industry and their investment into the actual proxy cycle. Because the problem you come up with at the end of the day is that I don't usually play those kinds of games. That's usually what happens with the marketplace. Even when the game is free, I don't play those kinds of games. Unfortunately, this is a consequence of using storefronts. Steam will always have this problem, air quote, because as long as choice is a factor, people will make decisions that then affect their actual enjoyment for later.
Please. Alright, fine.
I ultimately think the greatest problem really is the elitism. The casual elitism. That's really the real problem. Casual elitism. Go ahead. Go ahead, speak.
No, I was going to say, casual elitism, first time hearing it.
I mean, it's always been around. People just don't have a word to properly call it because they would rather call them tourists. Because they play, using a relevance argument, they play game, but they don't play games, plural. But they don't spend enough time in the game to actually build roots in it. So they go around and they spread their idea of how one ought to perform and interact and engage with other people in a toxic format. And thus the way that they play the games becomes the way that they interface with the culture, which then poisons how other people engage with them.
Mm-hmm.
All these pieces and squares end up making a circle. And the problem with this circle is that it becomes a sphere of influence onto its own self. Unfortunately, in that cycle and in that circle, in that ecosystem where they communicate with each other upon these means, by these ways, they're bad at what they're doing. They don't actually properly communicate to each other or to other people. because you actually have to do it in a circle of influence outside of yourself. So, if you're a content creator like Cook Carnage, you have the ability to speak to that circle because you're a person with large appeal that will have been heard of. If you're somebody who's irrelevant, and you only ever do something like broadcast to people inside of content that has to do with you making money off of debating teenagers on TikTok, you don't have the energy upon which to actually meet a serious conversation of content. Because unfortunately, your only frame of reference is, oh, that one thing I heard about on LSF, and non-gamers can't talk about games. Because at that point, they're not gamers because they play games. They call themselves gamers because they play several video games. Except the video games in question that they're playing are not actually games. They are, by worse proxy, things that reward you for the amount of money you spent in them. Which usually can be bad. In most cases. It's very much all up for interpretation. But in the general sense, for what most people would say about a tourist, if the tourist is not a part of the necessary timeshare, they're a new person with etiquette that pretty much makes it very clear that they don't appreciate anyone's opinion other than their own, and that they do things my way. They're somebody who you can't actually work around and work with, because their opinion comes from what they heard about. So, in the terms of an ARPG, their opinion is whatever the popular thing is. They don't actually have context on how to tell other people how to play a game, or how to have fun playing it. Because all of their advice is coming from an outsourced column. Oh no. Somehow that worked.
Damn.
Who's ever playing on the ringtone? Yeah, that's right,
Yep.
I want you to come by for having a kiss. Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't throw in my
Yes.
lead.
Mm-hmm. I love you. That's something to look forward to. But yeah, the ultimate problem is the state of play around literal content, information resources, and also early access. Because allegedly, a game is considered feature complete for some people, despite the fact that Arc Raiders is a buggy mess, and its culture is inherently toxic. The kind of toxic that destroys companies. But it already was that when you were talking about something like, say, the finals. 3-on-3 game, ow, that must be played actively with other people in the arena, but the people in which you're playing with can be able to turn their microphones off and completely behave erratically and then act erratic when you call out the fact that you can't give call-outs because they're not using their microphones. This is a subsidiary problem created by video game culture as a whole. You couldn't necessarily blame this solely on feminism in gaming, but extrapolate out the gaming situation. You try to play a video game to win because you're a content creator and your career is based on making content if you're playing to win, versus you not winning and you not making content and you not making guides and you not making that material that then produces value to you as an influencer, versus some fucking guy whose definition of playing for fun is playing in the ranked mode and shitting it up. That just doesn't fucking work. Extrapolate that into Arc Raiders. You're talking about a game that's casual enough that it is a casual form of Tarkov, but it still has all of the toxic parts of Tarkov, including content creators creating content out of bad clips for the purposes of antagonizing people, which then becomes the selling point for many people who wish to get invested because they too want to do the toxic thing. But the game itself is buggy. People are cheating to get content and loot, and then get mad that they patch the thing, and then complain about the loot that is available not being good enough for them at their level. Creating a self-fulfilling prophecy that actually it's a game that's pretty good, even Hasbin Gold plays it, but you don't hear them actually express how fun it is, except for the short bursts where they're successful rather than the overall experience, right? When you're reaping, when you're sowing, oh, it's the best game ever. When you're reaping, the game fucking sucks. You hear more about the sowing phase than the reaping phase. So it's an extended honeymoon phase that once you start seeing a lot of the glaring issues, becomes permanently dour. And if you are completely honest with yourself about that, when you look at the behavior that more of the content is not actually discussing the fun of playing it, but instead the culture of talking about the people who are playing it, the culture of, I saw this content creator have an opinion, and then this content creator got washed out, people are having more fun talking about the game than playing it. Again, Marvel Rivals is a perfect case example. I used to follow a content creator by the name of Capri Sun Poppy, also known as Poppy Capone, who basically, alongside people like Jeff Mead and the other millennial, were people who specialized in talking about things in such a manner that they came with just intelligence and rhetoric. But the second this nigga decided to start playing Marvel Rivals consistently, his takes were dog shit. Started having a take about how women just should not be in gaming, period. Actual unironic inceldom shit. Because it was just literally, you have a vagina, you shouldn't be playing games. Not anything about hand-eye coordination and other arguments like that, which would have still not been received well. But, you know, you could have said, okay, so he's not saying that women in general shouldn't be playing games. He means that the type of women that are drawn to the DPS role, the support role, the strategist role, the frontline roles, they're not usually adjusted to playing this versus guys that have been playing high APM situations all their life. Gets dogged on by the entire player base, including the voice actor for the character that he wants to play most, which is Blade. He gets actually involved in Kingsman in such a way that he uses a case example of Kingsman's situation to try and come back and be like, see, I told you, this is the reason I said my opinion. I told you guys didn't believe me. I told you it was like this, and you guys just thought that I was lying. For Kingsman to have to come behind himself and be like, nigga, I am the number one player of fucking Magic in the world. Do not use my situation to say that actually you have a point, you have a point. Your point was not a point. This shit had nothing to do with that. This is tangential. Technically, you could say that he's right. Women in gaming, playing competitively, chose to throw a 40K tournament. It costs nothing to be nice, and it costs $40,000 to be a bitch. And thus the consequence is, he has the positive consequence of now being able to be a content creator whose name will be resonant with the player base, versus these women who now have tarnished careers and have ruined their standing. Some of them being outright removed from their orgs, which is deserved. But that has nothing to do with playing the game. In the sense that they were playing for money. This is more about the culture of behavior. When I brought up the example in the debate about arc raiders, that was about a culture of behavior. That's why there's aggression-based lobbies. If you get tricked by some type of player trying to harass you into shooting them, that you get placed in lobbies with other people who are bloody, you're going to have to probably do a lot of matchmaking to get to the point that you're with other people chilling inside of solos. Because this is where most people will be doing that behavior, where they're going to try to rat you out for reasons that can only make sense to a person who's abusing it. Because you have all the problems that came with it. People cheating, people speed hacking, people glitching through walls to get loot, people glitching through extraction walls to back attack and to ambush players who would never have been able to fight against them because they're cheating through the environment. All these problems are not things that should have put this game into a state of open early access, but it's instead being sold as though it's a feature-complete video game. Argumentatively, if the culture of the game is just the viewpoint of what you see on Reddit, Twitch, and what have you, then you have a botched conversation, because that's ultimately not what gaming is. Gaming is not one platform's position and opinion. It's everyone's. But at the same time, this doesn't require you actually playing the game in order to be a part of the conversation, which is bizarre and wild, because yes, it should, right? Something like Helldivers and the Grunt Fantasy question comes from a disconnection between the archetypes of weapons, their perceived strength and weaknesses, and the shortcomings that come from them. But when we're talking about that question, we then have to put in perspective, how is the player playing the game? Are they trying to eliminate as much noise as possible and then playing like one type of player? Or are they playing in such a way where the player is playing to, quote, have fun? So they're blitzing the map, and thus they're creating a heat signature where the weapons they want to use will not fulfill the requirements that they want for the content. So they're completely fucking themselves and then blaming the game for the way they played. Yes, baby. Okay. No, I'm not in the middle of the game. I am actually doing. I was having like a conversation, but it's fine. It's okay. I will be there in a second. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, actually. Let me click on this and start the round for y'all, and then I will come back in a second. I wish there was a way to put myself in fucking observer, but I can't. Let's do it like this. I'll be right back. Y'all have fun while I go kiss my woman on the mouth. Your food will be ready in about 30 minutes. Bacon needs to cook first, and then the eggs need to boil.
Say it again.
The eggs need to boil. The bacon is already cooking.
The
Okay.
mainline counterparts, that's what I would point to.
I'm back.
Good.
Hello.
Oh,
I was talking
But
RPGs again.
Uh-huh.
I have to force I'm not force myself, but I have a problem with the backlog is a little bit too long, admittedly. Some of the games that I have on Steam are just collecting dust. And now
Yeah.
it's time to finally just at least play them and finish them once. But the problem
Yeah.
with me is if I'm gonna commit to a game, I have to commit to the game. It's basically, okay, I'm getting
Yeah.
into it, and there's nothing else, no other distraction. If I don't finish it in like a streak, like I'm spending every single day, I'm gonna come back from the work, I'm launching this game. I'm not launching any other game. I have to finish this game. If I'm not gonna do it, if I'm gonna postpone it, even for one day, in that streak, I'll probably not go back to it. That's a problem, unfortunately.
I mean, fair enough. I don't blame you. That's just the. I mean, Rolocracy even brought that up in his Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines video. There is not enough time in your life to play all the new releases, like you could back in the day.
That is true.
You could spend entire days on just that one game alone, and still either find more content within it or not really have a big glut of content, unless you were really, really into gaming and into different genres.
Yeah, I guess
Well,
the past was
maybe
much more
it's
complicated. Yeah.
Yeah. Now they do just swimming in content.
I mean, I remember way back in the day, I'm talking like early 2000s, when me, my older brother, English is hard, and oldest cousin, we would just be spending days, hours, just playing Baldur's Gate 2. And it was like on the one computer, I would just be watching two of them playing it. Such good times, honestly.
I have Baldur's Gate 2. I originally got that and Icewind Dale Enhanced Edition as well. Because I've been really meaning to actually, really sink my teeth into those games. Because Rolocracy also did a video on Baldur's Gate 2 that's like, you know what? He's convinced me for Baldur's Gate 3. He's going to convince me probably for Baldur's Gate 1 and 2.
My man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wait for the fact that we will never get Icewind Dale 2 remastered edition.
Did they not get the source code, or is that just lost forever? Because I've heard that the first game's source code was believed to be lost, but they managed to find it somewhere.
Well, I think it's still gonna share the same fate as, say, Homeworld Cataclysm. It's just gone, and nobody's gonna spend ludicrous amount of money to reverse engineer that code to make it work. It's just gone. You just have to be content with the fact that you have it on a good old games copy, so they relatively are stable on your quote-unquote modern gaming PC. But I'm pretty sure that's gonna change in the near future with Windows 12 or 13.
If the Microsoft can get over the Microslop allegations, then maybe.
Dude,
Maybe. They have the money.
Allegations? They're true.
I'm
Yeah,
trying
that's not bad.
my darndest not to install Windows 11. I will carry that Windows 10 on my laptop
Same.
as long as it's possibly.
Same. And that was just because I did not want to bother going through another goddamn reinstallation of my operating system. I didn't want to do it again. I suffered that years ago, and I don't want to do it again. I got my cyber protection. I know what I'm doing.
Just don't be a dumbass and don't go into the unsafe website. That's it, basically.
I know. Which, granted, that's a bit of a tripping hazard of a standard, but I know what you mean. In this day and age.
Yeah. Fucking hell, man. I mean, Admittedly, I have not looked up into it too deep, but I saw on the feed on X, excuse me, Twitter, that apparently there was like an emergency patch for Windows 11 to allow you to shut down the computer or something like that.
Yeah,
Like shut down the
yeah. I
system?
remember hearing about that. There was a bug in Windows 11 that would prevent your computer from being able to shut down.
Again, it has to be a joke. There's no goddamn.
No.
way.
This is the age of Microsoft. This is the age of Microsoft. I can't even. I can't believe it, but I have to believe my lying eyes. I have to count my lucky stars. I didn't fucking install that piece of shit. Thank God.
Oh no.
Maybe Mutahar was onto something to basically install us on Linux. Maybe that's the
Well, I
way
mean,
forward.
it wasn't even just him. It was a few other tech people that I used to listen to. Aside from Mutahar, they were like, yeah, maybe you might want to get into Linux. Because I know fucking, I know PewDiePie talked about that, getting in the guts of Linux when he was coding. But the problem is that I barely know how to code.
Learn.
Well, welcome to the club.
I know. I'm trying to learn.
I mean, maybe the answer is that new Steam console that's going to be coming up in the coming few months, I believe.
I heard it may, I wouldn't say win the console war, but I know it's going to piss a lot of console war purists off because of it. Which, to be frank, I don't really care, but I find it even funnier that aside from the Steam console, you guys seen commercials for that fucking, what was it, that not Connect little console that's BTFOing Microsoft, or Xbox at least?
No.
By,
I think I heard about it.
Yeah.
It was like some kind of like mobile game app consoles that was actually like really popular right now for like.
yeah, yeah,
So just
yeah,
kind of
it
the
is.
whole point.
Yeah, and it's outperforming Connect by like something like either twofold or threefold. And Xbox is still furious about it because it's like, why is nobody picking up our console? Because one, you already need the Xbox with it, and two, the thing was buggy as shit. Because I know I had one years and years back. It wasn't always the most responsive. Please excuse me. And also, nobody wants to go through the hassle of connecting that fucking thing up. They just want a quick game. Basically, it is the Kinect equivalent of the Wii, so to speak, which is a weird sentence, but I swear to God, it makes sense. It's accessible. Anybody can pick it up, and it will just work. So you know it's boomer-proof. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I guess you're right.
Like, if your grandparents and your children can run this thing, it's gonna make money, okay?
I mean, I
Fair
kind of
enough.
laugh if that thing ends up becoming the most popular one over both, over both any of the other consoles, and then also Nintendo while we're at it.
I don't think it'll quite beat Nintendo because children do like their Switch. That's been popular even back when I was still in high school. Kids and teens would run around with their Switch, so I don't think Nintendo's gonna have that big of a bite taken out of their success. But I would not be shocked to find that this little block thing is doing better in sales. Similar to how the Wii did well in sales, because everybody and their grandmother has a Wii. Most retirement homes have a Wii. Like it's a very accessible console. I would not be shocked if this actually took a bite, like it's currently taking a bite out of Xbox's Kinect sales with other consoles, just for the entertainment value and the fact that it's easily accessible and that you don't have to go into the culture of these fucking console exclusive purists or what have you. I don't really know. Carl would probably tell me more.
I don't know, Carl. I'd have to wait for you to stop talking. But
Sorry.
shh. No, that was a joke.
I know. I'm so sorry.
I mean, is a console war even still a thing?
No, it's exclusivity
no.
war. It's an exclusivity war.
Yeah.
When you have people like Reforged Gaming trying to argue that Dustbloods shouldn't be on the Switch 2, despite being somebody who makes the position that actually these things are not that bad, It is basically an argument for why people do not care for a console war. They want access to the games. Can't get access to the games if you're telling me I have to play a certain console in order to access it. At that point, why would I even pay into the war? I want the game. Give me the game, or you don't get my money.
Mm-hmm.
Like it goes outside the totality of the argument I made earlier about tourists and people that effectively don't actually pay into the marketplace having an opinion about what's being made when they don't actually know what's going on.
Exactly. They want to take part but not have a part in things,
Well said.
which is fake and gay, and always has been.
I'm also not a fan of the excuse of, oh, I play multiple games, but what, I have to play a certain amount to be actually called a gamer? Yeah, you do. Especially if you're somebody who wants to then go on to have arguments about them publicly. Nobody can know where your context comes from, so they have to see the material content that you're playing. If I find out you're not actually involved in what the industry is talking about, or worse, we have a conversation about the content, and you tell me, actually, this game is this, this, and this, and it's very obviously fucking not. Because the most the person engages in is the worst of tourism studies. It has to be the case that your viewpoint only ever comes from tourism. Oh no, Bloodwolf stuck in the corner.
There is a reset button, just don't spam it for the love of God. I think it's R. Wait, can you try bouncing to get up on the roof of that ridge? Oh, there you go. There you go.
Nice.
There you go. There. That's actually a better. Okay, that's a better place.
No,
to
it
get a
ain't.
shot.
No, it ain't.
Well, you may have to
Oh,
jump.
boy.
You may have to
That's
jump.
an evil ass.
He has to hit it hard enough that he's in the water, but not hard enough to bounce off the edge in order to have the inertia to bounce.
Oh, oh, god damn it.
Well, looking at this sewer level,
Okay, that might be better. That might be better.
I'm not thinking about the whole gag from Spooning the One. It was just
about to say-
lambasting the sewer levels.
I was about to say, this is just making me think of the Civ 11 super count. Which, if I ever make a boomer shooter, I'm gonna put that in there, and I'm also wanting to put in like just a little text on the wall. Katie, drop a Beetlejuice.
I was going to ask, what would be the best sewer level in a game? Like,
Oh,
what game would have the best sewer game level?
That's like asking
Crash Bandicoot.
what game has. Okay, yeah, no, that's not
Makes
bad.
sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I was gonna say that's like asking what's the best like poison swamp level in a video game. I don't know.
A turn-based game.
Does anybody really say that again? Sorry.
Always with all the answers.
Sorry, say that again. What was it?
Any game that has a poison swamp level in a turn-based game.
Yeah, you can probably mitigate it if you have like a jump action, or if you can. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea.
If it's an
That makes
action,
sense.
if it's an action platformer, it needs to be the case that the poison swamp is actually a form of quicksand.
Yeah.
If it's actual tick damage, it needs to be a game that's turn-based.
Ratchet and Clank?
Maybe.
Yeah.
You talking
Ratchet
about
Clank, come to
swamps
mind.
not being reminded of the Temple of Primordial Evil, I believe that was it called? The, like old RTS game. Well, that was more
Oh,
like
the Temple of Elemental Evil? Yeah. I know. By the way, I've yet to actually get my hands on that. I have Arcanum, I have Vampire's Bloodlines, but I don't have Temple of Elemental Evil. I want to get my hands on it.
I think it's on the good old games.
I think it
has
is.
to be. It has to
Yeah, it
be.
has to be. No, I think it is because I've seen it on sale.
Yeah, it's
I haven't got
most
my
of
hands on
those.
it yet.
Most of those games on the good old games are dirt cheap anyway. So
I know.
No, my lead.
I know.
How sad would that be that I was outside for at least 2 holes and I come back from a 5 bogey deficit?
Wait, wait, what's the scoreboard?
I don't want to ruin my win streak. No.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure he will end number 1 in this run, but
no, he has the worst score. He has too many points. You're in the middle. That's what I'm saying. Poor Blood. He had a head start and he's still in last. Oh no! It's even
damn.
worse. I'm sorry, Blood Wolf.
And like quickly to just kind of wrap up the topic about good old games. You know what I love about it? It's just like the old times. You could just simply share it with somebody, your entire
Yeah.
library.
You could burn it to a disc and it's yours forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I know I'm a broken record on that because I've mentioned it like multiple times. But if you have good old games, I would still highly suggest spend like the entirety of the day, download every single installer from your library. Keep it somewhere physically. Just do it. Just to be cautious because I still do not trust that Galaxy app.
the Galaxy
I have
app.
the Galaxy app and
The Galaxy app was mandated after the system's original way of doing it because you could just buy the fucking keys directly. This way, they're now tied to an account system that is going to launch an app on your system. You still have all of the old launchers there, it's just they're buried in code. Me, personally, I'm upset that I had to pay again to get my copies of 3 and 4. But that's not as bad as buying the Spore collection and then the store collection doesn't fucking work properly. Because you have to fucking contact EA to make it function right if it's broken. And it starts up broken. Which means you don't get to use the online Sporepedia shit. And if you try to use it in its broken state. Waste of $8. You can still play the base game itself, you just can't use any of the online functions properly. Truly a form of God game that women didn't ruin with their sexuality and horniness.
We're talking about Spore, right?
Yes, we're talking about Spore.
Yeah, I love that game.
It's not The Sims.
Yeah.
I've never actually played Spore. Actually, I haven't played a lot of God games. I've never played Black and White or Black and White 2.
Of all
I've
the
never even
God
played
games, I think.
Civilization. My God.
Well, I played only Spore of the God games because I'm trying to remember if there's. It's just the. What was it called?
Maxis.
Settlers also a God game?
No, it's a God game would involve you being able to tell a proxy character what to do. So,
Right,
Spore and Inzoi and The Sims. All of The Sims.
Right.
Something like Civilization is not a God game. That is grand strategy / autism simulator.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
I
Black
mean,
and White's more of a better example.
they cross over in the fact that the same autism that the women are playing for by playing The Sims is the same autism children will be playing by playing Monster Rancher and Spore, which would be the same as the grown adults and males towards Civ and Age of Empires and Warlords Battlecry and so on, as well as Warcraft and Starcraft. Although Starcraft and Warcraft go into the area of RTS, as does Warlords Battlecry. But when you're talking about 4X grand strategy, where you're playing with 15 different dimensions, where it's effectively Risk with extra and different settings, there's really no difference between something like Deep Space 2 or Endless Space 2 and any version of Civ past Civ 4 to Civ 5 to Civ 6. Or 7. But I've heard 7 is bad.
Well, also you could possibly throw in Hearts of Iron 4 or Total War games, right?
Yes. Because they also, too, are grand strategy. They probably have elements of God games because you're controlling all of the mini factions, but you're moving all of those internal pieces that it's the closest you're going to get to being able to play with figure miniatures that are one-to-one to what you would have gotten from somebody like Games Workshop. Wow, that went through the seams, bloody.
And I think
I
about
still got that
how
whole
this-
one late. Let's go.
I was about to say, was that a was that a hole in one?
Oh, the 3 million platforms. And the hole's curved.
When I think about Total War, I just weep because my goodness gracious, that fucking community is so toxic, as well as developers from Creative Assembly. They have successfully drove away 2 of the most successful Total War YouTubers. It's crazy, and the drama's still ongoing.
Would Mandalore Gaming count in that? Because that's all I've heard about Total War Warhammer was from Mandalore Gaming.
No, I don't know about Mandalore Gaming, but I know for a fact Reginald Total War just completely left and went to the Paradox because he said, I'm so done with the bullshit that Creative Assembly is putting on the community, and the community just simply takes it in the ass, and then it just simply lashes on him for not doing it enough, so he just simply quits. As well as, I think the channel's name is called Philip, who said that, well, I'm just more interested in different franchises, to be honest, because Total War is just such a burn.
And that's unfortunate because I still am rooting for Creative Assemblies to actually do another fucking Alien game.
Alien game?
Yeah, they're the ones who developed Alien Isolation.
Creative Assembly created Alien Isolation?
Yes.
The guys from Total War?
Mm-hmm. Yep. They're the ones who made Alien Isolation, and it is fucking fantastic. And I wish they got to make another follow-up game or sequel or what have you.
Huh. Okay, that just surprised me with that one.
Yeah. It surprised me when I first learned that fact, but yeah.
This lucky bastard.
I can see the
I was about to say, was that another hole in fucking one?
Another one.
On a map he's never played.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's a beginner's log, obviously.
Beginner's luck. Lady Luck is deep throating with this one. What do you mean? Another. Yes, just like the Thor gift. Another. Instead of throwing the mug, he just throws his golf ball into the hole.
Can I be allowed to go in game?
I'm so sorry, Carl. There you go.
Why couldn't I have gone in the first 5 strokes before that? Fucking angled disc.
That's some alien bullshit right here, folks.
Oh, damn. It's Satoru's Gojo's curse technique.
Damn.
Put it on the golf field. That cheating bastard.
I'm actually more shocked Tusky got a hold in one from that. Damn.
Oh, wait, Tusky did? Damn.
Art of the spike.
Up and away, boys.
Yoinks and away! Wow! Yoinks
Infinity and
and
beyond.
away!
Wait, do I get to save that?
I love that Daffy Duck cartoon.
All right, this is gonna be a little bit of a random question, if I may.
We love those.
But I'm just curious because I'm thinking about watching a show. I know there is this anime on Netflix called The Delicious Dungeon.
Oh, Dungeon Meshi?
What? Yeah. I take it that the subtitle version, not the dub version, but the subtitle version is decently translated, or should I should look up like a bootleg translation because of a potential, translators just messing with it?
Oh my.
I don't think so. I've never heard any controversy where the translation or I should say the localization of that anime and manga have been fucked with. I don't believe it has, because I've never heard anything controversial about it.
Oh.
But if you don't 100% trust it, I would still recommend the sub, because the dub's funny. I'll give it that. But if you want pure, I would say try to go with the sub if you want it.
Right.
But I don't believe it's been tampered with or fucked with. And then again, there is also the original manga, but I'd recommend it. I like Dungeon Meshi well enough. The animation's really well made. And the characters are funny. Especially that poor elf woman. That poor girl. The elf mage. God bless her soul.
Or the spike it is. Whoop. Nope, never mind.
God damn it, Satoru Gojo. Stop throwing around your curse technique. What the fuck, man?
Oh shit!
We're just trying to play mini putt over here. We're trying to play putt putt. The fuck, Gojo?
I don't want to be sucked up.
I'm shocked I'm the only one making Jujutsu Kaisen jokes. Am I really the only one?
I watched it.
When it comes to anime, you're talking to the most least knowledgeable person, so I just don't know.
Yeah. I found it to be the only decent shonen that's appeared in the last while, personally speaking.
I have just been trying to catch up with non-stop One Piece and such.
Yeah, same. I haven't been into One Piece for like a while. That used to be the thing I was actually really into back in the day. Because granted, I was one of those kids that couldn't afford to get all the manga, and I had no way of watching the anime. So what I did was, I got most of my history and lore from the fucking Pirate Warrior games. I'm not even joking.
Oh no, never mind. I thought I was like, can I relate to them? But it was like, wait, no, the Dragon Balls, the Dragon Balls think I cheated.
Yep. Same thing. That was the only way I knew how to get the lore of Dragon Ball. And for Naruto, the only way I knew how much that story went was seeing like AMVs, clips, and playing fucking Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 3, Generations, and Revolution. In that order. I do have a copy of the first Ultimate Ninja. Hold on, Ultimate Ninja Battles. Let me read this fucking stuff.
That was a weak ass.
Yeah.
That's what I get for not believing in Spanx.
Yeah, Ultimate Ninja Storm. That was the fucking game. Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's how I got my knowledge of the lore of those anime. AMVs.
No.
A lot of AMVs. Anyway.
I definitely feel that too much.
I hope that was at least semi-relatable. I hope.
Oh, it was. It brought back memories.
Yeah.
Because I was a broke bitch too. I couldn't own it.
I had some. I still have my old 3-in-1 tankobons of Naruto. I had the first two. I got the first volume of One Piece. I don't think I have any of the Dragon Balls yet, but my brother-in-law fucking loves Dragon Ball. Yeah, it's like, I think I remember he was gifted the Saiyan Saga on DVD, like, almost fucking, I want to say 6-8 years ago. I think, yeah, it was the Saiyan Saga, because it was specifically with Frieza. Or not Frieza, it was just before Frieza. I remember that much. Oh, what else? And there weren't any video games of Bleach for me to really get into it. I do like it well enough. But I'm just not that huge into Bleach.
Yeah, that's
I
kind
know
of
Smokes is. Holy shit. Holy shit, he's into Bleach. He literally sat me down through the first fucking season for me to take a quiz on the philosophy and knowledge of the fucking Zanpakuto, the Shikai, the Bankai, and then the true Bankai. Just so he would reward me with something in the TTRPG game he was running.
I'm not fucking
That's
doing
how
that.
into it he is.
I'm not fucking doing that. I suffered through Rave Master the hard way. I refuse to do that with Bleach, the Thousand Blood War, or Fairy Tail. Fuck all that.
Hey, I like Fairy Tail well enough. I like Fairy Tail. I've been meaning to watch more of it. But granted, yeah, I didn't 100% like the homework aspect of it, but I did like season 1 well enough. You know what's the anime I haven't actually sat down to watch yet, and I've only just realized? Standalone Complex. I've not watched a single episode of that yet.
They just finished watching episodes of that over in Geistwind. Now they're on to Blackwood Lagoon.
Oh.
Okay, no, please no. This can't be the course where I fucking all up.
I'm just gonna suspend myself from disappointment that is One Punch Man Season 2 and Season 3, apparently.
Yeah. Oh god, I literally made a fucking joke the other night when Smokes and I were watching Season 3 of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, where Jaden is like sliding down a hill of the sand because he's having a bad dream, and I said, oh my god, that had more frames than One Punch Man Season 3! And he had a depressive episode.
Such a fall from the good graces. And Season 1 was so funny and it was so well made.
It was so good. It was so good. It's still one of my favorites to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
What is the fuck with these portals?
Like I said, something about Gojo's just splooging his curse technique everywhere with these black holes.
I mean, come on.
I don't know why he's doing
GLaDOS
it.
will tell you.
Yeah, GLaDOS could do it. Now you're thinking with golf balls. Are you okay, Carl?
We'll lead with these noodle arm strokes.
Oh. I'll be fine. I'll get my get back in Eternal Return. Don't you worry.
I'm more than good at that.
And I'll be here to spectate it. I'll be right here. Right here.
Oh, you're going to be watching.
Yeah. That's what I've been doing. Just talking and watching.
Hey, that was a...
Pew! Pew!
Jesus Christ, the acceleration on that shit. Hey, knuckleheads, think fast.
Think fast, chuckle nuts!
Suddenly I'm being reminded of Dead Rising 1 where Frank would just simply shoot with the golf club.
I've yet to actually play the original Dead Rising. I want to.
It's so good, dude.
I want to. I always wanted to when I was a kid because I was really into Left 4 Dead 1 and 2.
A lot of games I know about, and have watched to death, but like at the same time, I just realized like I really haven't played any of these things, and
Yep.
now I'm.
That's what I was when I was a kid.
Space for emulation.
Yeah, that's what it felt like when I was a kid because I would watch walkthroughs all the goddamn time.
All the God of War movies I watched, all of them.
Yeah. Well, not even the movies. I just watched the walkthrough of the game.
No, that's what I mean, like the movie walkthroughs. Like,
Oh,
where it
yeah,
says-
yeah,
where it
yeah,
says it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
a movie and such, but it's just. I mean, at that point, like that's why I never understand about movie games like that. It's like,
Yeah.
like at that point, like why not just watch a video of it? Like you'd save money and still have like the same amount
That's
of
literally what I
enjoyment.
did with Dispatch. That's literally what I did with Dispatch. I just watched it like a movie and picked my ending.
God.
And I even kind of like Dispatch from what I've seen of it.
I mean, my biggest complaint about this game is the fucking dialogue. Jesus
saw that.
Christ.
Yeah, it's not great.
I
Like the
cannot
biggest
stand
complaint
it.
I had, and I know I've said
Yeah,
this
that
before,
was
games
pretty corny.
like games that have that difficulty mode of like tell me a story, which really fucking irks me because not Disco Elysium, Deus Ex Human Revolution, one of my personal favorite games
Yeah.
that I actually never watched a walkthrough of. When I got the game, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna play this blind, and I never regretted it. Even that has the whole deal of like, you know, tell me a story, or no, give me a story, give me a balanced experience, or no, I think it was like, give me a challenge, and then finally give me Deus Ex.
Deus Ex.
Fucking yeah. Then they the Data Boy games carry that over, and I don't like that. That's a bit of a trend.
Because they
with
can't.
difficulty,
Because
I know it's.
Because they can't make Legacy of Kain. That's why.
I know. And hell, that's a series I've been meaning to get into more. But
It's like they
my point.
cannot, or they just simply don't know how.
They refuse
Probably
to,
both.
and they probably don't
Yeah,
know how.
probably- Yeah. But my point that I wanted to make is that the reason why I find those kinds of difficulty things annoying, because it's a trend with, I guess you could say, normies and, you know, tourists and shit like that. But it's mainly like the people who, because I remember saying this when I watched Carl, your video on the response to, what was it called? Scalping a shark cloud. That one. The one you did with Jay. It was the thing I think I said is like, I don't care when someone plays on easy, but if you're getting this defensive over playing something on easy, why not just watch the movie on YouTube? Because I'm pretty sure that's an argument even you made.
Yes.
And that trend of like having game difficulties be like, well, the easy mode is, well, just give me a story. It's like, well, why not just watch the cutscenes of it on YouTube if that's the case? If I'm gonna play a game, I would like it to challenge me. Even if it's like, well, it doesn't have to, I would like it to, because I want to immerse myself in this game's experience. Which is what games like Deus Ex Human Revolution did, and did really well. They actually immersed me into the game, no matter what difficulty. I say that as I'm still going through a playthrough on Give Me Deus Ex difficulty, and I've not really died other than a couple accidents that I made and stupid decisions. That's
Be
it.
like that, yeah.
Yeah, because I've beaten that game 3 times. Several times on New Game Plus. I just like that game that much.
It's good. Human Revolution is very, very good. I actually prefer it more than Mankind Divided.
Same! I was just about to say! When I first played it, because I also beat that game. I'm pretty sure I did. No, I beat that game. I was the first warning sign, not warning sign, I shouldn't say that, because I want to preface that. It is still a good game, but I don't like it as much as Human Revolution for just a few things. I've played enough to know, like the starting, just the starting build alone was enough to tell me, oh, this game's gonna be a fucking piece of cake. You wanna know how I know that? Because you start off with not only the Icarus landing system, you start off with I think it's like the ability to break through walls and the high jump. I know specifically, I think you also get the stealth boots augment, but you also start off with their equivalent of the dark vision, and you start off with a stun gun, which is the most broken weapon in the game. Personally, you want to know how I know that? Because in the original game, I think even in the original Deus Ex, the stun gun was a short-range, one-shot use weapon, non-lethal weapon. It is really useful if you know how to manage the timing, and if you want to manage the energy bar and not use the quiet takedowns. The most what was the fucking name? The most silent takedown is the most silent takedown.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
Again, that might be useful.
Yes, again, might be useful. But in Mankind Divided, it is a semi-medium range weapon. It's hard to gauge, but it is basically their equivalent of the pistol modified. It's literally the model of the pistol with a few extra bits on the model, with a 5-round magazine. 5 fucking rounds. I started the game with that, never dropped it for most of it because it's just that busted. Little things like that really made me think. It's like, well, why did they do that? Why? This makes the game way too easy. Way too easy.
They did make it much more, I want to say, accessible.
Yeah,
But yes,
and here's the thing: even the extra
broken.
augments that you get, those special, which I find frankly bullshit how they retcon that in, because it's like, you're telling me Seraph never brought this up, even around the end of Human Revolution, when you were at that point, got most of your augments that were implanted activated, but not the super special, basically superpower augments, like super durable skin, the fucking projectile weapon that is basically a cyberpunk magic missile. You're telling me he never told about that?
No. Because if you follow the Seraph quest, because I remember it,
Yeah.
if you follow the Seraph quest, the Seraph actually says that, listen, Adam, I actually have no clue how did you get those unique augmentations, because I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know that I've installed something like this. Those augments that you're talking about, they had to be installed after the action in Panchaea in Human Revolution, which also feeds to the theory that Adam Jensen in Mankind Divided is actually a clone.
Well, no, he's not. I don't think he's a clone, because there is a tie-in novel, Black Light, which I have, and I've yet to actually read. If it is explained in there how he gets those special augments, I'll eat my fucking hat. Because I still find that bullshit how they explained it. Or at least on Seraph's part. Not that the writers are full of shit. No, but Seraph is full of shit. I don't believe him. But my big thing that I wanted to make about this, I meant to get around it. Point being, despite how cool some of these are, I never used one. I had to buy one so that it would get the prompt off my fucking screen, but I never felt I needed to use one, and I never felt compelled to use one.
I think so. I also just completely refused to use them. Maybe, unless I don't remember if the remote hacking is a part of it or not.
No, I think the remote hacking was one that I think I used a few times, but even then, again, it just removes the challenge of the game. Like the super armor, the dermal armor, that's like your normal dermal armor augment, which is just basically a flat damage reduction. That's a bit busted. The arm weapon projectile, which is basically their equivalent of something like the Typhoon launcher, which, to be frank, even I never really used the Typhoon grenade launcher. Or not grenade launcher, but like basically you do a 360 spin. Yeah. And you cause everyone to ragdoll. And it's fucking hilarious. It's hilarious. Yeah. Even then, I never used it. Even on my New Game Plus runs, I only put Praxis kits in there is because I was swimming in them. And it's like, fuck it, I might as well use it just to have some form of completionist, like, augmentation. Like,
I can only think of one situation when that thing actually is usable, and that is if you're not going non-lethal, and at the very end of the Panchaea, when you go up against the hordes of the crazy augmented people. That's it.
Yep, that's one of them. Another one is when you meet what's her name? The Asian lady there who's head of, I think, Taiyang Medical.
Yeah.
When you meet her and you are about to leave her office and there are guards that come in to have a combat encounter.
Right, then.
You could use it there. You can invisibility yourself to go through into the vents, get behind them, and then activate it to basically ambush them. Or not ambush them, to basically flank them or take them by surprise.
Right.
Hashtag winning.
Winning.
That's another one where you could use it. And in the Capsule Pod Hotel in Shanghai, that's another good one. Although I run it back. Oh no! He brought the gun! Oh no! Anyways, that one I literally went through and I had to save scum like a motherfucker. I stealthed that entire area, not a single alert, knocked all of them out, didn't kill a single enemy. All right, Carl, we'll hold down the fort. We'll hold down the fort. We promise not to set anything on fire. Yeah. Tiger blood. Tiger blood, man.
No advice anymore. It's just play Eternal Return.
No,
Run.
it is on site. It is on site. What was I saying? Yeah. But those are like one of the few exceptions where I would probably use the Typhoon, and only if I was doing hyper lethal. That's it. Because thankfully, Human Revolution doesn't have that dog shit chaos system that Dishonored had. Even though I don't hate the idea, but I don't like how they implemented it, because it's technically the way they do it is like a percentage base and not a numbers base. Wait, no, is it actually numbers base or is it percentage?
I don't even know what the
chaos system. If you kill too many enemies within a level, it causes negative effects in the world. But it's not like a flat. Oh, if you kill half the enemies in the level, something like bad things happen in the world. Like more infected people show up. You get more closer to doing things for like the bad ending or some shit. Characters will have a negative reaction to you. Things like infected people and like rats spawn more often, shit like that. But if you do good things, a lot of that stuff stops happening. Characters are more positive with you. You get a chance to have the better good ending. I think that's what it's called, like the good plus ending. I can't quite remember. But the way they did it, yes, Dishonored. The way they did the chaos system, it's percentage based, I'm pretty sure. But here's the thing: not every level will have the exact same amount of enemies, so it's hard to know whether it's like if like a level has like 12 guards in the area and you kill like say 8 of them, that's probably gonna land high chaos. But if you're an enemy that has like 32 and you kill 8 enemies there, it doesn't count as high chaos. So it's fucking weird. I don't know why they did it like that.
But is there even a downside? Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
Sorry, no. Ask a question.
I was going to ask, is there even a consequence? Because I'm trying to recall if you, by just shooting everybody on sight, there was Human Revolution, is there a negative consequence of that?
In Human Revolution, I don't believe so. It's just you run the risk of getting yourself killed, which makes sense for a game like Deus Ex. The entire point is, well, how do you want to do it? Do you want to go, I think Razor Fist compared it to something like, do you want to go in like the secret police, or do you want to go in like the Bolshevik, not Gestapo, basically, do you want to go in like the Bolsheviks? Do you want to break down the door and murk everybody, or do you want to sneak your way in and catch them by surprise?
Right.
Basically. That was the idea. And Dishonored was based around that meme, that concept, because it took the meme of the quote immersive sim. It did some things good, some things I kind of like, but it also fucked with it because it tried doing both the Deus Ex stuff, doing Thief stuff, and at the same time doing things like I almost want to say Elder Scrolls stuff, because it was evolving all those magic powers that you get. And the biggest complaint that I remember Razor Fist also bringing up in his critique that I actually agree with is like, what is the tone and what is the style of the game? Are you supposed to be a hidden assassin, like a hidden stealthy assassin? Or are you basically Gandalf with all the fucking magic powers that you have, running around with the ability to launch whirlwinds at people, summon rats, teleport, have dark vision, or have basically Dio's Zawarudo and the ability to stop time?
Yeah, this is a perfect example of cognitive dissonance when it comes to what are we supposed to be doing here?
It's not even just like cognitive dissonance. It's more so just what is exactly the kind of experience do you want me, the player, to have? Because cognitive dissonance would be more like, why is my character getting all these powers, which they do explain. Granted, it's more mysterious with the mysterious stranger sort of thing and the whalebone talismans. But the major issue, you could say, is what exactly is the kind of tone that you want, and what is the whole like if it's supposed to be an immersive sim, which is a bit redundant when it comes to a video game like this, because the entire ethos is that you're meant to immerse yourself in the role of your character and immerse yourself in the setting, which is why, to anybody listening and wanting to play that game, turn off the objective HUD indicators. because a lot of the times the game will diegetically show you where you need to go by following things like the actual fucking map and just piecing together context clues. Funnily enough, that's actually one of the biggest points I can give that game in its favor. It actually does, like, at least decent level design in terms of like where you need to go and get a sense of what you need to do. Like, that's actually one of the biggest compliments I can give it. And it's something that, the reason why I brought up the Elder Scrolls, the reason why the fucking, quest markers in something like Fallout 3, Oblivion, Skyrim 4, what have you, are not necessary, and are basically a crutch, the same way fast travel was a fucking crutch for lazy game design, is that you don't have to have a constant blinking light pointing you where you need to fucking go, like you're on a goddamn conveyor belt or a theater park ride. You don't need that. You just need to have at least a sense of where you are in the world and convey to the players where they need to go and what they need to do. If that makes sense. I don't know if I'm rambling on too much.
I mean, nowadays, if they would be doing Dishonored 4 or was it 3, there would be just yellow paint everywhere. So.
They've been doing, I think that, actually no, they haven't been doing that in Dishonored 2. I remember this. It was specifically games like Infamous Second Son, I think, that was doing shit like that. Literally yellow paint. I think that's where it started. Am I crazy?
I have no clue where did it start, but I want to say I heard about this complaint around the time of Resident Evil Village.
Yeah, because I know games like, and I hate to say this because I do love this game, the Mad Max video game also does this. It literally has the yellow paint, but I find it more an egregious aspect of the time and it's not a individual failing or sin. It's just a thing of the time that is just patronizing on retrospect. Now, granted, for some games, it can be kind of necessary if the visual design is a bit of a clutter and a mess, but if that's the case, why not just refine your fucking art style so it's not a goddamn mess visually?
I mean, let's not forget that when we were talking about Dad of War, right? And
yes,
we're talking about, Dad of Boy. And hey, guys, you see, this is why we are doing it, so it's so intuitive, so people like DSP can't even figure it out. And it was just like, you cannot be fucking serious. You're actually bringing up DSP as an example.
Really?
Yes,
I was going to say, that is a game, I would argue that the style of, like, the realism style kind of gets in the way of the core combat loop, because this is something that Matthew Matosis brought up in his fucking case study, is that it's hard to tell, like, if you're going to do a launch, let's say, you launch an enemy forward, or no, I think it was like, you hit them with the Leviathan axe to freeze them, and then you do the big R2 kick to, like, thrust them up against the wall to smash them, There are some level geometry that's not clearly communicated, because it's basically like rough, rural, like, forest terrain. You can't tell 100% whether it's a flat wall or it's more of like a curve. And especially if it's like you go to throw the axe with a heavy swing and it's supposed to launch them. If they actually hit a wall or like an open bit of terrain that's like an invisible wall or kill box, it'll kill them immediately. But it's hard to determine 100% where that is in a lot of the forest areas because it's unpredictable terrain. And that's not great when you're trying to get this combat heavy game for shit like that. And he even brought up that despite how unrepentantly gamey games like God Hand are, they fix this fucking problem, especially when it comes to the camera, and especially when it comes to delineating to the player what is a solid fucking surface and what is not. Along with a few things about God of War, but that's a good example of that. It's like where the style of the game is aiming for such intensive realism that it's basically the opposite of what Shigeru Miyamoto was talking about with the Wind Waker when they were developing it. It was reality over realism, where you're conveying the well, I would say it's more so believability over realism, because it's believable the way objects interact in that game. It's believable how levels are formed the way they are. It's believable how, especially in a game like fucking Breath of the Wild exemplifies this to a whole other extreme. It's like, oh, it makes sense that if I wear, like, say, metal things on my body, lightning's gonna strike me. That's not realistic, but it's believable because I know how that works. Or it's like, you know, despite it being a bit of a fringe logic a little bit, it's like I can kind of believe that if I dropped uncooked meat onto like a hot stone floor because I'm near a volcano, it will cook if I wait a minute. That's, you could say that's not realistic, but it's like, oh, that's believable, that's interesting, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that game's just filled with stuff like that. I would much rather have that than whatever the flying fuck God of War and other games like that do, where it's the exact opposite. That they are so focused on the realism and the photorealistic quality of it. Again, hello Callisto Protocol, hello Last of Us Part 2, hello fucking Uncharted 4, or hello, I think even to an extent, not Resident Evil. Well, actually, no, a bit of Resident Evil does this, but fucking Red Dead Redemption 2 even does this, where they focus much on the photorealism. I don't know who we lost. I think we lost. Oh no, did we lose? Oh no. Anyway, what was I fucking thinking?
You're talking about the style and how there's too much realism in the style.
Yeah, that's what it was. They focus so much on the realism that they sacrifice a lot of the reality of the game. They sacrifice a lot of the believability of the game world, to the point where it's like, I don't see how this makes any sense. Like God of War, for instance, that boy, in the first game alone, Kratos is a guy that can heft an entire fucking shrine up ass over end, but cannot pick up comfortably a crystal rock that is able to float on the surface of water. Do you remember that? Those fucking keys that you had to put in? Yeah, those things are light enough to float on the surface of water, but when he picks them up, he has to be like, and he has to like slowly jog where he needs to go. You're telling me this motherfucker couldn't pick it up like I would like an empty carton of milk? When he could do this shit over here? But no, then the writers will say, well, you see, he's actually holding back his strength for the sake of his son. Fuck you mean? Shut up.
Meanwhile, his son is about to get killed.
Exactly.
Fucking hell.
And again, it's reality over believability. I don't know why we're doing this shit backwards. It doesn't make sense.
And I mean, the entirety of the gaming is going backwards, so that checks out. Not that it's good, I'm just saying.
No, I hear you, but it's like, for fuck's sakes.
I mean, listen, I still remember fondly when we were talking about the realism, when we were talking about realistic graphics, all to the photorealistic. I will still, like, absolutely cherish the style of Beyond Good and Evil 1, and I'll always be able to go back to it and just immerse into this. Like, it's such a beautiful world.
Hell, even go back to the original fucking platformers of the PlayStation 2 era, or even PlayStation 1 era.
Amen.
You could still go back to Ratchet and Clank 2. Oh my god, what's it called?
I mean, Carl was even playing those games, those platformer games. It's like, they're so gorgeous and actually are funny. Like, the cutscenes are amazing. Animations are wonderful.
They're funny. Unironically, they're funny.
Where do we lose the art? Where do we go wrong, man? Many things, I know. This is not just one thing. I'm asking a very silly question, but...
I know. But it's like, even games like fucking Infamous 1 and 2, I will gladly play for again. Even though they did the whole thing and they started that whole bit of like console exclusivity, even then, those motherfuckers are the thing that got me to get a PS3 and a PS4. Even though I hate Infamous Second Son and I detest it with my very being, those games got me to get those fucking consoles. I'll give them their flowers for that. But even those games did the whole, especially Infamous 2, and I think even to an extent Second Son, but Infamous 2 was, I think, one of the first, because it was in 2011, one of the first bits where it's like they did that, they changed the style a bit to look a bit more quote next gen, like more. I wouldn't even say just photorealistic. Just they had. I'll say this: they had better texture work than the first game. I'll give them that. But even a game like Infamous 2, we can't get anymore. Because I would frankly rather give my money to play that again than anything that involves with Second Son or First Light, which is basically just one slice of Second Son released as its own game for some reason. Because this isn't like Infamous 2 Festival of Blood, where that was basically their undead nightmare, where it was like a mini campaign where you got to play as a fucking vampire, which is so goddamn cool.
Mm-hmm.
It is so goddamn cool. It's not like those other games where they went on that trend of the, I wouldn't even just say like the photorealism, but the style of games in the mid-2010s. You know the ones I mean? Where you got more of like... Actually, no, I think later Tales of the Borderlands came in like way later than this. But basically, it's the shift where you're going from games more stylized, even games like Borderlands, where it's more stylized, and into games that are more aiming towards that higher graphical fidelity horse shit that you see first in games like Last of Us, and then onward from there as a trend. You see that more often.
I guess those movie games really popularized it, because I was thinking to myself, if Call of Duty was
and hell, those are more stylized too in those original incarnations. Just look at The Wolf Among Us or The Walking Dead. Go back to the Future, the game. Do you remember that fucking game? I did.
Never played it.
Do you remember the Sam and Max remake or continuation?
Yes.
Yeah, those games were stylized. They didn't chase that whole higher graphical fidelity thing.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because they didn't have the fucking budget. But I digress. Even those games were stylized. I mean, hell, you can even see a similar trend in something like the BioShock games. Go back to the original... Yeah, go back to the first BioShock game and then time skip to Infinite. And you can tell that even though Infinite is still stylized, it's aiming towards that whole, like, I want to say, not quite realistic, but like a stylized realism, because it's trying to match that similar trend that you see in games. Because I know Call of Duty did this, and I think it's one of the originators of something like this, because it was meant to be originally a graphic retelling of World War II, then going into modern warfare and shit like that. And now they're trying to go back and forth between like the Iraq War, World War II, the Korean War, or no, specifically the Cold War. Like they went back and forth a lot over the later games.
I mean, they're all over the goddamn place, so that checks out.
I know Black Ops 1 was specifically during the 60s era Cold War.
Yeah, we're talking of Vietnam.
Yeah, that was, or I think that was just before Vietnam.
I mean, there was a mission there are two missions that are taking place in Cambodia during the Vietnam, so.
No, you're right. Well, wasn't that in like 1966, 1967? Am I crazy?
Around that time, because there's a time scale since there is a recall of all of the previous missions.
Yeah, because it starts in the Bay of Pigs in Cuba in 1963, and then it continues on from there. It starts in 63, but it ends in like 68, because that's where the mission on the Rasulka takes place, specifically. I swear I'm not crazy. I remember those time dates, because I played that campaign so goddamn much.
It was great, man.
Yeah, because this is where we get the whole meme of, that whole iconic meme of like, it's like, oh, we just want the numbers, Mason. That's all we ever want. And you have like, what's his face from the first Avatar movie just screaming his heads off like, who are you people? The fuck do you want with me? I keep hearing the fucking numbers. That we just want the numbers, Mason. That's all we ever wanted.
I mean that, and of course the whole second mission in Vorkuta with Reznov sacrificing himself.
And he started off as a World at War character. I haven't even played World at War yet. Damn,
dude.
I want to so badly, because I've played Call of Duty 2, and I love that game. I've played bits of Call of Duty 3, because my friend lent me his Xbox 360 copy of it, and I like that. I played through Ghost, thought it was boring. I completely forget that I even have it.
I never played Ghost.
Yeah, don't bother. It's not worth it. It's the most boring Call of Duty. Even its multiplayer isn't that fun. Even its granted, its multiplayer lets you have bots, but I would say if you want bots or you want good fucking multiplayer, just go play Black Ops 2. Just go play Black Ops 2. It's fine.
Black Ops 2.
It's fine. It's fine. What was I gonna fucking say? Yeah, but I miss the time where you get to have campaigns like that. Because I remember playing the shit out of Halo. Specifically Halo 3. I played the shit out of that game. I never once was able to touch the multiplayer, mainly because I couldn't afford Xbox Live. But I remember that. I remember all that.
But hey, those are on games. You don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I can only laugh at those people, honestly.
Yeah. And the thing too is that what was the other game? Yeah, I already brought it up. BioShock. BioShock 1 is a game I've played repeatedly back when I was a kid. Back when I was playing games like Dead Space and Dead Space 2.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah. Dead Space is probably one of the only games that I could probably comfortably say I might attempt speedrunning it.
Really?
I don't even know any of the glitches. I just want to see how fast I can beat that fucking game. Because the fastest I can beat it is like 7.5 hours. Roughly. And that's just with the plasma cutter, nothing else. Because plasma cutter is the most busted weapon in the game.
Anything other than plasma cutter?
Flamethrower's fun. But it does spread your fucking damage unless you upgrade the damage path.
Right.
Assault rifles, it's okay, but I personally don't care for it. A line cutter is good if you want to get multiple enemies like a shotgun, but other than that, I don't personally care for it. Never really did. Don't hate it. I just don't love it. And
Force guns, what is that?
Yeah, force gun. There was also the kinetic
there's the
gun,
particle cannon. And
yeah, there was the particle cannon. Yeah,
the contact
particle
rifle.
Yeah,
the contact rifle and the Ripper Blades. Ripper Blade's fun. Ripper Blade is fun.
TK
but it is
was
risky.
so fun in Dead Space 2.
Yeah. I didn't care for the harpoon gun in Dead Space 2. I always got fucking ammo for it,
I
and
don't remember that one.
hated it.
Spear gun only is good when you upgrade it.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I remember that thing being like, if that thing like hits you and it's like it's part of like the electrocution, that's basically like a one shot.
Yeah, it can be. But like I said, you have to upgrade that fucking thing. You have to upgrade it.
Then it showed its true colors to be actually very efficient.
Yes, it does. My only problem with it is that I hate getting ammo for that fucking thing. I hate it. I'm always getting ammo for it. I'm allowed.
Have you played Remake? Because I'm currently playing Remake, and okay, so
I've yet to play it.
Okay, so I'm gonna make it quick. I don't mind. If anything else, I do appreciate a lot of quality of life improvements when it comes to Dead Space Remake. Like, the graphics are just... The weapons act perfectly. The way you can actually dismember the necromorphs is actually very...
yes, it is. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
Almost gorgeous. But my biggest problem, which I'm pretty sure I'll have the same kind of problem with Resident Evil 4 Remake, but I'm not gonna get to it, is the storytelling. I don't know why they had to fuck with the story in the Dead Space. It's like those. It's not that they changed the story, because the story basically
recontextualized a few things.
They recontextualized things, and I just don't think it was necessary. Like, do we really need to have Isaac, that he has a connection to the Unitologist Church because his mother was
It helps
Unitologist
bridge
and
the
he killed
gap,
the
I guess,
father?
between 1 and 2, because the Unitology is much more of a focus in 2.
I don't know if it's necessary. It was fine that Isaac was just a guy in the wrong place at the wrong time, looking for a girlfriend.
Yeah.
It was just simple. It was effective.
Fancy pants don't hurt. Yeah. Oh, well, one thing I wanted to say before I forget, with BioShock, I played that a lot as a kid, to the point that I actually, and I swear to God, this is true, this is real, this wasn't port, I played and beat that game at least 2 times on the fucking iPad.
Damn.
I swear to God, this is real. It was an ass port. It was a bad port. Still beat it though. Still beat it. And I've yet to beat it again on PC because it's been so fucking long since I played it. I still got my old 360 copy and the digital copy I have on my PS3.
My problem with Bioshock was that unfortunately it had a buggy audio. Not all the audio.
Yeah, it
would
can be.
play.
It can be. It can be. That's the unfortunate bit. There were a couple of bugs. Not huge bugs, but a couple.
It's just
Yeah.
one of those things that just kind of bothers you, but they're not game ruining, so you just shrug this off.
Yeah.
Like a quirk of the game, whatever.
You remember when games used to do that? Where it's like, yeah, you'd have a bug, but it wasn't game breaking. It's not like
Yeah.
nowadays, where everything
Now
needs a
you
goddamn
expect-
patch after release. You remember that? I remember that. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
I'm lucky if I even get that patch.
Dude,
Why did I have to
talked about
suffer
this-
for? Why did I have to suffer for Dragon's Dogma 2 that hard? I'm just.
I've never even played Dragon's Dogma 2. I have the first game. I've got to play it. That looks
I've
fun.
played the first game more times than I can count and such, and
I haven't
all
beat
my
it.
hype
I actually,
and all my excitement.
I played it for a while, but I want to get back into it because God, that looks fun. God, that looks fun. I want to play that with people so badly.
It really is, and I always coped and dreamed that the next game would have came with like multiplayer on it.
It never did? Do you have to
No.
mod it?
I don't even think there is a mod for it, but I'm not sure.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I want to play it.
No.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh no. Oh no. You better run, squirrel. You better run, squirrel.
Nature.
If it's a target and even if you alright, please collect all your
Is the conversation over?
area.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, my
up?
bad.
So, if there are people that are interested in playing Eternal Return who haven't downloaded the game before, you're going to have an entirely different tutorial than all the other people. That's going to keep you apparently a much better along the process of what the game is going to require you to learn to play the game, which is what I'm currently doing and have been doing in the background.
What game is this?
Eternal Return.
Oh. I don't know if I've heard that one. I'm gonna look that up right now.
Well, I guess this is a good cue for me to actually try to
Oh.
catch some sleep on my night shift. It's been a pleasure. Have a good rest of the session, boys.
Hey,
Please send help.
what is this? This looks interesting.
Anime, Battle Royale, isometric top-down.
Interesting.
And coming
Is
from
this-
my League of Legends experience, which is fucking zilch, I'm gonna have fun time.
I was about to say, I've never played this either. I'm installing it as we speak. I'm curious.
Today is
It was
the,
surprisingly more fun than I thought.
today is the beginning of the new season, which is Season 10 Royale.
I just saw bunny girls and it's like, yes. Yes.
I saw Drunk Girl and Jacko and such, and was just feeling like,
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah.
I didn't bother getting the skin. I was just like, oh, okay, she attached to that bet.
Bet.
I'll keep it short for now.
I came here for bunny girls. Which one, sir? Yes. But which one? Yes.
Actually, maybe I should be trying to practice a bit more with the Kung Fu girl instead of the rapier guy.
You've practiced on whatever you feel the most affinity to.
Did anybody else see my gift?
Why are you so scared?
Because I was so struggling to find fourth course.
Of course. You'll have to spend some credits.
Oh, good. That thing that Degenergy said he didn't understand, they actually have a proper tutorial explaining exactly how drone buys work.
Interesting.
All right.
Oh yeah, I was watching your
Finish
frontline
crafting
practice.
your equipment.
That was... Honestly, I could see what you were talking about when you talked about that toxic, or that, what was it again? The casual toxicity?
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely saw a bit of what you were meaning by that. when I was seeing that frontline practice.
Which one? The last session from last night?
I think it was both of them. Like it was that one and the one before that.
Yeah.
And like
Okay.
yeah.
Now then, hold on. I'll let you
Some
know
people are
what
stubborn.
I'm doing right now.
Yeah, because that's just like my like I guess that's just mainly like from what I think of it, it's like if I don't feel like I can do a team game that well, like I know like I mainly avoided like R6 Siege without friends. Like if I don't feel like I could do it well like with random people and such, I just don't play it. It's like I don't get that idea of like wanting to play a team game but not wanting to like talk to people like that.
Now, defeat your enemies together.
Playing at half speed because the game's not letting me play at the speed I should be.
Oh, right. I did.
And it is even technically a secondary story mode. Oh my god.
Great job! You joined your team just in time if you want to survive.
Let's make sure.
So anyways, to fill in for the people who are new, which basically is just Aqua, it is a asymmetric top-down battle royale. Unlike other types of battle royales, that you find your loot as you go through the map and you upgrade from item to item. Oh, he wasn't even here. Great, because that was the start of that sentence.
Ooh, what's that, Carl? You're roboting a little bit.
I was explaining the game, but you weren't even in the room.
Sorry. I could still hear you. My headphones were still on. My apologies. I was putting stuff away because the game's still installing.
Yes. So
It's almost done.
unlike other battle royales where they're like Fortnite and they want you to go around the map finding weapons of different levels and equipping them to make a replacement for actually building things, you actually build your equipment in this game. And the game is built around a flowchart system of breakpoints and particular opportunities being provided to you. You mostly are focused on killing people, but the goal is to take intelligent fights so that you can have an advantage over the people that you're fighting against. Different characters do different things like player characters and hero shooters. However, it is about being intelligent about how you take your opportunities and working together as a team of 3 to be the last team standing. Or, if your team is put in a position where you can still escape the island before you get to the final 4 and the final 3, escaping in a top slot position so that you can escape without having to go into combat when you're down a player or 2. It's all about the ranking you finish in, basically. There are lots of buttons. But the thing is that it appears that they've decided to improve the tutorial by actually taking you through all of these buttons and systems, rather than the tutorial that some of you guys had while the game was still in Season 9. Which is very odd and curious, but hey, I'm not going to look at the force in the mouse.
Probably gonna have to look through that again later.
They give you 3 character vouchers, so you can be able to have plus 3 characters if you finish the tutorial. I haven't finished this new version yet, but
Is it here? Is he roboting? Is he cutting out or anything?
it doesn't appear to be
I think I heard animals
bad.
on the stream. I'm not thrilled about it, but
I'll let you know when I get to the end of it. That way it gives him time to onboard and gives you all time to get through the new update.
Let's move there carefully.
And then when you're ready, let me know.
Right. My toe. My toe.
So you know I'm gonna get my lick back, right, Fancy?
I know.
Oh lord.
I'm not gonna abuse you,
bears.
but I'm getting my lick back.
Expect that.
Are you both all right? Huh. I think we should rest here for a moment.
I'm gonna get my lick back. I'm gonna put my foot inside your butt.
Place like I'm not sure.
I want to go home.
You're right.
Your food is Lumia Island has many ingredients you can gather.
They have a food tutorial.
Using them to cook something at a campfire.
They teach you how to cook sizzling steak even. And it looks like, rather than the way that they've made the tutorials before, where it was possible for them to soft lock, they do auto area generation movement.
A tree of life has just spawned nearby.
Alright, it has installed.
On Lumia Island, you can use materials used with VF, like the Tree of Life, to craft special items. This is the perfect chance to make a special item. Collect it before anyone else gets here.
Dwayne.
You collected the Tree of Life. You can use the special. So, do you want? But before that, you still need to gather the other required materials. Well done. Now craft your first legendary item.
What should we do now?
We just confirmed the stream is safe.
We should probably restock our...
Then let's head back to the stream and activate the security console.
Oh good. They even teach you about being able to place security console movement.
I can't remember. What? Something on my...
I can tell you, the Royal Pack is expensive. It was about $35-ish to be able to buy the NP to collect it, based on the free NP that I'd already earned from playing the game.
I'm picking up noise nearby. Noise appears on the... You can use it to trap... What?
Pretty much everything that you could buy that's a cosmetic skin is just cosmetic, but characters I suggest you buy with your A coins. The NP sometimes can be used to buy what's called a quest book.
Wait quietly until...
First attack wins!
Wait, Hyunu, that's dangerous.
Why do I have to end up on a team with an idiot like him?
I've seen bunny girls, and more bunny girls. I don't know which one to choose.
With your downed ally to revive them.
Mommy, are you alright?
I thought I would...
Hyunu, rushing in... The noise from the fight might... We should move to another area.
Teach them how to do VLS, or teach them how to use currency buys.
The wolf is glowing.
Should we take a closer...
Oh good, they even teach you about special drops. Oh.
You're lucky. You can get special materials. Now, use the special material you just got, along with nearby items to craft a new legendary item. Oh, you can also get these special materials through a kiosk.
Okay, so they teach you about killing and getting special materials from the caches, animals, and enemies, as well as obtaining them from the kiosk.
So, let's head to one. Special material.
And yes, they do then take you to the kiosk.
Strong. You now collect it from the kiosk and craft another legendary item.
Ding, 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 ding.
It's taking a hot minute to load.
It does. It does. The first load every time you boot it up sometimes takes longer, but then it's just menuing. I don't know why it has that problem, but it's not that big of a deal.
I mean, I got to see Bunny Girl, so I'm not complaining.
The console here is over there, past that bridge.
It gave me what I came to see, so I'm not complaining.
Member of the target audience right here.
Member of the what?
Member of the target audience right here.
Look, I just like me some Bunny Girls, I can't help it. I got a weakness.
This is bad.
Let's go.
An ambush.
Out of my way. No time to hesitate. Let's go. Damn it.
Yuki.
Oh. What if... But don't lose hope.
What are you talking about? Someone just died.
Oh, come on. Just try it. Head to the kiosk and revive your ally.
Yuki.
You. Please, both of you, calm down for now.
Huh. This area.
Can't we just run?
Huh. In situation with the VLS, you can head to the nearest VLS and try using it.
You can't move by clicking on the map. You have to click overboard. Vertical launching device. Da 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 da. Hyperloops in all areas except restricted. Replaced with vertical launching devices. Activated with the VLS. Blah 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 blah.
Da, 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 da.
Automatic chosen. I get to choose my direction.
We made it just in time.
It was so high I got a little scared.
This is a fairly decently long tutorial. You would have been already out of one of the other pieces by now.
Great work so far.
And now we're at day 6.
Like this in the next experiment. We're nearing the end. Let's move on to the temporary safe zone.
Gave me a full loadout of 5 legendaries. Temporary safe zone breakdown. The last remaining safe area is designated as a restricted area if 3 or more teams have survived. 2 temporary safe zones creative. If your only team located in a safe zone, the detonation timer will not activate. If 2 or more teams are located in one temporary safe zone, or if you go outside, the detonation timer will get triggered. If you're the only team in the temp zone, chase enemies away and survive. When the temporary safe zone is active, it's isolated from other areas. When isolated, you cannot enter or escape. Move to an activated temporary safe zone to freeze your detonation timer. Prepare for combat.
One more thing. Getting there before the other test subjects improves your chances of survival.
Thankfully, it seems weird.
Maybe there's no one else left but us.
No, there'd be another team.
You say words.
Someone's coming. Be careful.
Alright. All this before the battle starts.
And then they teach you about the Chronosphere, also known as this game's version of the Storm, which only ever applies in the final safe zone.
So,
I really hope it is.
Both of you, hang on just a little longer.
Can't lift their bodies. Can't place a hunter pot. Can't arrange items.
is it here?
Thankfully, it looks like we...
I hope it ends well. I hear footsteps. Everyone, stay alert.
Checkumi Tuda.
You probably won't remember this, Hanwoo.
And that is the tutorial cleared in what feels like 15 minutes? I guess that's not that long.
Right. So now that I won,
It's gonna take me 15 minutes just to get to this one goddamn loading. I haven't even touched this tutorial yet.
Well, what we'll do is that the people who already have prior experience, we'll take them into Lone Wolf, and then everyone else, including yourself, can be able to interact with tutorial. That way, it'll give you time to fully abreast yourself of the new tutorial system. Because since this tutorial is miles better than the original 3-part tutorial, this will actually give you the ability to understand what's happening, and it basically gives you a net of 3 free characters. 4 free characters, actually. It'll give you Hunwoo, and it'll also give you 3 character vouchers that you can use to unlock other characters, which is very valuable because if they cost a lot, you can just outright get them. So you'd be saving yourself A coins, which is the earnable produce for the future, so that you don't end up losing value otherwise.
Okay. Okay. I was gonna say, so I'm gonna be deeply abreast of the situation. Oh, you mean just like the characters? I think I'm deeply abreasted already.
There's not that many titty characters.
You know what I meant, Carl. You know what I meant.
Do I know what you mean? I don't know if I know what you mean.
I saw 4 bunny girls in the intro alone, alright?
That was the intro. There's only 4 characters.
No. That's what I meant. Well, granted, that's all I've been able to see because it's just a black fucking screen on my end with loading at the bottom.
Do you at least have a timer bar? Because it should show you a timer of how long you should be loading when you first boot the game up.
No, it's just a ...
And you've been in that window for how long?
When did you finish explaining the tutorial?
A while ago.
Okay,
like just
yeah, stuck there.
Like just now. I just now finished the tutorial.
Okay. I think it's when you started talking about not the food. Shit. It was the last few mechanics, basically. I'll say. As long as that, up until this point.
Okay.
And like I said before, it's gonna take me 15 goddamn minutes just to get to the tutorial. Let alone do it.
Okay.
Again, I'm not complaining. I'm more so just being hyperbolic. I'm exasperated.
So you ready to catch this fade?
Oh lord. Oh lord. I was gonna say, did you guys see that little gif I added in? This fade got Carl moving like a claymation figure.
You're just saying words.
Rome wasn't built in a day, but this ass kicking sure was. I'm just badly quoting Dracula Flow. Alright? Plus the joke is that on the VC chat I put in a little thing of Pingu going swiggity swooty, coming for that booty. That's why. Actually, no, I think there's a Dracula Flow first with Pingu in it. I can't remember. Hello. I can't see who it is. 'Cause I'm still stuck on this fucking screen. Is there a way? Hold on. Let me actually just exit out of this. Come back. Because this is clearly not working.
That was going to be my next suggestion.
Okay, let me try that again. Hello, Sephiroth. I didn't see who it was.
Hello, Seth.
Hello.
Will you be joining us for Eternal Return?
I don't know which game is it.
That is the game that is on Steam. That is by the name Eternal Return.
It's for free.
It's free.
Oh.
Okay,
I'm
let's try
sorry,
this again.
I'm playing Wordle.
Maybe you'll be able to join
Is it
us
fun?
afterwards for Toontown Online then.
Oh, we're doing Toontown again? I haven't played that in forever.
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
I might not be able to be on for Toontown.
That's
actually, yeah.
alright. You're gonna catch his fade. That's alright. You're gonna catch his fade.
Okay, now it's loaded up. Now it's loaded up. Thank God.
Why are you crying?
There we go. Okay.
There's a room
No
code.
reason. Now it's actually got that progress bar. It was missing screen elements for some reason.
That's weird.
Yeah, it was weird. Anyways, video games. Anyways, video games.
Do you need a second, or do you remember how to put the room code in?
No, I could join now. I'm just like, okay, I finally got through trying to level up in at minimum 4 days. And now the question is, how long can I last before I can build up to there?
That depends on how quickly you get your build done.
You know what's another game I've been meaning to play that's similar to this? Gigantic.
That's still around?
Yeah.
I thought it died.
Yeah. No, it died, but there were private servers, and I think that either the company the game property got taken over by, or acquired by another company, and they re-released it under like the Gigantic Legendary Edition. I don't remember what it's called, but it's back on Steam.
What?
Yeah.
There
I
it
remember
is.
hearing about it from Shammy's review of it, of like Overwatch, because he was commenting on things like hero shooters, and what he recommended was like a good hero shooter was Gigantic. Unfortunately, that was when it was dead, but the private servers kept it going because the company, I think, wasn't it that the company went over or something like that? I can't remember.
Are you the only one in for this round? Is there anybody in that was coming in this round?
Ooh.
No?
Please say yes.
Master Wolf, you're not coming in? Tusky, are you... wait, Tusky can't play because Tusky doesn't have the computer space. That's right.
Okay.
She told
I
us...
can probably
She told
join
us
in a
that...
minute.
She told us that last time. Well, don't worry. We'll be up. There will be time. More than likely, in the time that it takes for this game to run, you will probably be done with the tutorial. Maybe. I don't know. We're gonna find out. I'm giving myself the same handicap as before. I'm not attacking you until I get attacked by you.
Nobody's life is that simple.
There, okay. Should I stream my game to the Discord?
If you want to, yes. Ooh, they added a couple of new augments.
Conan O'Brien. Okay, let me... I like the aesthetic of the game. It looks cool.
Wow, they actually flipped around set of tracks. That's crazy.
What's crazy?
They added new augments.
Oh, Lumia Casino. Okay, so...
Items specifically.
Okay. Now that I'm here, what am I doing? What am I
You,
looking for first?
there should be multiple buttons on the left side of the screen that you can press. The one that you're looking to press is going to be Game Start, and then inside of it, Training. And then from training, it should have two options. One that says advanced training and the basic training. It should have a picture image of 3 character vouchers, and you're going to click that, and you're going to play that.
So game start, click on whether I've played these games like this before.
Yes. I would say if you end up clicking something where you say you haven't played this before, it's going to try to force you to do something other than what I just said. So probably click on I've played these games before. If it tries to force you into a normal match, start the normal match, then leave the match, and then go from there.
Start training. I like the presentation of it. Very high quality.
Let's go to the beach.
Try me. Fine sand.
Look for the materials you need here.
I have to make this myself. Little different. What's this? Not bad. Not bad at all. Still getting warmed up. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Go to the dock.
So?
Okay, here's your next target items.
What's it like? Drawing sight is important. What's this?
Dr. Hannah is cute.
That's under a
What?
Dr. Hannah she's cute on the tutorial.
Oh.
She's very cute.
drawing sight is important. Slowly now.
A tree of life will spawn here.
No, now is not the time to think about that. Fine sand, not the best for weapons. Try me. Stepping back.
The dimensional rift has opened. Let's check it out.
Have you fully built yet?
Typhoon here.
Looking for meteorites now.
Nice houses.
A meteorite just collided. Let's go.
Been modified too.
A tree of life has spawned.
TV is always on. So, what's the target? Looks like we've been modified too. What's the plan?
Alpha's over there. Watch out.
Nice shell prey. What's this?
A meteorite just collided. Let's go.
Let's try it out. Looks like you've been modified too.
Damn it.
Not dying, are you?
I was trying to avoid one fight and then just teleport to another.
Oh no. Oh no. So I was about to say, doing this basic tutorial, I can tell this is going to be very...
It's a medium to high APM game.
League.
It's a medium to high APM game. If you compare it to League, you're going to be lost. You should compare this more to like Dota. It's going to be a high APM game.
I've never played that either, but it's one of those games.
Yes.
But it makes me think of, yeah, Dota, League, any MOBA game, I guess is the proper term.
The reason I say don't compare it to them is that if you think of it like it's League, you're going to set yourself up for failure.
Okay. Granted, I've never played it, but...
Well, in this case, every opportunity that you take and you make is going to be what gives you an opportunity to get power. You're not pushing for a nexus. You're murdering people.
Oh.
That's what I was saying earlier. There is no objective other than be the last man standing. It is King of the Hill.
Understandable.
If you play it like League, where it's like, I need to hit this breakpoint and this breakpoint before we do this, because this, and this, you're going to set yourself up for failure.
Right. It's just, yeah. It's just the movement controls reminded me of that.
They're simplified, yes.
Time's up. Let's do it. Perished. Try me. always thought churches were quite nice buildings.
This is new content. What the fuck's this? Straight up corrupted mutant wolves.
I don't know why it's asking me to press Control E, but it's wanting me to click on the fucking chicken.
Let's check it out.
God, I hope I didn't bug this.
I got everything under control. Do you have any injuries?
Shit, this is not- Oh god, don't tell me it crashed. The fan is there blowing. My PC's really heating up. Stop streaming. Easier on my PC.
If it helps, which it might.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Just trying to stream it also. It's making my PC heat up.
Tree of Life has spawned. Welcome to the Blue Lab. This is where we study androids and automated robots.
Okay, maybe I tried to take on a group boss that was alone, and I shouldn't have.
You should be able to take them on. How many transition pieces have you completed?
I believe I had 2 yellow, and I think the rest were purple, unfortunately, so I think I was too unequipped for that.
I see.
Yeah, I was just struggling, like, on, like, leveling up and finding the last pieces I needed. Or I guess I was struggling more on, like, getting enough credits for the, force break, for the force cores.
You don't want to try to spend your credits to make your buys all the time. You want to...
Oh, okay.
What you want to do is you want to find your buys in the field, and when you can't find the buys in the field, you buy the buys then, so that you have money for what I just did.
Oh, okay, because I tried doing that for the Mithril and the like in the asteroids and such, but I couldn't. I was having trouble figuring out about the force cores.
Yes, it can get very complex very fast, because then you try buying everything, and you don't actually have the money to buy very important upgrades. So you just end up behind.
Yeah, plus I meant I wasn't killing as much animals when I was trying to look for that too much.
The fire station. I bet they're always busy.
Yeah, like these will just spectate this.
So,
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
alright, let's try it out.
Oh, I see what happened. It skipped a part of the fucking tutorial for some reason. I don't know why it did, but it did. I see what happened.
Don't want to be bullied? Fight back. important. Slowing them.
The temporary safe zone will not be activated. Get back to the battle.
Don't want to be bullied? Fight back.
The end is in sight. Let's go to the final safe zone and finish this experiment.
곧 보안 콘솔 주변의 최종 안전 지대로 도열해 주시기 바랍니다.
Now, it's only up to the final battle.
I missed my cue.
I'm not satisfied with this result.
Unfortunate. So what boss were you trying to fight?
I think it was one of the Alpha Omegas. It was the one with like the toxin like aura around them.
That is Whipline.
Oh.
That is a hard boss to fight by yourself if you don't have sustain or the damage to kill it.
Oh, it's like I was actually more closer than I thought and such, but yeah, I don't think I had enough like health items to last that fight.
Okay, let's run it back.
Ready.
You must really know how to pick 'em.
They added another one? They did. All of my safe plans are different.
Experiment. Let there be glory to the cons who reach the end of despair.
그럼 시작합니다.
Island? Find the materials you need here. find the materials you need here.
Aw, it's lame. Huh, this is kind of fun. I'd like for her to see this. Should I try it out? Nothing at all? I hope this isn't a poisonous mushroom. Aw, it's lame. I've seen plenty of such.
Time to head to the...
Let's have some fun. Want it, yeah? Where'd they stash all the stuff they made out of silk?
You can still get stronger. Check out your target items.
Oh my god.
참가자가 연쇄적으로 탈락시키는 중입니다.
Alright, I'm halfway through the tutorial. I'm about to start getting halfway through the tutorial.
Okay.
Better be worth it.
So I'm on teaming up.
The tree of life will grow somewhere nearby.
Did you see that? That's how you do me.
참가자가 연쇄적으로 탈락시키는 중입니다.
The dimensional rift ahead. Let's check it out. There's a dimensional rift ahead. A meteorite just collided. Let's go. The meteorite has collided. The others must be trying to get to it.
Oh, that was you!
Like, oh, nice, a riff. I wonder what this leads to. Oh, God!
Yeah. I had cameras and a recon, and I was wondering why this bot was attacking me the way that it was. Because I'm like, oh, this bot's not actually running from me.
I'm leaving.
Interesting. Let me just combo this ass real quick.
This is send shivers down their spines.
Oh, God damn it, I didn't even have all my 4 items. I thought I had it all.
Looks weird, but it's useful. Like that, whole pot.
참가자가 루시아
There's a crashed meteorite. Let's check it out. Tree of Life will spawn soon. There's a crashed meteorite. Let's check it out.
There might be some emergency rations lying around.
Tree of Life is about to spawn. Look around you.
I'll use it right. This is a different kind of fun from what I'm used to. I'm already feeling dizzy. Let's go show this off. Let's have some fun. Beauty. How's it? Can you hear it? Kind of thing, right? What you wanted, yeah? How'd they know I'm here? There's no one here to share a room with. Still in one piece? Who's out there to enter? Just hang in there. Where are you going? Wanted, yeah? It's a good How's this? What was I even expecting? Hello, my precious. Right. Okay.
No idea where she went.
Still in one piece?
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
You can earn credits by taking down drones.
Let's go show this off. Can you share it? Right? Where are you going? Was you wanted, yeah? I'll use it right.
The lab will soon be closed. Let's leave before it's too late. A Tree of Life is
Can you hear it?
What's that sound?
What's that?
The whirring sound. Is that your fan?
Yeah, that might have been my fan. Cause I muted my mic so I could burp. So that might have been the fan coming back in.
Okay.
Was it loud?
Yes.
Oh shit. Let's wait, because my noise filters, or my noise filter's coming in. It might have been me. I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Is it still loud, or is it just
No.
that one instance?
It was just that instance.
Oh, weird. I have no idea. Okay. Just past the halfway mark. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I just haven't gotten into the game proper. Just yet, I should say. Oh, God.
Did you see that? That's how you do it.
전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
This is some kind of trick. Did you see that?
That's a lot of C. That's a lot of C4 damage. Exchange fucking BF blood sun for 4-4 score. What a fucking offer.
A tree of life has spawned. The others must be coming for it. Dr. Wickline has
Kind of fun jumping over the pipes.
I guess I was still on the outside. Alright.
You blew up.
Oh, that's... I thought I went right back into the bounds after, like, crafting my stuff. Apparently it was still active.
If the timer's
a bit more forward.
Yeah, if the timer's over your head, you're still in countdown.
I can't believe there's no ships. Not even one.
Yeah, I just thought I was in the yellow zone at that moment. Well, that sucked. I'm actually doing much better that round. Besides that one mishap.
I mean, you entered into the combat lab. So that was either it's a you or me moment.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, well, I'm kind of disappointed. I actually thought it was gonna be a little better this time. Except you do have those red materials, so I probably would have got Paris.
I got these afterwards. I didn't have them at the time.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually debating if these are even better to replace than what I would actually have usually, which I do not believe is the case. This character doesn't use red chest, it doesn't use gloves. I wouldn't even know what the fuck to take if I wanted it.
It's kind of been disappointing.
Who will I catch with this? Exciting.
That's just because you're still getting used to everything and learning how everything works.
Yeah, that's true.
Plus, I'm still technically learning as much as I am, as much as you are. The fact that I died to a bot should be embarrassing. But then again, these characters are not weak because they're bots. They're usually weak because they are not able to respond the way that a human player could.
Yeah.
Don't let your guard down. Soon, this will become a temporary safe zone.
해주시기 바랍니다.
too excited. Let me slow down for a bit. Did you see that? That's how you do.
건설적으로 통과 중입니다. 참가자 두 팀이 실험에 남았습니다.
We've made it to the end. Now, let's go to the final safe zone and finish this.
곧 보안 콘솔 주변의 최종 안전지대로 도열해 주시기 바랍니다.
Plus, they haven't even taught you how to use the interchangeable gadget system. This is what I'm actively using right now. Even I didn't use this at first when I started.
Oh.
It looks like your final opponent has been decided. You can do it.
It's not... I don't want to say that it's not critical, because sometimes it can be critical. Basically, your G key can do more than drop a crafting pot.
Fine, I'm leaving.
We
Other crystal gems.
Have you finished this tutorial, Aqua?
I'm close. Like I said, I'm above the halfway point.
Victory.
I'm like 2/3 the way.
Okay. My game just crashed? Did my game just crash? Yes, it did. My game just crashed. That's weird. Why the fuck did my game crash? Hell?
Really don't like how it kind of loads weirdly, like right before it goes back to the menu.
Yes, that is definitely a quirk of their system that I think every game actually is beholden to, because it's going between the netcode and then back to the menu system, and the apparatus that they use for the menu is not the same as the apparatus that they use for the game. It's basically exactly how League goes in between these things. I believe Dota also is the exact same thing as well. Smite does the exact same thing as well. It goes between the realm that hosts the game to the desktop appliance that connects you to the match and then sets everything up. So when it goes back and forth between them, it has the same problem on loading as well as on exit. The client version of what most people used to run the shit off of, the shit that old League used to be made of before they decided to upgrade it, which is why it then required you to play a system that was updated to Windows 7 to Windows 10 compatibility. It suffers a different level of quirk, where it takes a little bit of a level to load, and if it's in between loading, it actually ends up stopping because of that, which is very retarded, in my opinion. And why does it feel like my fucking character data has been changed? I swear they changed my loadouts. Yeah, they erased my old save loadout. Probably because they added the new augments to the game. That's probably the reason why. Regardless. They at least made it so that you can see what item is made out of what at a glance. This is still an expensive fucking build. But at least that has Omnisiphon. I suppose this is for attack speed basis. And then the other one is going to utilize the other face. Yeah, it does.
I may call it when I finish the tutorials, but I will finish these because this is interesting.
Okay.
I want to see what these things have in store. And plus, I will work my way up to getting at least one of those bunny girls.
The man has a vision.
Yes, I have a dream. I have a goal. I have the hunger. Anyways.
Do you want some advice, Fancy Pants, on something that's easy to play, that'll definitely give you a fighting chance?
Probably, but I feel like I'm the type who will just ignore that anyways and just keep on going with keep on being stubborn about it.
Use Jackie. She is one of the fighter characters. She should be already have unlocked for you, or she's very cheap for you to buy. If what you want to do is to have your best chance against me, use Jackie. Now let's run this fade one more time.
Alright.
You must really know how to pick them.
Boom, 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 boom. So ideally, you want to be finished with your purple by the end of the full cycle of day one. Preferably within the hours of day one, before night one. Then you're trying to find whatever the first material rotation is going to have. The first materials that will always be up first is going to be a teleport to the combat lab, as well as a meteorite and Tree of Life. Then it'll open up opportunities to find Mithril with Alpha, and then Force Core with Omega, as well as more opportunities for the environments, for the lab.
Look for the materials you need here. Nothing at all? Time to go to the dock.
Looks weird, but it's really useful. I can't believe there's no ship.
Here are the materials you'll need.
Same. Huh, this is kind of fun. Aw, it's lame.
Go to the beach.
Did they make something else? This is a different kind of fun from what I'm used to.
Use special materials to make stronger.
Better than I thought. Can you bear it? Should we make something else?
And then once you've built your items, you're going to want to get the food. And then you're going to want to try to kill as many people as possible so that you have actual credits to buy, so that in case you aren't able to access one of the zones that have something, you actually do have credits to buy something with.
Done.
That's the only extra advice I can really give you, because if I give you any more advice, we're going to have to break it down and get semi-competitive. Because this is where your battle IQ is going to take over. Right now, technically, you functionally have none. So I'm trying to help you develop it without giving you too many cheat codes.
Who's out there to entertain me?
I'm gonna break it down, bust it down, turn it up 2 times.
Want it, yeah?
The dimensional rift spawn point is near.
How's this? What you wanted, yeah? How's this? Just hang in there.
I'm on the last tutorial.
What you wanted, yeah? Okay. Can you bear it? This is what you wanted, yeah? Wanted, yeah?
참가자가 연쇄적으로 탈락시키던 중입니다.
Still in one piece.
구역이 지정되었습니다. 참가자가 연쇄적으로 탈락시키던 중입니다.
A meteorite just collided. Let's go. A meteorite just collided. Let's go. A tree of life has spawned. The others must be coming for it.
Why do I feel nervous? Let's go show this off. Let's go show this off. Looks weird. It's really useful.
I've seen a tree of life is near. Look around you. The meteorite has collided. The others must be trying to get to it.
How? Terminator.
I can't rest.
Did you see that? That's how you do it.
참가자가 루미아 섬을 지배하고 있습니다.
Alpha spotted.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
Why do I like it?
The meteorite has collided. The others must be trying to get to it.
Fun. Why do I feel nervous? This is a different kind of fun from what I'm used to. Let's go show this off. Fine, I'm leaving.
Still alive?
Just don't get hurt.
No, I ended up dying.
And not respawning?
No, I just respawn now.
Frick. Who's out there to entertain me? How's it? Time to give you a prize. I'd never steal from the sick. The girls gotta have This is enchanting.
The meteorite has collided. Go.
Still in one piece? Maybe I should disguise myself.
Well, it looks like I found your corpse, whomever you died to. An Isol, an Isaac, and you?
I'd never steal from the sick. The girls gotta have a code. Hello. Feels like I'm peeping.
참가자가 루미아 섬을 지배하고 있습니다.
Okay, I finished the tutorials. What was that about? Getting character packs? Because I think it said something at the beginning when I had to restart.
You got, if you finished the entire tutorial, you should have gotten character vouchers that you can access inside of Forging. You just go to the Forging window, and it should be a button that you click that shows you the amount of vouchers you have, and you spend those to buy characters. If you don't know who to buy, reference the store because it does not tell you who's the most expensive. I would suggest unlocking the most expensive characters to save yourself money.
Understandable. Store.
참가자가 루미아 섬을 지배하고 있습니다.
Oh, never mind. I did not look before I read that name. Your life was gonna flash before your eyes in a hot second. It looks like you are 2 out of 5. For where you are on day 3, you should probably have 3 or 4 out of 5. Since I've already completed 5 out of 5. And there goes the revival kits. In Lone Wolf, you have to be a little bit more bloodier than you would be inside of 3-on-3.
I had a lot of fun back then, thanks to that one kid. Entered the fight. Did you see that?
What do you mean expensive? Do you mean like credits or what?
A-coins. A-coins.
A-coins. Oh, I see.
Sort the loadout by characters with the most expensive A-coin from top to bottom.
Okay.
The most expensive character is going to be in the range of 8,000 and something.
How do I...
Drop down the menu on the left.
Oh, thank you. Buy A-coin cost. Down. Okay.
Let's speed it up. Did you see that?
건설적으로 통과 중입니다.
That is twice you have been saved!
That was loud.
Because I was about to light him up twice!
Wow.
Although you have the right idea. If you're able to lock down Wick Line, you would be able to get a red upgrade. So being here is not a bad idea. It's just that you don't have cameras. Because you haven't seen me coming ever, have you?
No. Or it was like mainly you were like right up into my face and such, like, and then
There are animals that drop vision equipment. Excuse me, Mr. Isaacbot, I was explaining something.
Oh, Martina it is. The most expensive one out of that lot.
The bat animals and the crow animals drop vision equipment. The bats will drop telephoto cameras, and the crows will either drop recon devices or EMP devices. When you're near an area like this area of school, this kiosk is a very obvious gank point, because people are going to check this brush to see if there are people that are buying on the other side of the wall. Even though I haven't been necessarily using my recon drones, I've been placing telephoto cameras, and I've been seeing player movement, which is how I'm hunting people. Fuck, I clicked on the wrong item. So, when you're going through zones, and you're going through those zones to find opportunities, you're going to try to pick off players based on whether or not they are isolated and they are able to be fought, which requires you to really necessarily think about what you're going to be using as a bridging point. So, for example, if you had killed Wick, you would have been able to build your upgraded red weapon. And then from there, you would have tried to get the rest of your upgrades, while still trying to find enemies to kill.
Did you see that? That's how you do it.
건설적으로 통과 중입니다.
Dr. Weakline will spawn shortly.
like I'm usually collecting way too much food.
Yes. Before I said you should have about 5 to 6 different pieces of food, I'm going to suggest that you have only, like, 5 minimum, or 4 minimum. 4 full stacks.
Yeah, because now I feel like I keep on like overfilling my inventory and such, and taking more time to like try to loot stuff.
Yes.
Or especially the important materials.
Now, you should let the auto collect always take up those materials for you. It is just easier. It is just de facto easier. Otherwise, you are asking for trouble, because then you're having to micromanage picking things you might not necessarily recognize while you're trying to loot things from containers as normal, which adds on extra problems. Because this is not even pre-assuming that you get access to things like drones and trap damage and using the gadgets.
Let's have some fun.
As far as all that shit goes, it's very, very, very temperamental. You are not the last person, but you're in this zone with me. I'm going to give you a 10-second head start to find me.
I just saw you too! The worst part is I don't want to fight you right now. I'm the evil bastard. Oh god, no. Oh no, oh no.
I mean, you almost had me. I didn't expect you to do that much damage. You actually got the 4 out of 5 that time. What character were you playing?
Throw the plate, Cassie.
Put a bow on this victory.
Or yeah, that crazy nurse lady.
The crazy nurse lady. The crazy nurse lady. I don't remember all the characters by name. I remember their faces. Because you did about 45% of my health there, as I was killing the last bot, because apparently all 4 of us were in the zone. And I thought to myself, he's really about to rock my shit while I'm killing them.
It's like just straight up just random ultimate. This is immediate.
Yeah, and you would have won. Even with holding SEV as your final, you probably would have been able to kill me had I not had ultimate.
I was like, yeah, I just noticed all that health come back. I was like, well, I'm out of ideas.
Yes, when you kill enemies, you do get a burst of health back. Which is why piggy jumping off of them is actually meaningful. Okay, now for this one, we're going to do this one as a squad custom. And I'm going to put you on my team. This way we can break down what you may or may not be knowing.
I don't have to get robbed anymore.
Sometimes it helps to understand how players are doing what's happening by being on the team instead of against the team. Because your only other way of learning would be you having to literally study VODs of Eternal Return. And because the game has a lower player base, it actually means that it's kind of hard to actually do that. Funny enough. So what we're going to do is we're going to close that squad spot here. So it's going to be 2 on 3 for all 8 of these teams. And we're going to go from there. So, in a 3v2 situation, you basically have to make up the majority of the front line and mid line damage with somebody who's representing the back line and the front line. For this, almost all of the fighter characters are your go-to. Almost all of the time. Just de facto. They work better, they feel better.
Okay, because I was almost wondering about using Barbara for a second and being a like using the and trying to get used to the turrets and such, but usually
Diley works too. In a melee team, you have to take opportunities a lot faster than others when they present themselves, because it will give you a lot more power when you attack people in melee and run them down, as opposed to giving them a chance to get away from you and not take your damage straight up. More or less, you're trying to force your damage on top of them, rather than bogging them down. There are benefits to different squads that run like that. An all-melee squad that has a lot of catch potential and power potential, because they have a lot of teleports, can actually be able to do a lot of damage, but that doesn't mean that they can be on top of people, and it means that they have to deal with being peeled. So you spend a lot more time bushwhacking than you do straight up running people down. This, however, is a character that I don't actually know.
Let there be glory to the pawns who reach
I was just playing him a while ago too and such, and I was like, like he was actually I felt like I was doing better with him than most of the other ones too.
Here are the things you need.
I know he's very technical, so that's actually very impressive that you were learning him.
I mean, I kind of just employed the strategy to just run up and just throw as many of the specials down as possible and such, but I did see that he was like, it was like pretty interesting how he was able to like, I didn't fully understand it just yet, but it was like, he was able to,
dash reset.
Have one of his, yeah, he didn't have one of his abilities on a cooldown and such, but it was like, I think it was like dependent on something else.
Time to go to the alley.
Without like let him be able to like just like be able to straight back and forth and out.
considering that we have two characters that basically specialize in AoE damage, it provides a lot of opportunity for you to learn how to layer, especially when you're farming. But I don't know what your build order is, so you need to teleport to where your next build items are. Then we meet. Yes, so then after your build's done, that's where you meet up with your squad.
Beautiful and elegant.
Move to the
I
warehouse.
regret not getting Alonzo. He seems fun.
Pay attention.
Oh well, I'll live with it. I will live with it. My only concern is how the hell do I get those damn bunny girl costumes?
Skins. If you buy the Royal Pack, which I said is about like $35 to $48, I believe you'll get Haze for free.
Oh, I already got Haze for the character packs. Unless you mean the skin.
Her skin.
Okay. Well, I don't have money. So I'll have to earn it. But I will do that later.
I'm getting warmed up.
That is interesting. I do regret not getting Alonzo. He seems easy to learn and looks fun. I regret, but that's fine. I'll live with it. I'm gonna head out for now.
Okay.
Night, everybody.
There was an enemy, but I missed them. I need to complete my item build.
The first step is always important. Blooming.
A meteorite will fall soon.
That is a blast cone. That does damage in the direction in which you hit it.
I know, I accidentally hit it the wrong way though.
Seems like the meteorite will
Don't stand in that AoE. If you stand in that AoE when that meteorite comes down, you will die.
Oh.
Yep, that's pretty much what it looks like when a melee team is fighting. We are not giving them opportunities. As soon as they show up, you get on top of them so that they don't have a chance to run away. And usually it's best to always terminate that team. Because if you give them the chance to run away from you, it can become a very big problem. So we have a meteorite. I make my headpiece. And since we're in a situation where, because we came from a zone where we took fights against the enemy team, this would be where after a fight, you look for a kiosk in order to buy. So we'll be using this kiosk because there's still 1 minute left. Carl said as he then took on another team. Beautiful.
연쇄적으로 탈락시키는 중입니다. 생존자 사망. 참가자가 연쇄적으로 탈락시키는 중입니다.
Oh, this is Lumi. Lumi actually sells an item here. Lumi has meteorite in it. I just use it to buy from him. When you buy something from Lumi, he will charge off in a random direction. It is another way for you to get a buy. You can get a buy from Lumi for cheap. It always tells you at the beginning of the game what Lumi's going to offer you, so you can always be able to utilize that as a part of your build.
Okay. I'm beginning to realize that the main thing I just need to do with Lee is just always drink, no matter the circumstance. Just always keep drinking.
Yes, practically. Multiple teams running at us in a straight line, and then they die. Do 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 do.
생존자 사망. 참가자가 연쇄적으로 탈락시키는 중입니다.
Yes, so while you do that, I walk over here and I start this alpha.
Pay attention. Let's move. Don't blame me.
You see that died very quickly. That is the general idea about doing most things with this character, and characters like him. Enemies are going to die very fast, but it's going to feel weird when you fight them, because you're going to have to get used to your power level. How much damage you basically do in a hit.
Observe the beauty of it all.
Now, unfortunately here, that Tree of Life is too deep in that red zone for us to risk it, to just go to it and grab it. So instead, we're going to pivot through Research Center.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello.
And doing this, we farm all of the enemies around the Research Center, and then we can take that Tree of Life, or use the Research Center to buy, if there's something available. Because we're effectively making use of our reach and our range. Because there's always going to be 4 groups of enemies around the corners of that zone. Place a camera behind us in case you're getting back attacked, and then pick up a buy here.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Come out to see my performance.
And then you buy with drone, yep, and then you craft. And we get on top of this. Get on top of this. This launches us into forest. And then we're at the Tree of Life. I don't know if you need a Tree of Life.
Yes, I do.
So you'd go through this Tree of Life and pick it up. It takes 6 seconds. While you do this, you would check out the zones nearby us to make sure that we're not being bushwhacked. And then you would try to path yourself directly to another zone that has another item.
adventure is the beginning of beauty.
Another tree of life. Do you need a force core?
I wish I could at least take a shower.
Yes.
Get the tree of life, then make a buy once you have 200 to be able to get yourself the other half of the force core, which would be the meteorite. You can't make it yet. It's cost 200.
Oh.
What do you have for me, you little...
Oh, I thought you meant like I could sell it and such.
No. This is where power farming comes in handy. However, this should actually be an Omega, so now you have an extra one. Don't get killed. This is probably what killed you before. You weren't looking at your health. And then you take that force core.
참가자가 루미아 섬을 지배하고 있습니다. 참가자 4팀 시간에 남았습니다.
You don't have to drop the tree of life.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다. 생존자 탄화 전설이 탄생하고 있습니다. 참가자 3팀이
That was your recon.
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what that was trying to do, so I just tried to use it.
Okay. I got confused for a second. I'm like, bots can't use that.
The meteorite has collided.
That enemy happened to have a VF on them, so I stole it. Now we go around here through all the zones that are still available, and all of these are potentially items that you can use. We run into an enemy.
Looks like your final opponent has...
One person had meteorite, another person had that, and I'm trying to click on this other bot.
I found a VF blood sample on the other guy.
Yeah, and I found a VF blood sample on him. This character is greedy for shit. This character is greedy for shit. Doom, 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 doom.
참가자 2팀이 실험에 남았습니다.
So then, this, actually no, this would combine with your tree of life to make another force core in case you need a force core. Because the last thing you need to make is your glove. Technically, your weapon should have been made first.
Or I needed apparently mithril for that.
Oh, now you have enough to buy it from this kiosk.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
And now that's done. Wick line is available, but we're nearby a red case. This is a headpiece. I don't need this, you take that.
I'm here. Fresh air, aire puro.
Now, the thing about Wickline, she is a character that wanders through zones. She's going to wander through available zones to find people to fight. If she cannot find them, she's going to continuously go on a patrol pattern where she's going to attempt to access zones that do have it. When she walks by one like this, you want to basically drag her out of that area so that she's back over here where we can do something about it. And then she drops a mithril.
This will be your final
Which will be your weapon.
Victory is in your
She
hands.
drops any of the potential equipment randomly. But then she drops via blood sample.
Oh, I already bought the other mithril.
Okay.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
Next thing will be purchased is head, chest, sword, boots. Damn, I fucked up red shoes. I'm fierce.
Nice hotel.
And then we walk from there, from where we were, to archery range, because there's another mythic supply box. And we want to find out what slot it is, because if it's a free slot that can be crafted, that saves us on material cost. While we also kill enemies that are in the zone.
The red marker on the map.
Yes, the red marker, the red chest. So then we would open this. And
That's
then
another headpiece.
okay.
Hoping for dancing shoes.
What you would do here is you would pick it up and you would then ping it with Alt plus mouse button 2, which means right click. Alt. Well, actually no, Alt mouse button 1, left click. So that people would know that it's there on the ground.
I'm gonna need to remap that later.
Kill this boss real quick. He had a mithril.
Team left until victory.
Bows are elegant. Pay attention.
Getting the fuck out of dodge.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
I craft the last piece of equipment that I had that was purple.
Legends.
Place it. And then I look to use my last BF blood to get my last build order, which makes this guy extremely expensive, but he can afford it because he's bloodthirsty.
Siento, amiguito.
And he can afford it because he has all this fucking damage. And then he is full build, which is extremely expensive, but is ideal. This is effectively what I've been doing every single game, and what you want to do every single game. And now we find Lumi again, and we can now use Lumi to buy things like recon drones. Then, if you hit the V key, you open up the quick buy, which has some things on it that are valuable. The most important thing here would be telephoto camera, because that helps us put cameras in brushes so that we don't get ganked by someone.
잠시 후 임시 안전지대가 활성화됩니다. 안내에 따라
There's someone in the zone. So now we're looking to find that enemy. To do this, we would put a camera in this mid brush. And then we would control the outside space over here, because the safe zone's over there. So we'd be looking to see them cross through this middle plaza section.
Santo Dios.
You put another camera over on this side, because this is where the animals would be. And you would be trying to wait for them to present themselves. One of our cameras got broken because it transitioned to the final zone, so now we move towards the chronosphere.
보안 콘솔 주변에
And as we move towards this chronosphere with the food we have available to us, we either look for a zone that has a fireplace, or we use the gadget
Use
hunter
G to
spot.
craft one?
What?
Or use G to craft one?
You either find a fireplace to put on top of the hunter spot so you can get a perpetual stew, which is a red food item, or you drop it on the ground as is to get a 100-year-old stew, which is not as strong but is a slightly more viable. And then V key again, 5 more cameras as you're walking. And then you just go ham. Chakumitura. And that's the general flow of the combat, especially if you know what you're doing. Kills and assists do not matter because team takedowns are counted collectively together. You get money for killing things, you get money for killing people, but the reward that comes from killing an enemy that has a legendary item on them is on the body when you loot them. So, if you kill someone, or if they're downed and they're in a down state trying to revive to get back life, which would be able to be revived by a person reviving them on the spot, you would have to right-click your ally to pick them back up. But when the enemy's in that state, you can hit them to reduce their timer, to kill them. And when they blow up and die, whether it is in the point where they will no longer have a revival or where they do have a revival, you're going to pick that person off from active gameplay. It'll be the exact same as if you get downed inside of League, where you get a respawn timer, and you'll have to hope that your team can carry based off what you were able to do. KDA is still counted, but it's not counted contiguously as because you performed, therefore you won. Everything that happens from your interactions comes from the choices you made on the path to getting success to fight them. Then afterwards, you got a stat graph which allows you to track how everything worked and what everything was, as well as the crafting quantity that you had, your mastery, and the total credit shit. None of that really matters. Except for, on the stat screen, all the way at the bottom, vision contribution. Telephoto cameras, recon drones, MP drones, hyperloop uses, security control activations. This ability of granting vision for your team not only also gives you credits, but also lights up a zone to show you where all of the animals in the zone are, so that you may kill them to gain credits to farm as you move from zone to zone. Using that between that and your ranking, and whether or not you have built all of your items, as well as your actual credit total, how much credits you physically owned on you, how many you actually used in value, dictates whether or not you are on track as a player. Do you follow?
I think I'm starting to understand that a little bit more.
So, while we're on this screen here, you can see that there was 8 teams. Those teams had 3 people, we had 2 people. Because we had 2 people, we actually had less credits to go between the 2 of us than they did. Pound for pound, 1248 and 1297 is a lot of credits for 2 people to have, especially a Dai Li and a Camilo. But totally how much credits they had together as a squad. That's where the value of your squad members come in. Because obviously, you can see the value that the player has on with their equipment, right? So, to understand how Camilo builds, look at what the best player in the lobby built. He is an attack stick. He wants to build stack stick equipment that then enable him to fuck other people up. And in the build that I was auto-suggested, it suggested a final build of 4 red, 1 yellow. Because Mithril Armband is just apparently that good, because Stack of Swift Stride, every time you move up to 100 stacks of 0.2 meters. But that is actually good, right? Because Camilo wants to use his skills in such a way where his W basically deals the damage of his auto attack power as he flips through an opponent. The Q is a area effect that when you hit on the edge, it gives a stack that leads up to the 3rd stack of his Duendo that allows him to do a spin move. And his E is a dash, as well as his D skill, his weapon skill, being an additional dash. The D range is larger than the E range, so you D skill onto an enemy, because the skill comes back so fast. It's only like, 15 seconds, 9 seconds? You hit them, you auto-attack them to gain his passive shield. Then you Q them, and you're able to move as the Q is being used. You're not locked in place, so you can move around while it's happening. You get a stack when you hit them on the outside edge. So, you D on top of them, you auto, Q, maybe if they try to use a dash skill to get away from you, you E, because if you would eat first, you wouldn't be able to eat again, because your second E disables you from dashing to that target. You would probably dash after them using W. If they try to reposition again, then you E on top of them, the first time or the second time, you lock them down and you'll have your D-dash again in order to get on top of them, and you'll still be using your Qs to try and deal damage to get that AoE focus, while you're basically autoing them down by not giving them space to breathe and move. Put that together with all of his spells, and the auto-attack damage of Vitality Strike will be recovering his HP. Every time he auto-attacks, he reduces that skill cooldown by 1 second, while still having heal reduction on his skill. That will give him a heal reduction of 20 for 4 seconds. That combos with strides, which is giving him attack power and defense and critical strike chance. The same way that's giving him attack speed, movement speed, and attack power or skill amp. The Featherfall will be increasing his next basic attack every 7 seconds that he hits, increasing his range by 25 up to 7.5 meters, and dealing additional skill damage. When he hits with a basic attack, it cools down the Extended Fury's cooldown. So he's getting Vitality Strike back fast and Extended Fury back fast. Then, Blood Pact is a shield effect that will give him a lifeline shield. 200 plus character level times 15 HP shield, and 50% tenacity. That's a lot of power to gain for 2.5 seconds. You also get 10% effective heal recovery, which already you're getting through with Omnisiphon, as well as his basic ability skills, as well as Siphon Maelstrom as the main skill he has, because he wants to stay on top of people for 2.5 seconds. And then Nosferatu Crimson, giving him access to Magnetic Midnight, which will allow you to auto-attack somebody and slow them down, so you can stay on top of them for 1.5 seconds. So there's 1.5 with 2.5 seconds for when he wants to be on top of someone. Take your skills with your effects as Dai Li, and apply the same logic. Auto Arms lets you auto-attack and gives you tenacity and attack power and defense. Alexander gives you strike chance. Blood Crown gives you increasing attack power and attack speed on hit. Spectre is giving you even more healing reduction, as well as defense power, attack power, and crit strike chance. And Imperial Gloves are also giving you Magnetic Midnight, which is giving you move speed, attack power, and attack speed. Most of your skills are all about hitting your buttons and staying on top of a target to auto-attack them while using your 3 spins to stick and cover the distance. And when you do so, you also then get the ability to get in range to use Ironclad. So when you plus your D skill, you reduce the damage you take by 12 plus multiplied by level plus 1% for 3 seconds, and you get an additional whatever that fucking calculation for Dawsony is, so that you can be on top of a target and keep beating that ass. So,
not to mention like the whatchamacallit. Not to mention too, like if my 2 attack abilities are on cooldown and such, but they're but I get them in place and such, and my BAC meter is still high and such, like I can end up taking into that maxed out mode where it's like even though I lose my cooldowns and such, like my attack speed goes through the roof and such, and just proceeds to just melt people.
yes, because it is basically a full tilt all-in team. To round out a squad like this, you would need to have a strong backline or a strong engage that can go from being melee to attack range. Probably not going to work out all that much. There are definitely team members that can do it, but having the ability to lock somebody down so they cannot move so that we may burst them is ideal. By themselves, Dai Li can fuck a team up, and by himself, Tamilo, who played well, can fuck a team up as well, because his ultimate is just built on doing that while he's isolating somebody out and pulling them in a position where they can't be able to leave. But, of course, getting to my level of skill, and it's not that impressive, it's from where you currently are, is not really that much of a difference, as much as it is understanding what your buttons do. Things like the gadgets, that's going to come in time.
And what to go after, too. And what to look for, too. Like while you're hunting animals.
Yes. For that, we can do another one. Or actually, I can show you in loadout. Because now, they've changed it in such a way. Hello, Avalon. Goodbye, Tusky. Inside of the menu, when you're loadout, it actually does show you in your character build screen what item is what. So, for my character, Laura, they deleted my old save plan, and the top build, it appears here, that is working best is this one, having a 17.89% win ratio, where this one is 11. For what reason why, I don't know, but we're going to find out. So, in the save build plan, they don't have anything written down. They have chosen Plasma Whip, High Priest Robe, Sports Sunglasses, Sports Watch, and Tachyon Brace, with Tactical Skill Blink, which is standard for Laura. Then, in Augments, you've got Diamond Shard, because immobilizing an enemy player will increase your defense by 20 plus 5 plus level for 3 seconds, so that you can take damage, and it will then do a burst of skill damage in an area around you, while also slowing enemies for 40% for 1.5 seconds, every 20 seconds. Unwavering Mentality is going to give you a shield for your ultimate, because you have to absorb damage from people in order to get on top of them to really make use of this. Sometimes you might even have to blink in to stick it. They suggest Dine and Dash. I don't think I like Dine and Dash, namely because this is just a way for you to get extra value out of food that isn't at the value rate of the Perpetual Stew, which would be 660 something, or higher. This just gives you a higher shield value. Cavalcade has been the way that the game has been telling me to build things. Tenacity would be probably ideal, should you not take one of those. For this build, it apparently wants to give you Quick Draw, as well as Overwatch, as opposed to Stopping Power, which I suppose you don't really need that much penetration. Attack speed would be more important. But then, over here on the late game item transition, especially when you hover over what this question mark is telling you, you can see that the build that they suggested on the first line for the auto build compares and contrasts against the actual other two builds. The way that they organized it is they put it in direction of options and choices. So, Rose Steps versus Red Shoes, because this is attack power and attack speed. This is skill amp and cooldown reduction, because the character technically does use both stats, but it's more skill amp than anything. All of this is to give you some level of sticking power, as well as the tactical goggles with Chinese Opera Mask, based on the build that I'm going to make myself, or Legs of Steel as an alternative choice to what's on the bottom line alongside the Bloody Ninetails. And then an entirely alternate build that has similar-ish build equipment. But on this, you can see that this is Tree of Life, Force Core, Mithril. And this is Tree of Life, Meteorite, Force Core, Mithril. It's easier for you to start out getting a Tree of Life piece, and then buying another Tree of Life piece for 200, and saving yourself the extra 200, than trying to buy 400 worth of special items to craft these two equipment pieces. Do you follow?
Yeah.
That's why knowing what your item builds are and how they transition is important, because you're going to be going from the purple into chasing down one of those things. Of course, you can always be able to buy a Mithril piece, and you can always be able to buy a Force Core, but this is 350, and that's 250, and this is 200, and a Mithril would be 200. So, you have to think about how you're building them and why you're building them. Ultimately, what you're doing is you're trying to give yourself opportunities to then build up, so you can then buy the Force Core directly for 350. Now on Laura, the most important pieces is probably the chest and the watch. This is a attack speed oriented build for her. So she is going to make use of Vigor Circulation to add her skill amp damage to her auto attacks, which gives her the ability to then get additional attack speed when she autos people, so that she can be able to do her job, which is sticking on top of targets and bleeding them down. This explains slightly more why this is more effective, because then you take the examples of Magnetic Midnight and her equipment, which is all about sticking on top of targets and using her tri-directional redirection to stick to people, and Courtier to get access to additional amp skill damage as you keep dealing skill damage to enemies, up to a stack of 6. And at 6 stacks, you gain Omnisiphon for free. If you're able to upkeep this gives her a lot of power to stay on top of people in fights. I used to use a build that did not have any necessary Omnisiphon in it, because her job was to engage. Make it cheap, make it effective, so that a lot of her skill power comes from being able to stay on top of targets, and being able to pivot when necessary, so she has the CDR to attack. This one has a balance between both. Skill amp, auto attack power, healing reduction, stat stick equipment, blaze up amplified, and the Oranos effect for your first auto attack to slow a target, so that you can Q them, dash after them, auto them, and then continue spell weaving. Ninetales does the exact same thing, but it gains armor pen. Rose Steps is giving you the ability to increase your skill amp power in trade for some ultimate skill power with armor pen percentage. Red Shoes is giving you access to a form of recovery every 8 seconds, where you're going to recover additional skill level health from your attack power and your skill amp for HP, where every single time you auto attack someone, you're going to decrease that cooldown by 1 second, just like how Camilo just had this on his boots. And Chinese Opera Mask is just going to be an even bigger stat stick for armor pen straight up, with more cooldown reduction. In this one, it gets 40 compared to the base skill, which is getting also 40, but it has less power but more pen, and less attack speed as well. Whereas down here, when you use Fencing Mask, instead of getting the effect of Blaze Up Amplified the normal way, you're getting movement speed to stick on top of the target. So you can stay on top of them, to stick on top of them, to auto-attack them. And then Cabana is just straight up protection power. You're getting defense, you're getting skill amp, you're getting skill amp per level, you're getting cooldown reduction. This doesn't have nearly as much cooldown as it possibly could have if you were to play something alternative, but you don't really have a lot of boot options should you want to go with something that gives you cooldown reduction. The options that you couldn't be able to use, you would have to give up skill amp power, because the only other option that exists is Legs of Steel. So these are basically 3 boot options on top of a 4th boot option, where your choice is to have a Tree of Life piece, a Mithril piece, or get a VF Blood upgrade piece. So all of these transition points, you can't get VF Blood online until after the beginning of day 4. So Bloodline is day 4 only. Because of that, that means you need to find places to find Tree of Life. It even actually now has a place where it can tell you exactly where it comes from. A probability from killing animals, a guaranteed opportunity from Ancient Tree, guaranteed from, well, a potential outcome from a guaranteed air supply from a purple box, as well as the probability of the other targets. Same thing with Force Core. Potentially from a purple box, hunting probability from other people, an outcome from Omega, etc. Same thing with collecting from a crater, or collecting from an object.
Oh, I didn't know you could combine Meteor with Tree of Life for the 4th core.
That's what I was telling you in the game. When you got that Tree of Life piece, I told you could combine it with the Meteorite. That wasn't very clear, probably, when I said it. But when you...
okay, I was confused by that.
When you have both of these things in your inventory, it will automatically show a craft choice to combine them together to make the Force Core. Then, if you wanted to do something like to create your Teller and Timepiece, you would just have, or you would get a drone buy for the watch and craft the watch while you're on the move. Obviously, some pieces are more important to build than others. I'd probably say if you had to start out using this build here, you want to find a Tree of Life and then make the tactical goggles so that you have your healing reduction online, so that you can be able to duel people, and then you're going to look for a Mithril to buy Oranos, and then you're going to look for another Glacial Shoe to get Tree of Life again, and then you'll probably save your credits until you can get 350 to buy Teller and Timepiece before you then get a force core from either Omega, or from being able to be lucky enough to get a piece of it from one of the combat labs, where it will always give you access to a meteorite, a tree of life, or a mithril, to potentially make that into a force core with a buy for a meteorite or for a tree of life, and then make courier. Usually, the way that people put their items in their build list is in importance of build order, because I can't move this based on this automatic build. I'd have to import it. But if it were me, head, glove, watch, shoes, chest, because the only way you're going to be able to make a transition buy, otherwise, is to use this last one, which is going to give up the access to this siphon, but just gives you raw stats straight out the gate. Meteorite or Tree of Life, or Tree of Life or Meteorite, then Mithril, then the final two Force Core pieces. Since it's basically a savings of 150, it is better to find one of these break-off pieces and then buy the other, so that you may get the upgrade for this. And you want to make sure to do so that you don't get caught unawares at a kiosk by someone ganking you, because that will suck. You will lose the value of your credits, you'll probably lose some of your materials and your items, and you'll still have to recover and find a way to get another build, because you have to get to your breakpoint, because everyone else is getting stronger at the same time as you, and might even be accelerating it based on whether or not you're fighting more than they are. This is not as dire as it is in team play as it is in Lone Wolf. Because if a player has confidence and they know they can take the 1v1, they're just going to be quickly scaling through power, because they're going to have so many credits. They can make VF blood buys. They can make heavy force core buys and get to these peaks of power faster than you expect them to. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because then from there, the only thing left is skill order. And Laura's simple. She wants to max Q, then she wants to max W. She also wants to max her passive, because this increases the damage that she does in a cone nearby to enemies when she auto-attacks with her spell weave. She then wants to put as much power into Twilight Heist as possible, because it increases the damage and increases the shield. And then max the last points into Sly Step, because this is just being used for movement. Most of the damage is going to come through with Thorn Lilac. And weapon skill levels up on its own. You don't have to put points into it. As for the combo will come with time. If the character doesn't truly interest you, you don't have to fill your head with this information. But if you like the character idea, you would definitely want to learn this stuff. That's pretty much the long and short. That's really all there is to Eternal Return. Once you've learned the basics, it's all about mastering the build order. So you can see here in the saved plan, when we move to the detailed inventory and when we move to looking at where this is from, you can see that I have chemicals in my drone requiring remote materials requiring remote drone slot. This means that this is a drone buy. And the reason why this hotel to dock build can work is because it's segmented in such a way that I get everything from hotel and everything from dock, and then when I am in dock completing my items, I buy chemicals from whatever chemicals is required for, which would be sports wash, and I use that to make my items, so that I can immediately go through this zone, farm through here, and either path my way towards a hyperloop, or I can go find targets that have yet to finish their builds and pick them off for early credits, so that when we do attempt to make a push for one of the special item zones, whether it be a meteorite or a tree of life, it takes 6 seconds to collect both. I can then go from, okay, I got my first item buy, immediately find a kiosk, get my next item buy. It's a 1-2 punch. Because more than likely, you had to fight people to get to the zone. You have to fight people for the object. You probably have to cut your losses and try to make out with the loot if you can. Find yourself to a kiosk, possibly wait for, if not buy your ally back, and then get your item buys and craft. Right? So that presupposes that you're fighting people on the way to establish your dominance, because everybody is going to probably be around certain zones. Certain zones are where you find those pieces of equipment, where they spawn, because they have a set place where they spawn all the time. However, even though they might spawn in one place one game, that doesn't mean they're going to immediately spawn in the other place in the other game, because there's a limited amount of them that drop around the map. Namely, so that there's combat all over the place, not just a bunch of combat from hotel to dock, and everything from factory, cemetery, pawn over on the top side for the map is empty, but then it's a really bloody battle over at schoolyard and fire station, but you can avoid it if you just don't fight there. Every time you don't take a fight, you're trading safety for being behind, because then somebody else has the chance to get ahead of you, because they're going to be there getting into their late game items. They're going to get into the Tree of Life. They're going to get into potentially getting a meteorite piece and buying another Tree of Life to then make a force core. Because that's also another thing you could do, right? If you're getting here and you're not just immediately crafting to go from legendary to legendary or even piece to piece, you could find a Tree of Life or find a meteorite and then buy the other, and then boom, you're immediately on timepiece. Vigor is already online. That's also an alternative choice. Because you can buy these down the line. You can find these in the purple caches down the line. It's not the end of the world, but there are some things that you definitely will want to go from place to place from. Because if you look here at the stats between these, the amount of stats that you get for tactical goggles compared to sports sunglasses, it's not that big of a divide.
Excuse me, give me a second. Or hang on a second.
Okay, you take your time.
I'm sorry about that. Continue.
No problem. So, between tactical goggles and sports sunglasses, you can see that it's not that big of a divide between the stats in this item and the stats in this item, even though they technically do the same passive and the same job. It's a 5 difference on the cooldown reduction. It's a 5% difference on the attack speed. It's a 50% difference on the HP. And it's a 12 difference on the skill amp. But look at the divide between the stats of the skill amplification on Sports Watch to Tiller and Timepiece. It's a very large divide. 5% more attack speed, 2% more skill amp, but more specifically, almost double the skill amplification. Same thing with Glacial Shoes. Tachyon Braces, cooldown and defense. This is skill amp and cooldown reduction. You're trading defense for power, then you're upgrading the power twice here. And then you're getting the passive of Courtier from High Priest's Robes because it has no passive. It's just quick, dirty stat stick. Same thing, same argument you can make here at Cabana. It's a quick and dirty stat stick that is going to add on more skill amp alongside skill amp per level. And the healing reduction. But realistically here, the Courtier is the most important piece between this and the Tellurian timepiece. And then the obvious upgrade of the unique passive of Magnetic Midnight on your weapon. Not that much difference between the stats here either. Certainly, 2 more attack power is not that big of a difference, but nearly another 2-ish odd points of skill amp power, and the passive of Magnetic Midnight is worth that. So, if you're willing to take the loss to focus on getting something like Timepiece on, or getting Courtier on, you could forego taking Glacial and taking Tactical, at the very least, taking Tactical, so that you can use that first piece to get to your expensive build, and save yourself the 150 credits down the line. Which is a choice. It's a choice you can make. If we were on a different character that does a different thing, and we were using something like Tactical Armor, this is a heads up, no questions asked decision. Because Verdict is that strong. Instantly eliminate enemies when their HP drops below 7 to 5%. Guaranteed. That's the execution passive of the Collector. That's attack power per level, that's defense, that's armor pen. On a character like Aiden, he wants that. Because when he auto-attacks that person at range, and he Qs that person at range, and he hits them with their damage, and he's doing any amount of DPS to put them down and to stick them down and to root them in place so they cannot outplay him and run away, that's not having to kill confirm them and take them all the way to 0. I can take them to 93% of their life, and then I win. Day-night difference. Same thing with the passives on the Reddish skills, as well as the same passive on Fencing Mask, where Fencing Mask is trading some stats like health and attack speed for cooldown reduction and defense, and the stacking power of getting movement speed at max stacks with your separate skills. And then with the extra power that you would have had there, you're getting extra defense that's getting covered on that equipment so that you can heal cut people. Since, obviously, if you're not taking heal cut here, you're going to have to take heal cut somewhere. Me, on the builds that I made, I took heal cut on my boots. Because it's easier to get a mithril and buy another mithril down the line than it is to try and find 2 trees of life. Because people place uber safe in a way that I don't like. So I'd rather find the mithril from an alpha or from a cache than be locked in, or potentially find it from a lab, than be locked in to having to pick something that gives me absolutely no defense, no viability, and no alternative to take a better piece. Because amongst head slots, there are some pretty powerful pieces for skill amplification. A good example being, I could take Kandala, straight up. I could take the Dragon's Fury, straight up, although probably not on Laura. I would probably want to take something like Cyberstalker, which is skill amp and movement speed, and even more skill amp damage on my auto attacks when I'm within 8 meters of a target that I stay within 8 meters of for 3 seconds. And when I hit with an enhanced basic attack, I increase the damage of the skill dealt to the target for 10% for 5 seconds. And then obviously, the effect of getting amplified Blaze Up alongside the effect of something like Courtier. Or using something like Racing Helmet, although I probably would highly doubt it. But it could probably be good. Third basic attack deals a certain amount of additional skill amp damage and heals myself for 30% of that additional damage. Or, more than likely, Astronaut's Helmet. Enemies that get damaged by me get debilitated and they take 7% of their max target HP plus 2% skill amp from my percentage damage every second for 3 seconds. So, I hit the target, they're getting debuffed. I stick on top of them, because that's what the skill character does. And I keep draining their life every time I'm healing off of them with my own abilities. Things like that are strong. But you would only be able to get there if you design this character yourself, and you figure out how it is you want her to work. Which is a choice. Now, because I'm at that point, that's what I'm going to do. Because I'm playing more of this later. Because I think now is a good time for us to end. Because everybody else is dissipated. Unless you'd like to go more. We can do that if you want to. But...
Right. Or I do have some extra time and such, like, so I could possibly go for a bit longer now.
Okay, so we can do that. But this is the idea of what you'll be focusing on with the game. Because if you allow yourself to get overwhelmed by the systems by thinking about all these different things all at the same time, you're going to make yourself think, well, fuck, I gotta do this because this, and you're going to start flowcharting yourself into a direction. And certainly flowcharting will help, generally a little bit. And I say a little bit because you are flowcharting. The game is expecting you to learn all of these zones. Sometimes, for example, characters like Laura will have the ability to jump walls, because their ability will let them do so. That's a very powerful thing to do. But knowing where you can do that is half the game. That will come with time. But learning how to get your item build done, moving from hotel to dock, or whatever character your item build tells you to go to, that's important. Knowing that the drone buy exists, and using it, that's important. Knowing that you can go to the cameras in a zone and take control of the cameras for vision control, that is important too. Those basic things. Get my items, kill animals to get at least some starter food, cook that food, and then start cracking heads. That's what matters more than anything else. Because then your instincts are going to start becoming pre-tuned based on the opportunities you're providing yourself when you start out this way. Because obviously, I'm not expecting you to make MLG level plays. But it is as simple as, I'm playing a character like Laura. Or, better yet, the character that I told you should try if you really wanted to get an edge over me. Because she is brain-deadly, brokenly, stupidly powerful. And it appears that people agree because they have decided to give her different builds again. Oh my god, a 25% win rate with this? Lord have mercy. Aaron and I go crazy. A character like Jackie, she's as simple as 3 buttons. This is a Q. You hit somebody with it, you get to use it again. This is an auto attack reset. It hits and slows. This is a leap. You get to reset this when you kill a target with max bleed stacks or you kill an enemy character as an assist or shutdown. This is an activation state. You get additional move speed and attack speed when you hit this button. And you get an extended duration if you kill somebody while it's active. And when you use it, you can be able to assist with killing enemy characters and potentially get back HP when you hit this in an area of effect around you. And her Bloodlust is literally just, the more stronger it is, the more damage she does with her bleed, as well as the burst of adrenaline she gets with attack speed damage, based on her additional damage at lost life. So, she wants to hit people non-stop, at a very fast rate. I see a target, I might leap at them, I might Q at them. When I Q at them, I'm going to W on them, and auto-attack them, to slow them. I still have another Q going. They're trying to run from me. I dash in the direction they're trying to run from me. I stand on top of them. Smack, 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 smack. Where are you going? W, smack, 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 smack. My Q's back up again. Dash, smack, smack, smack. They're trying to jump away from me. Smack, smack, smack. Q again, in the direction they're moving. Smack, smack, smack. The person thinks they're clever. They think they're jumping walls. You can jump walls with E2. Dash after them. Land on top of their head. Smack, 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 smack. It's an auto-attacker. Simple. Now, she has 3 weapon skills. Her most simple is Maleficent Helix, which acts as an even greater form of movement speed benefit. Hulking Dagger gives you the ability to sneak up on people, teleport behind them, slow them, deal skill damage, so you can begin fucking them up. Parry gives you the ability to immune damage when people are trying to swing at you, and then charge at the enemy and use attack damage. And Dual Sword Rampage gives you the ability to charge in a direction and deal damage in the path, and if you hit an enemy, you can redirect the skill in that path to dash again. But based on all she does, she wants to auto-attack people with attack speed, and occasionally uses abilities to stay on top of them. So then, what should her items be in order to enable that? Because they have a build here that takes her from pawn to cemetery. Well, they want to give her Erendite, so that when she hits an enemy with a basic attack, she deals skill damage that is equal to 2% of the current health of the target. And she gains attack speed. And at a stack of that attack speed, she gains extra power and extra attack speed. Butler's Suit to give her stat stick power and even more attack speed and CDR. Virtuous Outlaw to give her swift strides, because she's trying to get on top of targets and use her move speed to stay with them. Creed of the Knight, which is giving her even more stat stick power with CDR, and Cowboy Boots to give her attack power and movement speed and more CDR. So then what should her late items look like? They should look like attack damage and attack speed. And what do they have here? Oh, surprise, surprise. Attack speed item, attack speed item, attack speed item, attack power, cooldown, and armor pin item, attack speed item. you see what I mean? It just follows through with its own logic. She wants to deal damage with her passive to activate her effective abilities. So, she's going to start with something like this, and she's going to transition into builds based around counters for what people are going to do to her. So let's say, for example, you just use this as your build every game. This top line. Meteorite, Meteorite, Tree of Life, Force Core, Mithril. This is a fairly cheap build. Getting 1 Mithril for your boots, getting getting 1 Meteorite for your boots, and getting another Meteorite for your longsword will grant you vision range as well as magnetic midnight. Then you're able to afford Wisdom Robes, which is going to give you even more attack speed when you use your ultimate, and movement speed, and the ghosting effect for 8 seconds. Then Demon Mask, attack power, health, attack speed. When your health drops before 50 and you take damage from an enemy character, you're going to transform the Tranquility effect into Inner Rage. So you'll gain defense first, and then you'll gain Inner Rage, which is going to give you a percentage increase of attack power, and Omni-Siphon. Then Chains of Thorns is going to give you armor penetration to rip through people, and Mirage Lace-Up is already giving you attack power and attack speed. Now, if it were me, I'd probably choose something a little bit better for her, because she doesn't have any Omni-Siphon automatically in this build. Most of it's coming through from her passive. But that's a choice. An alternative here is the build they have here, where everything is basically the same except Mithril Boots, which is adding even more attack speed and slow resistance, and some defense. But you're trading out Wisdom Robes for Omerta, where your attack power is increasing based on your max HP loss. So it maximizes when your HP drops to 40. So you're trying to remain low and take advantage of that while you're in fights. And then her late game build uses Dancelef's Crimson, which is Smoldering. You hit somebody, stack 4 times, you're going to deal 0.8% of the enemy's max HP each second. Well, if I have all of this attack speed, I'm going to stack this very fast. And then I get to build this to give myself more movement speed when I attack with basic attacks or separate skills on a target. I get to cut their heal, and I'm going to have the attack power, the defense, and the Omni-Siphon to stick on top of somebody. Shield of Kings is just giving me attack power, HP, and CDR reduction. And Sight Blade is going to give me the effect of having Thunder Ruling, which is going to give me Armor Pen. I then get 20 credits and movement speed for 20 seconds on enemy kill assists, and then when that happens, Thunder Roll ends. So, I get attack power and cooldown reduction and Armor Pen. This is obviously a slightly better form of Chain of Thorns, but instead it's coming in the form of something that requires Force Core than what I could have used alternatively, which is Tree of Life. I can obviously go through and I can say I want attack power and I want attack Armor Pen and maybe CDR, and I can see what's on offer. But if I knew nothing else, I knew that I could build this and basically maintain and be safe. Until, of course, I learn when to go from this build to this build. Since this is obviously more expensive. This is 2 VF Bloods and 2 Force Cores with 1 Mithril. If I wanted to do this as a transition from this build, I'd basically be going from doing all of this, and then when it comes time to build my headpiece, or this is my armor accessory technically, but when it comes time to build my armor piece, rather than building off of this Tree of Life, I'm building off Mithril here, and then I'm taking a greedy option with finding access to more credits, which I'm obviously going to be able to do because she's going to get credits from how quickly she's going to kill people. And then, of course, augmenting is based on what that really offers and entails. Vampiric Bloodline is just straightforward. I damage an enemy, I get attack power, I get Omni-Siphon stack. At max stacks, I increase my attack power. I get Contempt of the Weak, so I deal 8% more damage when the enemy's below 40. And I get free attack speed from killing wolves. So, when I'm killing animals, I'm going around and I'm trying to find as many wolves as I can. Versus getting attack speed and, say, doing something like doing Omni-Siphon from a wild dog kill, which is slightly harder. Does all of that make sense?
Or it's definitely a bit to take, or it's definitely a lot to take in.
The way that... Go ahead.
Well, what I've mostly been getting from this is like, or it's just whatchamacallit. I think it would be a lot better if I ended up like trying to not only just like picking one loadout and just going with that right now to try out the character, but instead actually like looking through the stats on here and such, so that like either I end up making my own, so that like at the very least I can start to understand like what I'm trying to specifically look for and such, or what I think is the best to look for, or be like actually curate between these lists to see what the general game plan is, so that it doesn't. So I'm not like not trying to do some like, or not trying to like move and like move redundantly in like too many areas.
Something like that. It really depends on how you want to play the character. For simple characters like Jackie, what you're going to think to do is you're going to find a play style that's comfortable for you. So whether that be learning Axe Jackie, or learning Sword Jackie, or Dagger Jackie, or Dual Swords Jackie, or whatever character, especially if they only have one type of weapon, like Laura does, you're going to put yourself in a position where you're going to ask yourself, what is the reason and what is the purpose for what I'm trying to do and what I'm trying to achieve and what I'm trying to learn? And when you look at them, especially when you're choosing what you're going to learn from, you're going to look at these win rates, kind of like how I'm looking at this one here, and between these two builds, this one is 17.89% win rate, and this one has a recommendation score of 1, but has a win rate of 22.2. You'd be looking at these and you'd be asking yourself, why is this item, why is this build so successful based on what they're offering here? And you use that as your jumping off point and your bridging point to understand the character. So this one,
yeah, like the, or like one I just saw for an example and such, like on Lee and such, involved going for White Claw punch instead of 1-inch punch, and I was thinking like for a second like, or why was that and such in that case, even though it has a higher win rate, and then just already seeing that like I wouldn't even have to even go anywhere near a factory and such to go ahead and waste time and such. Already feels like already feels like that I should take that in consideration.
yes, because you're effectively trying to figure out what the order would be for the build. So here we have a similar Aura build, but it appears that what this person does is that outside of Bloody Ninetails, which is obviously just them saying that you have an extension buy, you'd still have to decide on a whip, and more than likely you're not going to use Sword of Scales because you're getting heal cut on tactical goggles. That would be redundant. You could probably make an argument about the Whip of Fate, but because this character wants to use attack speed because of the effect of Tellurian, you're almost always still going to take Oranos. So obviously your first weapon is still going to have a Mithril in your buy. This is still technically an expensive build to put together, but it looks like what this person's doing is that what they're ultimately doing differently is that they're doing a different augment entirely. Most Laura builds want to do something like Unwavering Mentality and Cavalcade, as well as the first starter choice in the line compared to everything else you could do, right? Because it gives you the access to the main augment and then to the side augments. But it appears here that this person instead does Contempt of the Weak and Bear Mask, as well as access to Vampiric Bloodline. Because the one thing that Laura doesn't have in her kit, outside of hitting W, is automatic Omnisiphon for auto attacks, for attack power skill amp. So Vampiric Bloodlines, alternatively to Diamond Skinned on the defensive augment, that gives you defense for CCing somebody. But this is going straight for blood and just chasing people, auto-attacking them or hitting them with skills to get Omnisiphon, so that you can heal while you're doing damage. Obviously you have to have this, she's a fighter, she needs to have that heal. But they're also taking Bear Mask, as well as Contempt of the Weak. So they're not taking penetration, and they're not taking heal cut. They're taking straight power, because their goal is to get on top of that target and kill them. This is why she has Cavalcade. They're basically trading out the defense that they would have gained had they get on top of the target with that power defense, and they're instead replacing it with the defense of damage reduction from Cavalcade, because you still have the shield from Unwavering Mentality. This is slightly more dangerous in the sense that it's tempo-based, but if you have the tempo to make this work, you have more skill power, you have more skill amp, you'll get more skill hour and more skill amp in the late game, so you can get a little more power from here, rather than getting attack speed from Wolf Mask, or HP from Boar Mask, or Omnisiphon from Wild Dog Mask, and you're getting the power of Contempt for the Weak, where you would alternatively not have this, probably, and you'd be taking something else. But I think you probably would still take this, because they took away the other one that existed. Or you'd probably be taking something out of Chaos, and you would now put a lot more of your focus in necessarily getting on top of people so you can do your job. They even express this through the form of how you're maxing your skills here. Through from level 1 to level 15, they're suggesting for you to put power in E, Q, W, and max Q, and then max W, as you're maxing passive throughout. So, when you get to your late game items, you're just trying to run face. There's no questioning. Like, you're running face. And the tactical skill Blink is so that you can land Twilight Heist when you chase people down. That's all that's happening there. So you simplify it. Like, take all of the big abstract shit and simplify down what I'm saying. What does the character want to do? She wants attack speed. She wants an effect that will allow her to use the amp that she's building on her spells to add to her attack damage with the attack speed. So, the augments they want here combos with that attack speed power with her auto attacks. So her late game items are all around getting her to that point. Now, we already have a technical idea of what we want to use. We're not replacing Tellurian Timepiece because then we'd lose Vigor of Recirculation. And unless we get something else, such as the Red Chest, we're probably not going to be replacing Courier unless we can get online to use Queen of Hearts. Maybe. Because if it's not Queen of Hearts, it's Tranquility, or excuse me, it's Bikini, right? If I don't take damage for 5 seconds, I get a shield. That max shield is based on my skill amp. So, that's defense, that's skill amp per level, that's Omnisiphon. This is just giving me additional Omnisiphon, right? So, I'm getting defense, and I'm getting skill amp, and I'm getting CDR reduction. But if I'm getting skill amp for Omnisiphon in my build already, I could probably build something different than Courier. But even if I didn't want to, and I didn't know anything about the character, I just needed to play the character quick and dirty because I want the effects of her abilities, I know what I could probably build off of there. So then I start building in-game off of what I know I could build as in transition, because this menu still exists in the game. So then, taking this off, going to chest, choosing amp, choosing CDR reduction. If I wanted choices that offered me both those things, boom, Courier. Alternatively, boom, Cabana. Surprise! That's why that was there on that other alternative choice. Then, Elegant Gown. Boom, a different one. And it offers a different effect. It's offering more skill, more cooldown reduction. Why? Because this is offering me the ability to hit a target with 2 separate skills in 3 seconds to slow them by 60 seconds for 1 second after 2 seconds. Or, Inquisitor. When my enemy's current HP is below 40% of their max, my skill damage dealt to that enemy increases by 15%. So I get the ability to get skill amp if I stick on top of them, getting to slow them down so I can keep hitting them, being able to just have heal cut and quick and dirty stats straight out, or getting an effect that increases my damage against that enemy because they have reduced damage, or reduced health. And surprise, when I look at this is a Force Core, this is a Force Core, this is a Mithril, this is a Meteorite, and this is, obviously, the blood sample. But then, what if I want to go in an opposite direction? What if I just wanted to have skill amp in general? Well, assuming that I don't want this, and I want something else entirely, what if I, instead of taking CDR on my chest, took something like Holy Orders? It's still a Force Core, but look at the unique effect. Skill amplification, 25%. From my experience, I don't replace my chest very often, because good defense matters. In fact, if I'm supposed to be gaining nearly, 20%, or excuse me, 20 points. 20 points of defense from using that one active, why not keep the Diamond Shard then? If I'm gaining 20 plus level times 5 defense for 3 seconds, and then doing a burst of skill damage and a level around me so that I can slow them. It's probably because I want to do something different. And what they're doing here is they're augmenting that auto attack power for something else entirely. Now, of course, recommendation score is basically people saying that this build works and functions. This will always be consistent, because immobilizing an enemy and getting that power so you can stay on top of them does matter. You're definitely going to have to make choices between them, but if you had to do nothing else and learn nothing else, you at least have that to explain what's what. And then you can make your pivots based on your own skill. So, that being said, all those words just basically mean Simplify down the character. What do they want to do? How do I enable myself to do it? What gets me those items? And to that edge, let's run that Lone Wolf back. Because now, it makes sense, right? If that's what I would do in a team, what am I going to do when I'm playing for myself? Now it makes sense, right?
Yeah, or a little bit more. I definitely feel like I'm gonna have to do some, like bot drills and such too, and such even after this.
Yeah. Just like normal mode exists to learn this shit, obviously. It's gonna be different than if you were playing Lone Wolf, but Lone Wolf's mode is based on a thing that does not work very well. They sometimes limit the characters that you can play. Only melee, only ranged, only AP characters, only AD characters, so on, so on, so on. I don't like it. The game originally was basically Lone Wolf all the time, and it made it really bad, because what would happen is you'd always get fourth-partied by somebody.
Yeah,
Kinda,
it doesn't seem like class roles would make a lot of sense for that.
Kind of like what you almost did to me when you almost won! Somebody waits for the strong player to get potentially worn down from killing other people, and then they immediately third party, fourth party, fifth party them. So they can have the advantage to kill. Which is an entirely viable choice. That's an entirely viable strategy.
For a bastard like me.
Especially if you're being a bastard about it.
Try not to fall in love.
All those words, but I promise all those words make perfect sense. Do you feel a little bit more confident than you did the first time you played compared to... Or do you feel more confident now than you might have the first time you played and you didn't know anything at all?
Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm getting a lot more confident compared to before. There's still some stuff I need to like tweak and like fix around, but like I definitely felt like I've been like getting used to it a lot faster.
Yes. That's all we're concerned with. That's all we're concerned with. Because it's not like money's on the line here. It's not like the people that are going to definitely be a fucking nuisance to you when you're inside of normal matches or in ranked matches. But you can't go to ranked until you're count level 30. Just like in League or in Smite. Which is annoying as fuck. Because there are going to be people who are going to tell you that you don't know enough about the game and you should listen to them and that they should do what they want. Basically, when you go and you apply what you're applying here in the game for real, people are going to play like it's Lone Wolf despite the fact they're playing 3-on-3. And you're going to have to learn how to navigate that so that you have the advantage in those scenarios and situations. Otherwise, you're going to always be on the back foot.
Time to move to the alley.
How can I make use of a branch? I'm not dizzy. I'm used to this.
And of course, I always limit myself with the rule that I'm not allowed to fight any of you until you are confident and or you make the choice to take the duel against me. It challenges me. That's how I get so good at it and so fast. That's how I get so good so fast at a lot of the games that I play. I'm forcing and challenging myself to play better and play faster. It comes easier to me because I am naturally a competitive player. It might not come as easily to you as it would to others. But that does not mean that you shouldn't try to learn. It just means that you have to remember.
What do you have for me, you little machine?
Do 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 you do 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 you do 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 do. Oh, you picked Daily. Oh, I'm in trouble. You could probably beat my ass with Daily.
Delicate dance to match the rhythm of the flowing water. Don't blame me. Just the second step.
연쇄적으로 탈락시키는
Don't blame me.
참가자가 연쇄적으로
There's a dimensional rift ahead. A meteorite just collided. Let's go.
Beauty of legends. This is a marvel. I don't put it together.
There's a meteorite over there.
Pay attention.
A tree of life is found. Hurry! There's a meteorite nearby. Hurry up.
How do I get up?
You know what?
Well, I may have been lost on how to get out of the lab.
You have to use the system to teleport out.
Oh, okay.
참가자가 루미아 섬을 지배하고
Oh, that was a bit of a fumble.
Fight. A tree of life will spawn here.
참가자가 루미아 섬을 지배하고 있습니다.
Oh no, absolutely stunning. Shall we dance? Don't blame me. It's simple but peaceful. I've been wrongfully accused by the police before. Yeah, there were times when fans had to be very hard on my show. Over here!
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
Slip. No room to even move. I'm here. Here.
전설이
There's a new team attacking.
전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
Another place for dancing.
전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
There's a new team attacking.
전설 새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다. 전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
Another team has joined battle.
Dance. Siento, amiguito.
전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
I am dangerously fat with too much money. Do-do-do-do.
Siento, amiguito. I hope the gas smell doesn't stop. Shall we dance?
There's a new team attacking. Terminated.
Covered in blood. Beautiful.
전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
I'm here.
Different team has entered the fight.
Tempo. Follow me. Eat.
Terminated.
생존입니다.
A beautiful ending.
전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
Gas smell doesn't stick to my clothes. Shall we dance?
Meteorite nearby. Go. Terminated.
A beautiful ending.
전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
Absolutely stunning.
I definitely messed up pretty badly there.
Pay attention. Shall we dance? With beauty. Your distance.
Terminated.
Was all. A beautiful ending.
전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
Stop the weak line.
새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다.
Hoping for dancing shoes.
전설적으로 통과 중입니다.
Follow my lead. Lo siento, amiguito. Hidden bridge over water. Ah, it's a pond. All right, I get it. I'm leaving. A bit too
But every team has ended the fight. Terminated.
A beautiful ending.
Team has joined the battle.
전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
Terminated.
A beautiful ending.
탈락. 전설이 탄생하고 있습니다.
Somber. Beautiful. Santo Dios. Oh no. I'm here. Lo siento, amiguito.
잠시 후 임시 안전지대가 활성화됩니다. 안내에 따라 이동해 주시기 바랍니다.
I'm here.
Terminated. Another team has terminated.
전설적으로 통과 중입니다. 생존자, 생존자, 전설이 탄생하고 있습니다. 참가자 4팀이 실험에 남았습니다. 안전지대를 활성화합니다. 안내에 따라 이동해 주시기
Doesn't sound like you're dead. Or are
yeah,
you
I
dead?
was alright.
Oh, you're already dead.
Oh,
Well, damn.
yeah.
I thought. Fuck!
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't last that long. I think I might be just getting too tunnel vision trying to fight, and trying to, fight people who keep on trying to jump me and such. Like, when I should be, trying to get away.
Sometimes. Sometimes it can be important to have to do that.
Team and be the last team standing.
Yeah. At the same time, though, it also feels like that, like, if I don't try to get into any of those kind of fights and such, then it's like I'm gonna be under-leveled real fast.
Mastery does not matter as much as items. When you upgrade your equipment and weapons and you fight and you farm off of creatures, you will gain that passive power that you feel that you need to get through actively trying to fight. Taking every fight you can backfire on you. Taking the fights that are smart will grant you a lot more potential than if you fight every opportunity that might not be necessarily positive for you. Because maintaining and controlling space is more important than being able to dominate every fight. If you know that you can dominate every fight, then it's just a matter of catching them. If you cannot, then you have to take the fights that you can actually be able to duel. Which, that one is easier said than done unless your character is characters like Camilo. As you might notice from the example of him being a rapier character with 2 forms of dashes, if I can dash on top of them to auto-attack the shit out of them and then dash again to deal both dash damage and Q damage, because you can insect them. You can insect the abilities, and it will cast it. We're talking about a lot of damage very quickly, and he can then go through objects and through walls and chase those people down still. If you know that you can fight back, then you want to create an isolated situation where you can take that fight and win. If you cannot do that, then you want to kill the targets that you can, take things off them that you can, and get the hell out of dodge so you can recuperate. Because sometimes you might get a kill, but then you're open and you haven't gotten all of your HP regen from your kill credit back from Triumph. So you'll want to try to create space. The way that I describe it is the modified fight or flight technique, which is fight, flight, float, flee. Fight, flight, float, flee. Technically, it's just fight, float, and flee. Because obviously, if you're running from the engagement, you're trying to flight. But you are either aggressively hunting someone, and you're letting the situation develop. You're fighting someone that you're trying to execute, who you know is dead to rights. You are making and taking space in the situation so that the situation either develops to a point where you can execute, or does not develop to the point where you cannot execute, or you're getting the fuck out of dodge because you have no idea who's standing behind them. That's the way that you look at it. So whenever I end up catching you guys, and I'm on my character, I'm not thinking about giving you a chance to think. I see you, I kill you. Because if I don't take first initiative, let's say you're a skill-based character, and I'm playing an auto attack and skill-based Spellweaver. If I let you get your attacks off, and then I allow you to float to create time for your cooldowns, I've given you the opportunity to have the upper hand. And what I should do is I should collapse on top of you immediately. For in this example, if I'm playing Camilo, I can basically run down everybody, because they can't escape my dashes. But that means that I have to lock myself into a singular target, and how he's fleeing from me. So if he's fleeing past a group of animals, but he's not within my E-dash distance, but the animal's within my D-dash distance, which will then put me in range to get to my E-dash distance, then that's me being able to utilize putting all of my skills together in a way where I can now punish that person and the other people who are around him fighting with him. So they dash away from me and try to escape. I dash to the animal, I dash to them, I keep autoing them. That's one down. There's somebody behind him who's going in. For every target, Camilo can dash to you twice. So if they're walking into me, I'm taking the fight. Because dash needs to come off cooldown with my weapon skill for D. So with D button on CD, I want to use QWE and maybe even R to get some damage reduction, so that if I have to fight multiple people at once, I have 40% DR to whatever they're throwing at me. And then I'm picking targets, I'm buying time till my shield comes up from my passive, and then I'm executing a target immediately in that shield timer. Because they're going to have to burst me through that shield in order to kill me. If it's multiple targets hitting me at once, I need to kill a target that is most likely to die quickly, which I'll be able to identify based on how they fight with their skills. Melee characters, generally, they're going to be tankier than a midline backline character. An Aya is going to go down faster than a Marcus. A Laura will go down slightly faster than a Dai Li, but a Dai Li will go down faster than a Laura, but only if she's not beating my face in. If I'm getting jumped by Laura, Marcus, and Dai Li, I'm probably going to use my dashes to go to whichever target I think has the least potential to kill me. In that particular scenario, it'd be Laura, because she needs to auto-attack and use spells to hit me. And I'm going to run in the opposite fucking direction from the crowd control. I don't want Dai Li to have a chance to triple kick towards me, and I don't want to give Marcus an opportunity to use his dashes to create a tectonic rift to pull me back into a wall and then body slam my ass. Because then he can auto-attack duel me, and his 3 auto-attacks that are going to recover HP based on his skill effects, that's going to give him the opportunity to possibly float the fight, where if it's Lone Wolf, I gotta fight a fucking Marcus. Probably will be able to do it because I'm critting him. But if it's a team fight, if I'm hitting Marcus, and he's 1/3 the front line, who don't I see? His other two team members. If he's in front of me, and I can't see either of them, I need to assume that I'm being surrounded. And I need to get the fuck away. Now, if I have cameras and vision, and I can see that Marcus is basically split from his squad, I can DPS him. Because Marcus is only as strong as the players he's creating space for. If he's not making space, and if he's not somehow capable of actually killing me through whatever skills and effects I have, because he doesn't have a shield. He only has health recovery. I could probably burst his health recovery. Buy a little time, do a little Diendo, use my ultimate, they try to get closer. DQ, auto attack, W. EQ, auto attack, raw Q to walk after them, to continue auto attacking them. Kill one. When they're in downs form, they're either going to have to choose to walk away, or try to find time to live. If we're in Lone Wolf, they're just dead. But if it's a team fight, they go down. Now I gotta turn my attention to who's left. And I'm still one part of my team. Whatever my two allies are doing, I need to follow them up. Because now it's a law of conservation of energy. Go hit the target that's easiest. Hit the target that's right in front of me. If I can dash to the target that's behind them, and not take poke, and at least kill them faster, so they don't have to be able to run, then I should do that. Otherwise, hit the target that's in front of me. Who's in front of me? Marcus and his team member. What's the distance between me and Marcus and that team member? It's about 10 meters. Can I do DE to get to the other target? If yes, do so. Execute. Now who's left? Just Marcus. Go back 2 steps. Marcus and his team member. What's the space in between the two of them? Let's say it's 20 meters now. I can't reach with DE over 20 meters. But you know what I can do? I can reach Marcus's bitch ass! Who's in front of me? Marcus. Who do I hit? Marcus! This would be your basic flowchart. If you don't think you have the ability to take the kill, don't risk your life. Play smart. This also comes into choice with going into combat labs, by the way. If it's not the special lab loot key that takes you to the blue lab, every single lab you enter through a interdimensional portal to go into, you have to possibly fight a combat. If you don't think you can take a combat as a team, don't walk in that portal. Boom, done. Because if 2 teams are fighting against each other in the combat lab, that's 2 less teams on the map contesting for the next item you're going to push for. Ultimately, if they kill them in there, the credits they get from killing them, and also the credits they get as a reward, and the items they get as an award, is going to be +1 to +2 faster item progression than your own. But if you know that you can take fights on the map, and you know you have more agile movement, take that fight and put them in the dirt. And even if you just kill one from a team and then run away from team fight, that's still good, because you're depleting their extra revives. So let's say in the beginning of the game, I kill 15 people before the end of Night 2, before Tree of Life and Mithril's on the field. I'm rich. And each of those people that I killed and confirmed the kill on is somebody who has 1 less revival. If I recognize that player name and that player character, I'm focusing them in every fight every time, unless a better target opens itself up to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The logic for backline characters is basically the same. The only thing that you're adding is the caveat of who is too close to me. If you're being aggressed by a target like Adon, and he wants to teleport on top of you, just like Daniel does, you're trying to ask yourself, who is nearby me and who's in front of me? The enemy's in front of me. Where's my tank? He's in front of me, holding them. Smack, 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 smack. Oh no, there's an enemy that's right behind me. Where's my other team member? Behind me, peeling them off me. Who's closer and who's a more dangerous threat? This is a tank. He probably doesn't have a lot of power, but as long as he's not chipping me out, his team members can't get to me. Slightly pivot away from that fight. Other target that was trying to jump me. Can I hit him? Yes. Am I safe? Yes. Smack, 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 smack. Does another target come out of somewhere that's too close to me? No. Continue killing target that was weak. Is he downed? Yes. Eliminate him. Take his money. Who's left? The other 2 members. I haven't seen the other 3rd member yet. Where's the tank? Still fighting my tank. Collapse on him as 3. If the other enemy somehow got free because they ran away to go pick up the other members and refortify at another location, I can either choose to hunt them, assuming I know where they went, or move to the next zone. Because the combat's over. There's nothing else to do. If you end up tunnel visioning and putting yourself in that position where you can't be able to make a choice based on what's left, it is possible that you might end up getting screwed because of that choice. But if you make the smart move, you might actually be able to take advantage of the weakness of the enemies that you're facing, because they might not be prepared for a straight up brawl. They might think you'd give them some space and time until you find all 3 targets. But if I'm a team of, off the top of my head, Alonzo, Camilo, Aya, the only thing Alonzo and I have to do as the 2 sides of the front line that matter is find your target and tell Aya where they are by putting my body on top of their head. Then Aya snipes them. And that's it. That's all she wrote. Simple stuff. But I feel like after that one, we should be done here. Because this is a lot to absorb, and it is 40 minutes till midnight. And I'm hungry. So, does that make sense?
I think it does. I'm starting to get a little tired too.
I understand. The advice that I would probably give you, when you go to play the game, there is event missions and there are daily quests. Every time you log into the game, assuming that you don't end up playing a normal match in your time on Thursday with us, go and play Eternal Return for the amount of time that the game is asking for you to play it. Right now, the event mission says it wants you to play Eternal Return for 2 hours. And the daily quest is asking you to kill wild animals, kill alpha, and level up the defense mastery. That is not hard to do. You could probably do that within 3 games. Probably. Playing for hours on end, you actually have to be in a mode in order to accrue that. But playing the game on edge, it's not that hard. But between normal matches, what you'll want to do is you'll want to go to training, and you'll want to go to versus AI, or practice mode. Practice mode will allow you to actually learn the environment in a safe environment without pressure and with no actual cues. You'll be playing as a single player on a team with bots, and you'll be experimenting in practice mode without the usual rules, which will give you the ability to do things like give yourself free credits, try out build orders, blah 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 blah. AI mode, however, is going to be 24 players, which will have bots that you'll be facing. You will be on a team of 3 people total, facing off against easy, normal, or hard bots. I would suggest starting with easy and going to normal and then going to hard as you level up your skill, as you master a particular character.
I actually went on that and sorry, went straight to hard.
I mean, that's a choice. It's still viable. It's still a choice. Cobalt does not get unlocked until level 15, I believe. And Lone Wolf right now is on solo mode, but I don't know what type of character it's on. Have to check the fucking thing, because it's supposed to tell you in the fucking thing. But playing the training mode and then eventually doing customs, either by yourself or against the bots, is going to be the way that I would suggest you get active practical skill. Practice it like you're running drills, basically. Learn a handful of characters. I'd say 5. Learn 5 characters. Make 3 of them fighters. Make 2 of them ranged characters. You need to understand how the flow of a fight as a melee works, and how the flow of a fight as a ranged character works, as well as how to farm on both melee and ranged characters. the abilities that you use do not matter. What matters is that you keep moving. Think about making decisions before you make them, and then moving in the direction that those choices take you. So, if your loadout for Assassin. Shu Lin. No, Daniel. Even easier. If your build for Shu Lin, or Daniel, takes you on a 22% win rate build that wants you to go to Forest Factory Archery Range, think about when you go to each of these zones for each of these items, I need to kill animals. If I need the leather, I need to collect rocks and sticks. If I need the harvesting hunting materials, and I need to do it in such a way that I waste as little time as possible. Once I have my full build, I need to find animals to kill for food. So in this situation, I would be going Forest Factory Archery Range. More than likely, you're going to find an animal to kill for leather, you're going to find a flower to gather for gathering, and you're going to find stone and branches to gather for those materials. Then you're going to go to Archery Range, and Archery Range is right outside the range of school where you're going to be able to use that fire pit. It's got pigs, it's got chickens, it's got a bear, it's got wolves, it's got even more boars over in the Archery Range. You will easily be able to farm to get food. You will get 5 units quickly like that. The thought that you should have as you go from forest to factory is, do I have the stick, the grass, the stone, and the leather? If you don't, you need to kill an animal for the leather. If you do have that, you need to get the other 3, because this one is without a drone buy. And you just think about that while you're moving. I kill the animals, I take their loot, I take their stuff, I make space for my items, I build up my items as I'm going. Then this late game build, this is actually a pretty cheap build. This is Tree of Life, Mithril 4-score. It's got a little bit of some alternative pieces with 2 pieces of Mithril, and then you've got Tactical Skill Module, and what they clearly want you to build for your attack weapons, which is Scarlet Dagger into something. To my knowledge, I believe Daniel is an ability amp character, so he probably is going to take Blue Skill Amp, which is going to take him in the direction of Scarlet Dagger Dawn, unless Scarlet... No, because that's Swift Strides. Probably not. But you're going to probably go in the direction of doing something like this. You're going to figure out that you're going to need skill chance. On this weapon, you're taking attack power, attack defense, skill pen, CDR reduction. You're trying to get those items up and early very quickly. And if you're able to do that, especially fucking Twilight, one of the best mithril heads that I think of in the game, you're going to go in that direction and use that with your tactical skill, which is obviously going to be Blink, because you're getting on top of them. Same thing with Ghostlight. You're going to be dealing a lot of people's health in a small amount of time, which is then going to add even more damage and apply 30% healing deduction to the person while you're fighting them. And when you're not using Ghostlight, it's going to come back faster. Put that together with Stopping Power and Recharger, and you will be deleting people left and right, especially with your ultimate. And you get some additional attack power to wild animals. Yeah, you get some extra kill credit power by getting kill credits with Twin Costs. And this is where you're able to use this extremely cheap build to get tactical armor up and ready out of the gate. Because you can buy 2 things here, then you just get another leg, then you find an alpha, or some other place to get a mithril, and you build your tactical armor for 350 and you're done. And then you're just murdering people to get to these breakpoints. And then for skill leveling, you just maxing order. Even if you just first time Daniel, you're going to ask yourself, okay, I need to know what my skills do. Obviously, my W is going to be important, my Q is going to be important, my E is going to be important, my T is going to be important. So, whatever comes most importantly to me, especially using my ultimate, I'm going to try to kill them when I do my job. And I'm going to try to execute them so that there is no reaction for them to do anything at all. I want them dead. Immediately dead. Because the way that Daniel works as an assassin, because he's a knife character, he wants to execute a person, using his skill, which basically does Zed ultimate. It stores part of his damage that he does to the target. When the target of inspiration is marked, the mark that the target has on them is going to explode. It's also going to grant Daniel vision around the target that's being attacked. So, he's going to use Shadow Glide to get on top of them. He's going to use Q to deal damage to them. He's going to auto-attack the shit out of them. He's going to try to use Masterpiece to enter their shadow and deal skill damage 4 times. And then he's going to explode out of their shadow and murder them. And then occasionally get movement speed and night vision increase because he's a recluse. Do all that stuff, and you're murdering them. Straight up. Because that's what the game wants you to do with this character. And that's how they wanted him built. They basically built him attack speed, attack power, and armor pen. So they're not wasting any time. They want you to get into killing people immediately. Alternatively, that other build that was closer to a higher win rate, this one wants you to go to a 2-part. So it's sending you to Gas Station Pond. You gotta question the reason why. So when we investigate it, after adding it to the skill build, you look at his build, it's basically separate different items. Instead of going straight armor pen, they're putting some attack power and some movement speed into it. They're putting some attack speed and some defense into it. Still blink. Still taking similar augments. Still taking Ghost Light, but this one does Quick Draw and Recharger. And then this one is doing Power of Intimidation. So instead of amping the amount of damage that you're doing to animals as you move through the area, so that you can get back some HP and gain some move speed, you're instead increasing the damage taken by people that are nearby you by 3.5. But every stack of Intimidation that is active is going to reduce the effect by 25%. So, anybody you're nearby is going to take 3.5 extra damage. If they're near a team, they're going to get a reduced effect. So this is about assassinating them. And then you still have the coin toss. Now these late game items, they're a lot more direct with what they're saying you should use. Now you still have that same alternative that they had here with the triple TOL, but now you've got Mithril for the Twilight Head. Still using tactical armor, because it's still an execution, and they're suggesting that your final choice be a Scarlet Dagger, for whatever purpose. But they're also suggesting that if you take VF upgrades, you're taking Red Star, you're taking Upper Mask, you're taking Eldian Boots. And then you have Mirage, in case you need cooldown reduction, some attack speed instead. Because this is just crit strike chance. Maybe you would prefer to have the Meteorite rather than that, because then you can use that Tree of Life on your Soul Reaper as a starter. Multiple directions that allows you to really go, because this is just attack power, defense, and crit strike. You can get Swift from anywhere. If you have to go something, you'd probably go Thunder Rolling, because this is getting you move speed while you're rolling. And that's probably more important than anything. Because this is going to enable you to get more credits and more move speed, while also increasing your armor pen even further by another 10 points. So that's 21 armor pen while you're attacking someone. And you can attack someone relatively fast if you're only hitting them 2 times, with basic attacks and skills within 5 seconds, which is granting you that Thunder Ruling for 8 seconds. If 8 seconds is the execution time, Daniel wants to kill people within 8 seconds, and he can do it. So then, after you learn that's how you should build, you just go in that direction and keep spamming that until you fully understand it. Practice his order. I'd probably go with the 2-step. Because he gets online faster. Play this build until you fully understand the reason why this build works, and then begin designing your own save plan based off what you choose to do. And then watch back your content if you, are playing with recordings. That's what I do. Will definitely be of a benefit. Or I'm a crazy man and I'm just yapping at this point. You decide! But anyways, that's what you should do. Just practice the character, take it in the labs, learn the character in lab until you are fully solid on him, and you get solid to the point where you're like, oh, I'm gonna fuck Carl up. Then you're no longer scared of the 1v1. You're like, bring it, nigga! You'll surprise me if you do that. Yeah, I like being
surprised
surprised
myself since I don't even play. I don't even play stuff like League.
Well, see, League's problem is that you have to do everything based around offense, defense. You have to learn how to lane, learn when you can attack minions, learn when you have openings, learn when you can transition and go for team fights and group fights based on an objective that's pulling people in some direction. Certainly, there are some skills here that translate, namely the team fighting and the battle IQ. But this game is almost all battle IQ. It's 95% battle IQ, 2.5% vision control, and 2.5% instinct. Battle IQ and instinct aren't the same. Having the ability to know in a gut feeling like, hey, that Marcus shouldn't be running away from me, and I shouldn't chase him, because I don't know where his team is not the same thing as, I can probably kill that guy in 3 seconds. All I need to do is stick the Thunder Ruling and he's dead. Let me see how fast I can hit this combo. Because obviously, you're going to learn how to do the combos. Like, reading the skills is that simple. Fortunately, it's one of those games that it's very straightforward. All you have to do is read shit. So yeah, reading is going to be annoying. But you can always intuit differently. But that means you have to be honest with yourself when you go to practice. Do you know that you're doing your best? If not, do it again. Now, of course, don't grind it and no-life it to the point where you don't have any satisfaction you're a robot. Learn to have fun with it. Now, that being said, ouch, I'm going to the kitchen now, and I'm going to end the broadcast, because it's almost 7 hours and 31 minutes we've been live. And my camera fucking froze. Gotta fix my camera. But like, you go from there and you use this knowledge to your advantage, and I can promise you, you're going to be completely fine. I promise that you'll be completely fine. So, that being said, because I can see my camera doing camera glitch shit. Yeah, my camera is glitching. I'm gonna let you go here, so you can go sleep or eat, whatever. And we will see you all same Carl time, same Carl channel. Because I am fat, and the Negro hood is big, and we are always growing. Always growing, and always hungry.